Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Vladimir Putin turns down the idea of Western security in Ukraine and warns Russia will make foreign troops legitimate targets. Meanwhile, Hamas released a new video showing hostages pleading with Israel to halt its Gaza offensive. And Trump set to rebrand the Department of Defense to the Department of War, a move that's part of his administration's warrior ethos campaign. Russian President Vladimir Putin has turned down the idea of Western security in Ukraine, claiming it would make troops legitimate targets. His comments come after a coalition of the willing meeting took place in Paris yesterday, where 26 countries pledged deployment of reassurance force in Ukraine the day after any ceasefire comes into place. Putin said he was ready for a contact with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, but added he did not see much of a point, claiming it was nearly impossible to reach an agreement with Ukraine on key issues. Take a listen to this.
Regarding potential foreign military contingents in Ukraine, it is one of the root causes behind drawing Ukraine into NATO. Therefore, if some troops appear there, especially now, during military operations, we will proceed from the fact that these will be legitimate targets for destruction. And if decisions are reached that lead to peace, to long-term peace, then I simply do not see any sense in their presence on the territory of Ukraine, full stop. Should such agreements be achieved, let no one doubt that Russia will implement them in full.
We're now joined by the defence and security analyst Tobias Ellwood. Tobias, thanks for talking to us. First of all, Macron saying 26 allies are pledging troops by land, by sea and by air. So how strong do you think this commitment really is from a European perspective?
Well, good evening. In your summary there, you actually gave a good indication that there is a division between what America is thinking and what Europe is thinking. The best scenario has always been when Europe and America are on the same page, supporting Ukraine and Ukraine's objectives and standing up to Russia. But what we've seen since Donald Trump came to the White House is his insistence to somehow stay close to Russia, to bring Putin in from the cold, to agree a deal with Moscow. And it's forced European countries, for the moment, up to this point, to agree to Donald Trump's direction of travel, support that Alaska summit, and bring Russia to the table. The consequences we've seen since then is the devastating missile attacks on Ukraine, on Kyiv, the capital as well. And something which I think is a bit of an eye-opener is those images from China this week of Putin and Xi rubbing shoulders together, and a bigger concern as to where our global order is going. And this is why there is that coalition of the willing meeting in Paris, because we recognize the picture. Putin's long-term intentions are not peace, and we really would like America to get this.
Tobias, let's talk about the UK, which of course has been one of Ukraine's staunchest backers up until now. What role do you see Britain playing if this reassurance force ever materialises?
I think that's a really good question. And the knee-jerk answer is, oh, boots on the ground. It is more complicated than that. Britain has a history going back over the last couple of centuries of stepping forward when European security is in peril, going back to Napoleonic times. And we did it again in the last 2 wars. We're not the same power as we were before, no doubt about it. But the fact that we are willing to step forward and encouraging others to do so, I think is very symbolic about our concerns of wider European security, our commitment to Ukraine, but also to stand up to Russia as well. I would stress that this boots on the ground is shorthand. Journalists like it. It is more complicated than that. It would probably start off with a no-fly zone, because that's the easiest way. You need to control the skies above before you even think about putting troops on the ground. But it raises that bigger question about long-term security. If you can't provide Ukraine with any form of long-term security, then the clear European position is all that we'll see is Russia step back, rearm, regroup, and probably do this again in a couple of years' time. And that's, again, another message that we want Washington to understand.
Risks involved as well, and let's talk for a second about Putin and his warnings that any foreign troops would be legitimate targets. Tobias, is that going to deter European allies, or maybe that even stiffens their resolve, you think?
No, you're absolutely right to ask that question, because go back to the very start of this war back in 2022, and there was this constant messaging from Moscow. Every time we considered sliding across another weapon system to Ukraine to help them, we got this rhetoric from Putin, and the West was spooked, if we're honest. We had public debates, if you recall, about whether a weapon system was offensive or defensive, and discussions about main battle tanks, F-16, long-range missiles. That should never have been in the public domain. We should have been far more committed. We've lost that Cold War statecraft, if you like, to look our adversary in the eye, conscious of the escalatory ladder. You don't want things to get out of control, but knowing how far you can push your adversary before things tip over. And we've lost that art completely. And here we are again with Putin pushing back, saying, you dare do this, you dare put foreign troops on the ground or have any form of foreign capability to boost Ukrainians' defense posture, and we will respond. Well, let's be stronger than that. Let's be tougher than that. Let's not blink.
Let's talk about Ukraine and the promise that they've been given of EU membership 5 years from now, by 2030. What do you think Moscow would make of that? And how realistic actually is that timeline?
You know, this is really interesting. You visit Ukraine and you actually realize that, sadly, it hasn't advanced. It hasn't moved as fast as some of those other countries that came out the traps at the same time. When the Soviet Union fell, you know, you go to Poland and look at how they've advanced. You look at the Baltic nations, they're all doing incredibly well, partly because, yes, they've also joined the EU. But ultimately, Ukraine has stayed behind. The oligarchs, the corruption, it's not advanced. And one of the things that scares Russia is to have a state as big, as large, and economically eventually as powerful as Ukraine being an exemplar as to how things should be done. And that's the last thing Putin wants. He's got Belarus up there, which is a complete basket case. And so he wants a buffer zone so Russian people don't look over their shoulders and say, hang on a minute, we want our economy to work a bit like that. And that's, I think, at the heart of what's driving Putin to make sure that that's why he wants to be encouraged to invade Ukraine in the first place. So this desire to join the EU, to upgrade the economic capability there, and to introduce a less corrupt society is all, I think, good news for Ukraine. The Ukrainian people will actually want it, and it's well overdue.
And, of course, Putin has been quite vocal in the past about Ukraine's potential NATO membership and also European Union membership as well. But could NATO get involved if things escalate here, do you think?
Well, again, that's another good question. I mean, the EU side, the economic side is one thing. The security angle is another. And the hesitance from Donald Trump to say we're not going to provide that security is a real blow to the Europeans. We need America and Britain, as I stressed, on the same page here, looking after European security. That is what NATO was all about. In my view, NATO did blink at the very start of this. We had a choice to, as the troops were building up before the invasion took place, to slide a couple of NATO divisions, and probably a coalition of the willing, because not everybody would have agreed, into Ukraine, and then absolutely look Putin in the eye and say, you dare to invade a sovereign state, and you're going to get the might of the most potent military alliance looking at you in response. And we didn't. We decided to say, well, look, Ukraine's not a NATO member. We're not going to bother with this. Well, Afghanistan wasn't a NATO member. Neither was Bosnia, I don't think, or Iraq, all these places that I've been involved with. And yet there we are giving up simply because it was a cop-out, in my view. And the deterrence of stopping a superpower, or certainly a regional power like Russia, pushing in from the east failed. And therefore NATO should really galvanize itself and recognize that because it didn't do the right thing at the right time, Europe's security is all the much weaker right now.
Tobias, we couldn't have you on without discussing this, but the UK's now former Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, has made the decision to resign. So how's the mood within Starmer's party on the back of this announcement?
Well, you're asking me that question when it's still unfolding. I've just learned that Britain now has a new Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, who's, I think, very competent and capable and will do well on the international stage. But it's one of those things. It's some detail to do with her own personal housing situation that then escalated, wouldn't go out of the front pages of the media here, and became the story itself, that she couldn't actually do her work. That's prompted a much wider cabinet reshuffle that we're, as I say, just learning about as well. But at the same time, Reform, which is this up-and-coming party, are having their conference today as well. So it's multi-party politics in the UK. Everybody's adjusting.
Indeed, perfect timing from Reform. Tobias Elwood in London, thank you so much for joining us. Let's return to our top story right now. John Kavlich is the senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. John, thanks for joining us. Trump has said he's going to speak to Putin very soon. What is the impact that we could expect that to have? And will Ukraine be relying on Trump taking a direct role on these ongoing negotiations?
Publicly, President Zelensky is going to continue to rely on President Trump. Privately, President Zelensky knows that he can't rely on President Trump. The same goes for NATO not being able to rely on President Trump, nor the European Union able to rely on President Trump. So you have what's in the public domain, what's in the private domain. And for President Trump's discussion with President Putin, the historical trajectory suggests that whatever President Putin says to President Trump will again avoid saying that President Putin lied to him. President Trump continues to say President Putin disappoints him, that he's angry, that he does something different than he suggests or indicates he'll do, but he'll never come out. He hasn't yet come out and said, President Putin has lied to me. So if history is the judge, we're likely to see nothing definitive, but more potential dialogue.
Well, John, Washington hasn't detailed the contribution that it could have to this coalition just yet. We may have more on that after the call. Do you expect the US to commit to boots on the ground? Is it going to limit itself to funding and logistics in this war?
The key is, we have this coalition of the willing. It seems more like the coalition of the unsettled, the coalition of the uncertain, the coalition of we don't really know what we're going to do. Politicians love macro statements. They love to talk about the big picture. Ukraine's places in the EU, Ukraine's places in NATO, as long as it takes. But once they get to the micro discussion, as we've seen this last week and this week, then all of a sudden you get uncertainties. Well, we're not talking about troops in Ukraine. Well, we're talking about maybe supporting this. Well, maybe we'll talk about logistics. Well, maybe. And it becomes maybe. And that's the biggest problem that Ukraine is going to be facing, is the fact that the coalition of the willing isn't really willing to commit to anything. And there will be no security guarantees for Ukraine. Even the words are thrown out: security assurances, security goals, security cooperation. The simple reality is that when it comes to putting troops on the ground in Ukraine, muscular offensive and defensive capability in terms of equipment, no one really wants to do it. And more importantly, very few members of the EU and NATO can afford to do it. A quick note on that: Keir Starmer has promised Ukraine $3 billion, a little more than $3 billion annually for the next 100 years. Now, he's going to have to stand for election within the next 4 years. And his current budget deficit over the next 4 to 5 years is $45 billion. During that time, they promised Ukraine $15 billion. So a third of what their shortfall is, they're saying they want to send to Ukraine. Is that sustainable? Government of France, that may fall. A new government, are they going to want to be spending anything on Ukraine? So there's just a lot of dynamics here that don't look good for Ukraine.
Well, Putin is talking about these security guarantees or assurances, as you put it, John, that they also have to apply to Russia. So how do you think that's likely to play out in Washington? What would it potentially look like?
I'm going to guess that what President Trump may gravitate toward is less of a discussion about, we'll call them security guarantees, about the direction of the coalition of the willing, until there is either the ceasefire that President Trump has wanted, or there is some sort of agreement where the military operations of both countries have ceased, whether it's an armistice, a freezing in place, whatever. I think that what President Trump tries to do is to remove the complicated stuff and go to the core where he can get something he wants. So with these trade deals, he'll, even though they're very intricate and they have a lot of details, he'll just grab out the parts that he likes, and then he'll say, see, we have a success, even though it's still being negotiated. And so what he might say to President Putin is, all right, we're not going to talk about what comes after in terms of the military component. Let's just talk about what Ukraine needs to do to get you to stop firing into Ukraine. So that may be one of the outcomes.
John, this as well is complicated in terms of the policies, US domestic policies and politics that take place. It complicates it even further. There's division between Democrats and Republicans on Ukraine as it is. And a lot of the rhetoric seems to be this is a European problem for European funds to manage. Is that what you're seeing from your point of view as you are in New York? Do you think that may be the feeling with the general consensus and the public, the voting public in America?
Well, you're right to separate it all out, because you have, members of Congress, the 100 members of the Senate, the 435 members of the House, who generally have been supportive of Ukraine since the 24th of February, 2022. And then you have who's in the White House. In Biden-Harris administration, they were all in order, not necessarily for Ukraine to win, but for Ukraine not to lose. President Trump comes in and says, no, we've got to figure out how to end this. And so you have this, this collision course, but in the end, the U.S. Congress, the majority being Republican and being controlled by President Trump, they're going to basically go along with what he wants. They're really not going to try to push him toward anything he doesn't want to do. In terms of the public, we have a divided electorate, and generally President Trump is going to just focus on what he needs, what he believes he needs to do to keep his MAGA base, Make America Great Again base, content. And so again, in that regard, he's likely to not want to push too far in the envelope, because he campaigned on, hey, I'm not getting into wars. I'm going to get us out of wars. I'm not going to be spending a lot of money overseas. And if you look at the last couple of weeks and what President Trump has said, if you're NATO, if you're the European Union, he has continually pulled back from either commitments that they thought he had made, or he's brought in new ones. And so I think that there's going to continue to be a pulling back, where President Trump is going to say Ukraine is Europe's problem, and Ukraine is not NATO's problem. Ukraine is individual members of NATO who may believe it's their problem, but as a collective, it's not our problem.
John Kovlich in New York, thank you so much for joining us. Hamas has released footage claiming to show 2 hostages taken during the October 7th attack on Israel. Both are alive and in Gaza City. The video shows one hostage urging Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to launch a full-scale offensive as Israel continues to intensify strikes on Gaza. Local authorities say that at least 19 people have been killed today in Israeli attacks, while protests mark the 700th day since the conflict began. We can now go live to Tel Aviv to speak to our correspondent, Blake Sifton. Blake, what has the reaction been in Israel to the video of the hostages?
Good evening. The family members of the hostages have reacted to this video, and it's just piling more pressure on the government to do more to win their release. The family members of one of the young men in the video said, "We are deeply concerned for their lives. They must be brought home." Opposition leader Yair Lapid said that the video is another painful reminder that Israel must return to negotiations and try to close a deal. On the other side, far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, he called the video psychological warfare by Hamas, trying to stop Israel from launching this offensive into Gaza City. And he said that the only response is full occupation and massive migration. Only then do we win. Now, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office issued a statement saying that the Prime Minister had spoken to the family members of the hostages in these videos, and he then reiterated that Israel will only stop fighting if Hamas releases all of the hostages, if Hamas disarms, if Gaza is demilitarized, and if a new entity that's not Hamas and that's not the Palestinian Authority governs Gaza.
This video reportedly has been filmed in Gaza City, but that's quite significant. Why is that, Blake?
That's right. The video shows a young man being driven through the streets of a city that is reportedly Gaza City. And it's been very rare for Hamas to film and release video of hostages above ground. It's being viewed as an attempt by Hamas to sway public opinion here in Israel against this offensive, this planned offensive to seize and occupy all of Gaza City. In the video, the young man says that if this offensive goes ahead, that the hostages, including himself, will remain in harm's way in Gaza City, and that Hamas will move them to the areas where the fighting is taking place. Of course, the family members of the hostages held in Gaza since this offensive was announced, and certainly since it's begun, they have been terrified that this offensive will see harm come to their loved ones. They've called it a death sentence for the hostages. And today, Friday, they said in a statement that they have spoken to the military, and the military also believes that this offensive will put the hostages' lives in danger, and that the military does not have precise intelligence on where in Gaza City the hostages are being held.
Well, now we know that the Israeli military say that they control 40% of Gaza City. So what are the latest developments on that?
The military operations on the outskirts of Gaza City have been intensifying. These have been targeting neighborhoods like Sabra, Shajaya, and Zaytun. The Israeli military says that they are destroying Hamas infrastructure, including tunnels, but residents have reported widespread destruction of buildings as well as civilian homes. The United Nations have also backed that claim, and satellite imagery has shown that large swaths of these neighborhoods, the targeted neighborhoods on the outskirts of Gaza City, have now been reduced to rubble. Almost completely flattened, and there are reports that they've been bulldozed. And just today, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said that the gates of hell are opening in Gaza City. Moments after he spoke, the Israeli military issued an evacuation order for a 12-story high-rise building in Gaza, western Gaza City, an area that had been mostly untouched up until this point. And then afterward, Israeli Air Force jets bombed and destroyed that building. And the Israeli military has said that in the coming days, they will continue to strike high-rise buildings in western Gaza City that they say contains Hamas infrastructure.
Blake, protests there in Tel Aviv are marking 700 days of this war, and families are calling for some sort of a deal at this stage. How much pressure is that really putting on Benjamin Netanyahu's government right now?
So that's right. Today we've seen protests in various parts of Israel. There's been demonstrations in front of the homes of ministers, in front of the home of President Herzog. And tomorrow on Saturday night, there's expected to be a very large protest outside the home of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And while the protests are certainly intensifying in recent weeks after this offensive to seize Gaza City was announced, and public opinion is for the most part on the side of the family members of the hostages, many people here believe that the true power to influence Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu lies with his far-right coalition partners, for whom he depends on for the survival of his government. They are completely against a ceasefire. They've been against every ceasefire throughout the war. They want Gaza reoccupied. They want the Palestinian population displaced, and they want Gaza resettled. And they have threatened repeatedly that if Netanyahu reaches a ceasefire, that they will leave his government and they could collapse his government.
Lake Sifton, live in Tel Aviv. Thank you for joining us. Afghanistan has been struck by a fourth earthquake in just 6 days, causing further panic and disruption the ongoing efforts in the country. The latest magnitude 5.4 tremor hit the country's remote southeastern region at a depth of 10 kilometres. The victims continue to be hampered by the lack of international aid. Patrick Falk has this report.
Villagers of Dari-Noor district in Afghanistan's Nangarhar province surveyed the damage following yet another earthquake. Many of the homes here have been reduced to rubble. For some, the pain of losing everything is too much to bear. Here in Kunar province, families have been left sheltering under tents after some villages were completely levelled. The fear of further quakes has kept Nazar Shah and his family of 15 on edge.
The danger of rockfalls, water flowing down from the mountains, and earthquakes, along with fear of God, has left us shocked and distressed.
Kunar province has been hit with the highest number of casualties. The houses here are mostly built from wood and mud bricks, making them highly vulnerable. Nazar's mother was among those injured and needs looking after.
Our request to the government, the international community, and the people is to help and support us. Our homes have been destroyed, and we're living outside under tents. We have no food, no blankets, and no shelters.
The mountainous terrain has been hindering relief efforts. Adding to the difficulty, the lack of international aid flowing into the country. Since the Taliban seized power in 2021, it's been difficult for NGOs and aid groups to function in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan is experiencing several overlapping crises at the moment. Droughts, return of millions returnees, refugees from Iran and Pakistan, deadly floods, and now we have earthquake.
Survivors face a bleak future. Global aid agencies are warning the funds that are available for food, shelter and medicine are dwindling. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Now let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making the headlines today. At least 15 people have been killed in Sri Lanka after a passenger bus veered off a cliff. Police said another 16 people have also been injured, including 5 children. The bus collided with a car before hitting the road railing. An 11-year-old boy who was killed in a ding-dong ditch prank will be laid to rest on Saturday. Julian Guzman was shot dead when he knocked on the door of a home in Houston, Texas, as part of the popular game. Police have charged a 42-year-old man with murder for the shooting. Former US President Joe Biden has undergone skin cancer surgery months after revealing his stage 4 prostate cancer diagnosis. The procedure involves removing layers of cancerous skin cells. Now, Biden has had several non-melanoma skin cancers removed in the past before he became president. A federal appeals court has overturned a legal order requiring Florida and the US President Donald Trump administration to shut Alligator Alcatraz last month. A US district judge ordered a halt to the expansion of the facility, as well as for the centre to be dismantled within 60 days. President Trump will sign an executive order today that will mean the Department of Defense will now be known as the Department of War. For now, the department will use the new name as a secondary title whilst the administration waits for the US Congress to approve the order and make the change permanent and official. For more on this story, we're joined from Washington by our correspondent Sarah Firth. Sarah, thanks for joining us. So a little later on today, President Trump is expected to sign that executive order that we just mentioned, which rebrands the Pentagon as the Department of War. Give us an idea of just what's behind the change, but also how significant is this change?
Yes, so in just over an hour's time, we're expecting that executive order to be signed by the president, and a rebrand, it seems, likely to be underway for the Department of Defense to this Department of War. Now, this is what the department was originally called. And, Jono, we've got an administration document that has described the changes and some of the reasoning behind this. And it said that restoring the name to the Department of War will sharpen the focus of this department on the national interest and signal to adversaries that America is ready to wage war and secure its interests. Now, of course, it is expected to be a pretty big change. You're not going to have the seal of the Pentagon changing overnight, but this is Trump-era politics, right? So the wording matters. And this is really being seen by both those who are supportive of the move and critics as a real signal, not just to adversaries, but to allies as well, that potentially the US is shifting its focus now from deterrence with the Department of Defense to potentially a more confrontational role here. And so that's raising both concerns and praise in various quarters. But you mentioned there, it will need congressional approval if it's to move beyond being this secondary title. And of course, all of this is going to come with a pretty hefty price tag.
Let's talk about beyond the symbolism here, Sarah, because is it maybe likely to change how the actual US military operate, or is that not going to be the case?
Well, this is one of the things that skeptics are pointing to. They are saying that, look, you've got China, for example, expanding its forces in the Pacific, and that there is simply this money that is going to be involved in changing when it comes to, yes, the symbolism behind this, the signage, the names on letterheads, for example, all of that bundled together, that money actually could be better spent elsewhere where it's really needed right now within the military to ensure military readiness to tackle these various issues as they come up abroad and secure Washington's safety in the future. Now, what you've got in security circles here in Washington, D.C. is real concern being expressed over this shift in focus from, as I said, from deterrence to a more confrontational role with that wording, the Department of War. You've had the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, being asked about this. He's been a little bit cagey, Jono, in what he's willing to say. We're expecting perhaps a little bit more detail after this executive order is signed. We know this is in line, right, with President Trump and Secretary of Defense Hegseth's sort of warrior ethos that they've set out this kind of mission for the Department of Defense. But how much will it actually change the game on the ground? As I said, skeptics say this money simply could be better spent elsewhere, and there is real concern about the messaging that this is sending out to the world. It's such a difficult time in many regions across the world.
Speaking of that messaging that's been sent out, America's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, he has said that the US, and I quote this, will find these people and blow them up. Now, he's talking there, Sarah, about foreign crime groups, specifically in Latin America. What does that tell us about the administration's approach here? But also, is that potentially going to affect relations with countries such as Ecuador?
Yes, I mean, this is, again, the signalling, right, from the Trump administration that they're going to be carrying out that campaign pledge that came from Donald Trump to really crack down on these drug cartels. But such stark language, you know, we're used to this from the Trump administration. This is the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, speaking on his visit to Ecuador, using that very tough language. And at one point saying, when it comes to these organizations that are illegally operating, often using countries like Ecuador to carry out their illegal activities, that he said, frankly, it's war. We've seen this announcement that they are willing to take more violent action and support countries like Ecuador, governments who want to be cracking down on these organizations. They want to be providing this support, and they're willing to carry out, it seems, these more violent strikes. And it comes, of course, on the back of Thursday's lethal attack on one of those ships that the president of the administration has said was being used for illegal drug smuggling. That led to 11 deaths. That ship leaving from Venezuela. That story, Jono, very much developing today. We're getting new information all the time as that tension with Venezuela ratchets up. But Marco Rubio's stance was really saying to Ecuador, look, he announced at the same time there are two groups that were operating within Ecuador that are going to be put on that official foreign terrorist organization designation by the United States. We've seen under Rubio a number of these organizations in Mexico and in Venezuela already being labeled as foreign terrorist organizations. So it's an expansion of this action to try and crack down on these drug groups and this activity. But with these very real actions come very real repercussions, and we're seeing some of that playing out as this story develops.
Sarah, whilst we have you, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. today has been getting quite a lot of flack, but he's defended the major shakeup at the CDC in that very heated Senate hearing that we saw earlier. Give us a brief overview of what happened there. What were the key points from that testimony that we saw?
Yes, it was really heated. You had Robert F. Kennedy defending some of his decisions that have been made. Some of those were involving the staffing at the CDC and cuts to that staffing that we've later learned from some of those people who've been fired. They say they were basically told to go along with some of the changes that were being made, even if it wasn't backed up by scientific evidence. You had that marathon 3-hour session with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. facing that really tough grilling from both the Democrats and the Republicans. Like Democratic Senator Michael Bennet, he really went in quite hard on Kennedy about this firing of all the members of the CDC. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I will hold you to that, Secretary Kennedy, because this is not a podcast. It is the American people's health that's on the line here. This is the last thing, by the way, our parents need when their kids are going back to school, is to have the kind of confusion and expense and scarcity that you're creating as a result of your ideology. I think it's critical for you to share the evidence that this panel will rely on. Will you give the American people 6 months or 6 weeks in advance the record that they're going to rely on to make these decisions? Will you make it transparent for the American people?
All the evidence is transparent.
Will you make it in advance transparent for the American people so they can comment on it?
All the evidence is transparent for the first time in history, and you were never there complaining when the pharmaceutical companies were picking those people and then running their products through with no safety testing.
You can characterize it any way you want. I quoted them today. What I said was accurate. What you said were lies.
Sarah.
And Jono, just for everyone that's watching that, you have actually had this argument around some of these changes, right, that's being made. The reason that it's raised tempers in this way is that the limitation of the COVID-19 vaccines, for example, has meant that different states now have different levels of access to that vaccine. You've got states where the elderly, higher risk people haven't got the same level of access that they had. And so really there's a lot of controversy around these decisions that Robert F. Kennedy has been making. And important to note, not the only one to be accusing Robert F. Kennedy of lying. You've also had in the wake of that testimony a former CDC official saying that he had lied to Congress. So a really fiery exchange, and that situation very much still very controversial with the access to these vaccines across different states, very patchy. But, Jono, importantly, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he got the seal of approval from the president himself, who, after that testimony, has said to reporters, look, I like the fact that he's different.
Well, September certainly has been a busy month in Washington. We're only 5 days in. Sarah Firth in Washington, thank you for joining us. Let's take a look at some of the top business news for today. US President Donald Trump has signed an executive order slashing tariffs on Japanese car imports from 27.5% down to 15%. The deal, which Tokyo says will boost US-Japan trade, also includes billions in Japanese investments and expands access for American goods. Shares in Toyota, Honda and Nissan have all jumped after the announcement. Lululemon shares have tumbled more than 15% after the company warned that Trump's tariffs and the end of a duty-free loophole will cost it nearly $240 million this year. The Canadian retailer slashed its sales outlook, saying higher import costs will weigh heavily on its US business. And a final reminder of our top stories. President Vladimir Putin turns down the idea of Western security in Ukraine and warns Russia that he will make foreign troops legitimate targets. Meanwhile, Hamas released a new video showing hostages pleading with Israel to halt its Gaza offensive. And Trump set to rebrand the Department of Defense to the Department of War, a move that his administration had as part of their Warrior Ethos campaign. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on X. The Real Deal with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. And plus, we'll be back in just a couple of hours with the very best of this week's W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Newspapers today divided their attention between continued coverage of the deadly Lisbon funicular accident and other major news stories, such as the UK's political scandal involving the Deputy Prime Minister and her subsequent resignation. In the US, headlines focused on topics ranging from Trump's latest actions in the drug war, his proposal to rename the Defense Department, and the Senate's Kennedy vaccine hearing. Tributes to iconic fashion designer Giorgio Armani, who died at 91, also dominated front pages worldwide. We'll start with the British newspapers, which focused largely on the Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner's resignation after her stamp duty scandal. The Times quickly stepped in to survey the political landscape, asking who could inherit her dual mantle as Labour's deputy leader and also housing secretary. The piece serves as both a briefing for readers and a reminder of the stakes for Keir Starmer's government. The report outlines the main contenders with an accessible likelihood rating. balancing political reputation and also electoral vulnerability. Figures like Wes Streeting, Shabana Mahmood and Bridget Phillipson are positioned as serious deputy leadership prospects, while Matthew Pennycook emerges as a natural successor on housing policy. The article succeeds in framing the succession as an immediate test of Labour's internal dynamics, blending political gossip with substantive evaluation of party strengths and weaknesses. Prior to Rayner's resignation, The Telegraph had revealed in an exclusive that the law firm behind Angela Rayner's £800,000 Hoe flat purchase has categorically denied providing her with any tax or trust advice, despite Rayner's claims she acted on legal guidance regarding her £40,000 stamp duty underpayment. In a significant disclosure, the law firm asserts they acted solely on information Rayner supplied and used also HMRC's online calculator, explicitly stating clients are referred to accountants for tax matters. The report cites the managing director of the law firm, who accuses Rayner of making the firm a scapegoat amid mounting political fallout. The direct contradiction exposes fresh doubts over Rayner's explanations and legal choices. Across the Atlantic, the New York Times led today with a news analysis tackling President Trump's latest and most controversial move in the war on drugs, ordering the U.S. military to kill suspected drug smugglers at sea. The report highlights how Trump is blurring the lines between law enforcement and wartime powers, redefining drug trafficking as armed conflict. The report or the analysis also highlights that legal scholars question whether this amounts to unlawful killings or even potential war crimes, since Congress has never authorized force against cartels. The White House insists the strike upheld U.S. national security, but critics warn the action dangerously expands presidential power and risks mistakes with deadly consequences. The piece frames the episode as part of Trump's broader push to militarize responses to crime, raising profound legal and moral dilemmas. Foreign policy was skeptical too regarding President Trump's move in the Caribbean. Ryan C. Berg wrote in Foreign Policy, examining the Trump administration's bold reclassification of drug trafficking as terrorism and the immediate military consequences of that shift. The author contends that the sinking of a suspected drug boat of Venezuela marked not only the first test of this doctrine, but also the prelude to the largest U.S. naval deployment in the Caribbean since the Cold War. The author goes on to say and to highlight that while officials frame the buildup as a counter-narcotics mission, the assets involved suggest deeper strategic ambitions, also deterring Nicolas Maduro, securing regional allies, as well as influencing energy-rich Guyana. Ultimately, the piece highlights the administration's attempt to assert power in the hemisphere while stopping short of outright regime change, keeping diplomatic and military options open. In an exclusive, the Wall Street Journal reports that the Justice Department has launched a criminal probe into Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, issuing subpoenas over alleged mortgage fraud. The inquiry also centered on Cook's properties in Michigan, Georgia, and Massachusetts, stems from referrals by Trump-appointed housing chief Bill Pulte. This marks the first disclosure that federal prosecutors are using grand juries to examine whether Cook misrepresented her residency on loan documents. The Wall Street Journal also notes that the timing is striking. Cook is already suing President Trump over his attempt to fire her, a move that could give him majority control of the Fed's board. The piece also underscores how this probe deepens questions about political pressure on the central bank's independence. While news of the Congress not planning to vote to extend the National Guard's deployment in D.C., the discussion around the legality of President Trump's move returned to the table. The Washington Post's editorial board, for one, warned that D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab's lawsuit against President Trump's deployment of the National Guard may do more harm than good. While the Attorney General argues that the presence of troops violates the Home Rule Act and oversteps federal authority, the editorial notes that the president has clear legal control over guards in Washington, unlike governors who command in their own states. And by suing, the Attorney General risks provoking Trump and congressional Republicans who are already pushing measures to strip the city of autonomy, including abolishing the elected Attorney General's office. The piece cautions that the lawsuit could backfire, extending the guard's stay and undermining the mayor's more careful strategy of limiting federal interference. Moving on to Le Monde, where Alain Frachon explores how Donald Trump's transactional view of NATO has cast Europe into what he categorizes as a protection racket. The piece describes how European leaders anxious to maintain U.S. support for Ukraine have repeatedly yielded to Trump's demands, raising military spending, accepting one-sided trade deals, and offering political flattery, all in exchange for continued American protection. Frachon contends that this strategy, while sometimes effective in the short term, leaves Europe both humiliated and strategically dependent. The article's critical tone highlights a deeper problem. Europe's struggle to chart an independent path, given its inability to substitute U.S. security guarantees. And by equating American support to a service for sale, the piece concludes that Trump's Trump's attitude raises real questions about the future of transatlantic solidarity. And we'll end with The Guardian, which published a special report providing a moving tribute to Giorgio Armani, the legendary Italian designer whose passing at 91 marks the end of a transformative era in fashion. The exclusive details highlight Armani's refusal to join conglomerates and his careful succession planning, ensuring continuity through trusted collaborators and family. As founder of a vast empire spanning fashion, interiors, and hospitality, Armani revolutionized style with his soft power dressing, liberating men and women from stiff tailoring and introducing the concept of quiet luxury. The obituary traces landmark moments such as Richard Gere's American Gigolo suit and Armani's deep ties to Hollywood's elite. Tributes from global leaders and celebrities underscore an enduring admiration and confirm Armani's place as a tireless innovator whose legacy will inspire future generations. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
A public crime emergency or a manufactured crisis? Sending the National Guard into American cities is a hot partisan flashpoint. Democrats say it's just one example of presidential overreach. Republicans insist it's entirely appropriate. Is the separation of powers under threat? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, VistaJet is given clearance to operate domestic routes in Saudi Arabia, making it the first foreign private jet operator to be allowed to do so. We'll be speaking to the VistaJet CEO in just a moment. With tourist numbers rising across the kingdom, we're going to take you to the historic oasis of Alula, where ancient heritage and outdoor adventure are a big hit with visitors. We ask what's on offer in the upcoming tourist season. Plus, we take you to the region of Assir in southern Saudi Arabia, where a mountainous setting and cooler weather have been the perfect backdrop for a Wild West cowboy-themed town, and that's been drawing tourists from far and wide. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest moves to liberalize the skies above Saudi Arabia. Back in May, it was announced that barriers had been lifted, which prevented international charter operators from offering domestic services. Well, this in a bid to boost competitiveness and attract global investment, as well as expand the private aviation segment, all very much in line with Vision 2030. Well, it's been announced that the private jet operator VistaJet is set to be allowed to fly domestic routes in Saudi Arabia, making it the first foreign private jet operator to be allowed to do so. Well, we are delighted to be joined now by Thomas Flohr, who is the founder and chairman of VistaJet. He joins us from Milan. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Flohr. Very exciting news for VistaJet. What does this mean for your company?
Well, how are you? Great to see you. Well, we're extremely excited to serve our new and existing clients. And like you said, it's exactly in line with the vision of the leadership of the country. Obviously, with our global fleet, we have the infrastructure, we have the operations in place to immediately start serving. We actually already had our first flights in the country. And, on the back of the first half of 2025, we saw a 32% increase in our program members in the kingdom year over year. And that's kind of like highlighting the drive and demand for both domestic and the global flying that is coming from the country.
And when you say your program in Saudi Arabia, what does that mean? People who've bought into a sort of a subscription, a membership, how does it work?
That's exactly right. So typically, we're making it very, very simple for our clients. Rather than having to buy an airplane or a fraction of an airplane, they just buy the hours they need. It's a 3-year subscription, and they buy as many hours on whichever airplane serves them best, and they can use them anywhere in the world, whether it's being in the kingdom or in America or in Asia or in Europe. It's a global, simple membership. Very short contract, and it allows having access to our fleet of approximately 250 aircraft, no matter where and within shortest notice.
So what does your arrival in the Saudi domestic market mean for Saudi Arabia?
Well, it really brings the quality of operation that Vista has established since now more than 20 years on every continent around the world. And we can now offer exactly the same operational and service quality that we do anywhere else in the world. And so, as I mentioned earlier, it is our international clients that can now continue to use Vista within the country. And it's, of course, our very loyal and long-term Saudi client base that we have that can now use us within the country. And obviously, we're very excited to welcome a whole lot of new clients, being it large corporations or ultra-high net worth individuals, family offices that can join the Vista program.
I imagine you're pretty streamlined, but nevertheless, you're going to have some sort of a presence on the ground, I'm assuming. I mean, will you be hiring during the course of the next few months?
Of course, we in anticipation, we have been hiring. Our leader from a Salesforce point of view is actually Saudi since many years, so we have an advantage right there. And we're an attractive place to work for. So we'll continue to add to our Salesforce, continue to add to our operational infrastructure as the demand will be growing for our local operations.
Let's talk a bit about your future Saudi operation. I mean, what do you expect are going to be the main routes?
Well, I think it's definitely between the main cities in Saudi, but also, there are some smaller airfields and smaller areas where, either investors or business people need to get to, very, very efficiently, maybe only stay for 24 hours and fly straight back to Riyadh or Jeddah. It's exactly that what we're serving within the country, making it so much more palatable and easy to use private jets within the country, and most importantly, in a very efficient way.
Tell us a bit about what it's been like getting set up in Saudi Arabia. What have been your main sort of takeaways?
Well, it has been an incredibly pleasant experience to work with the Gaga and the leadership in this process. It's a normal process that we have to go through. There is a lot of diligence. There is a lot of detailed understanding exactly how we operate. And that has been done in an extremely transparent way. And obviously, we're extremely pleased to have been awarded the license to fly within the country and now serve the country with our fleet, the famous silver with a red stripe fleet, and its impeccable service standards that we offer already everywhere else in the world.
Yeah, the very first foreign private jet operator to be given that award, that privilege. I want to ask you, I mean, you've touched upon this a little bit already, but who do you see as being sort of the typical VistaJet client? I mean, do you think the profile of the typical VistaJet client in Saudi Arabia will be any different from anywhere else in the world?
Not really. I mean, we have 15 years of experience flying into Saudi from an international aspect, and we have a very significant customer base of Saudi companies and Saudi family offices or ultra-high net worth individuals that have chosen the Vista subscription over buying an airplane. And I think it's on the back of that 15 years experience that also impressed the authorities that we already have and that we're now expanding into these local flying opportunities. So I expect very much the same type of client between corporations that don't need to put an aircraft on a balance sheet. Think about it. When you buy one airplane, it's very often, I always say, it's difficult to decide which one you fly, and you buy let's say a mid-range airplane. It takes you nonstop to Europe, but if you need to go to Asia or to America, you can't do it nonstop. You need to stop somewhere. But then again, if you buy an ultra long range, let's say Global 7500, our leading product, you get nonstop to America or to Tokyo, but do you really need to fly from Riyadh to Jeddah on a 7500? The answer is no. And that's exactly the Vista advantage, where you choose the airplane right for your trip. And, Challenger 350 is perfectly fine for a shorter hop, and the ultra long range can be covered. So if you subscribe to our Vista program, you dedicate for a specific flight the airplane which is best for you. And that's incredibly efficient, and also from a cost point of view, much less expensive than owning a full aircraft. And you have the subscription 365 days a year. We all know aircraft are not available 365 days a year. Maybe they're available 310 days. And those are the efficiency drivers I think the kingdom is looking for. And we're bringing exactly that efficiency to the country.
Right, so you're basically saying companies have got the choice of not just having one plane, but having a whole fleet of planes for short-haul, medium-haul, long-haul flights, or having a subscription with an operator like you. So I think you've done a good sell on that one. What are the main reasons people give you for flying private?
Well, look, I mean, it is certainly the efficiency, the time efficiency of whether it is, a business leader, whether it is, maybe it's a country leadership, it is executives, ambassadors, what have you. It is really that efficiency to get point to point in the shortest way possible, avoiding big airports, avoiding big queues, avoiding to change aircraft, or if you're flying in a more remote location. If you look at the privacy element of it, when you fly Vista, you're flying, yes, on a silver aircraft with a red stripe, but if you own an airplane, then it's a registered tail, and today that's very visible who is flying from where to where on the global radar side. So privacy is a big driver for our business. Efficiency is time. Gaining time is a big driver for flying private, because business leaders, political leaders, they have one thing all in common. And this is they're short of time because they need to spend that extra time either with their employees or driving opportunities forward or exploring maybe new investment opportunities somewhere on the globe. And at the end, let's also not forget, we all have families and families to spend time with. And that is really where business jets are driving that efficiency of time savings into people's schedules and on a point-to-point basis into the remotest locations.
Okay, so really it's efficiency, it's time saving and privacy that sort of seem to be the key drivers there. When it comes to this market, and just sort of more broadly talking about the region, the Middle East, any numbers to share with us, any trends you've identified, any changes you're seeing in the private jet market here?
Well, the Middle East is booming, and we see significant growth. So the market share the Middle East is taking over the global market share sees a significant uptick in demand. Obviously, our global 7,500 fleet that we have, 18 of those aircraft, is very much suited extremely well for the Middle East because basically this aircraft can take you nonstop to pretty much any point on the planet. And where the Middle East is geographically, that's very, very helpful. So we see business leaders from any region coming into any continent coming into the Middle East and flying back, very often on very short trips. They're always stressed for time. And that's where the flying offices, we call it, with the highest speed internet available, et cetera, allows them to be so efficient, conduct their business, and come back rested, given the sleep experience, the low cabin pressure that we have in our aircraft, et cetera, and the service where they can be most efficient with their business conduct.
Any possible IPO or possible Saudi investment, for example, into VistaJet?
Well, look, we're a private company, as you know. I still own the company about 85%. We've just recently done capital market transactions earlier this year between equity and some amazing debt financing of about $1.3 billion. So at this point in time, we're very happy with the capital structure that we have. So right now, no plans.
Okay, and just lastly, one person described private jets as Ubers for billionaires. What do you say to that?
I don't think so. I don't think this is a measurement of wealth. Is it more expensive than flying commercial? In most cases, yes. But if you take 10 business leaders from Saudi to New York, it might be equal or even less expensive if they fly first class versus on a Vista airplane. I think, again, I come back to, corporations have to be efficient. They have to be efficient with the time of their leaders, and they take very prudent business decisions. And that's really where the private jet market fits into. There are more than 25,000 corporate jets in the world. And for that very purpose of creating corporate and family offices and government's efficiencies, and that's exactly where we're serving. And as you know, we have the largest global infrastructure on every single continent, and we feel it's still the beginning. There's so much more of market share to take with our business model, and we're obviously super excited that we're working in such close collaboration with Saudi Arabia to now bring these services to this wonderful country.
Okay, well, many congratulations again for being the first private jet operator to be allowed to fly point-to-point domestically within Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thomas Flohr, the founder and chairman of VistaJet. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, I'm here with Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, this announcement that's been made, VistaJet to be allowed to fly within Saudi Arabia on domestic routes, first private jet operator to be allowed to do that. Why is that significant, do you think?
Well, Tom, I mean, it's very exciting news for VistaJet, I'm sure, and also the counterparts in Saudi Arabia. But this is much further beyond. This goes much further beyond than simply a slight regulatory change or one private jet operator coming into the region. See, what does the private jet industry mean for a region, right? At the moment, around 3/4 of the private jets owned by Saudis are actually sitting overseas, right? And if you think about, I mean, I don't know if you've ever owned a jet, Tom, but if you are familiar with the cost of maintaining a jet, you know, it can be several $1 million a year for a Gulfstream or a Global that our guest was just speaking about. Now, this economic output or input is sitting external to Saudi Arabia as it stands. And part of the aviation and civil authorities aviation strategy, you know, one of the goals is to bring up to 90% of that ownership back into Saudi Arabia. So if we just extrapolate that and we think about, you know, without getting into all of the finer studies and numbers, I mean, currently 3/4 of that output or economic development is sitting outside, and they want to bring it to turn that into 90% internally. There is a MRO industry to build around that. There is a range of services and solutions to build around that kind of industry. And this is really the Saudi way. Build a spine for the industry, and then wrap the value chain around it. And we've talked about many different sectors, Tom, and we've seen this from, you know, in sports to AI to energy. I mean, this is really, you could, if you look closely enough, you can see this is a pattern and a very effective one at that. And that's the significance of VistaJet here. It's an opportunity for the market to develop. It's VistaJet today. Who will it be tomorrow? And, you know, when that market starts to develop. Now, VistaJet, to the best of my knowledge, owns a lot of its aircraft, but there are many private jet operators out there which will operate and manage the aircraft that are standing idle, that are owned by people. Now, if you connect the dots there, you know, we bring 90% of the jets back home, and you start to see more of the service providers actually operate out of Kingdom, and we begin seeing the industries develop around that in Kingdom. You know, the possibilities are endless. This is really, I mean, this is a case of sovereignty in the skies, moving away from, you know, all of the consumer-like behaviors that we see.
Yeah, as I said in the introduction, I mean, one of the goals here is to make the market more competitive. I'm also just wondering to myself, whilst talking to you, what sort of a market size are we talking about here? Because in population terms, I mean, Saudi Arabia is one of the larger countries in the region, isn't it?
Of course. I mean, it's one of the larger countries, but we have to remember that, you know, when we're talking aviation, we're speaking really about a global audience, right? And the Aviation and Civil Authority has, within its aviation strategy, ambitions to grow the number of passengers handled by almost twofold, so up to 330 million by 2030. Now, aviation is going to be serving tourism, business, enterprise. We have a significantly sizable pool of international executives and talent coming through the region. I mean, it's the perfect conditions for mass development of an industry. Now, I mean, in terms of competition, so, you know, VistaJet is the first operator privately to be operating in the region under these regulations, but I imagine there is much more to come. Now, if we take into consideration, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, there's 3/4 of the jets sitting outside. There is a rapidly growing base of local wealth holders and business operators, and of course, you know, public ministerial travel. But then you have the world that's now attending events, that's attending business events. The FII conference is coming up next month, which year on year has seen, you know, the world's leaders pass through. You have the FIFA World Cup up ahead. You have the many sporting events coming through the next couple of years. Riyadh Expo in 2030. I mean, the market is quite sizable, and I think that, you know, what we're seeing here with VistaJet is simply the first block of an enormous white space.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. We'll be back with you very shortly. Let's take a quick look at some of the other stories we're following for you from the week. The Saudi utility giant Aqua Power has announced that commercial operations have begun at 3 solar power plants in Saudi Arabia. The company says these plants together have a combined capacity of 2.79 gigawatts. Well, this aligns neatly with the kingdom's goal of generating clean energy primarily through solar power. Riyadh Air, which takes to the skies later on this year, is offering further glimpses of the sort of Saudi hospitality that passengers can expect. The airline has signed partnership agreements with Milaf Global Food Company and the Saudi Coffee Company, meaning that premium coffee and dates will be offered in flight. While further showcasing the kingdom's heritage, Milaf Cola, which is made from dates, will also be served on flights. And in the context of record visitor numbers to the kingdom, the third edition of the Hotel Supply and Hospitality Expo has just wrapped up in Jeddah. That three-day event featured 250 exhibitors representing brands from 35 countries across the hotel and hospitality industry. In other news, Lenovo Group has announced that it's going to be setting up its regional headquarters in Saudi Arabia. This as the Chinese PC maker seeks to boost its presence in the Middle East. Well, that announcement forms part of Lenovo's strategic collaboration with the PIF-owned company Alat. Well, Lenovo says the move highlights its long-term commitment to supporting Vision 2030 and playing a part in advancing the kingdom's digital transformation and economic diversification agenda. Well, let's get more on that with Ali, the Chief Investment Officer of Hytham & Company, who's still standing by for us. Ali, thanks for standing by. Just wondered what you read into this announcement by Lenovo.
Well, Tom, earlier this year, the Lenovo factory was broken ground on back in February around the time of the LEAP conference. And see, building a factory in region is the signal that there is a real interest to build a sizable presence in the region. But you know, establishing your regional headquarters in a new region, that is signaling intent of something much greater. You know, that means that they are here in a serious way. Now, that's great for Lenovo and great for Lenovo's partners in region and the market potential that they can capture. But this has, much broader implications. I mean, we've spoken on many occasions about various sectors, and the question that very consistently tends to pop up is around the availability of talent and knowledge and innovation and capability. And when organizations like this start to signal that this is a region that we believe in so seriously that we will not only establish a factory, put thousands of people on the ground, train Saudi nationals, but also bring the world's best executives and talent into region to mentor them and to collaborate with the national entities, with the private sector, and be here in a meaningful way for what seems like an indefinite period. You can imagine, this is an enormous signal, not only to the region, but to the world. If we take this back to, let's look at some parallels, right? The likes of South Korea, nearly half of their GDP stems from the ICT and industrial sectors, and the household names we've come to know, Hyundai, Samsung, LG. Draw the parallels. If you were to establish a market which spawns sectors like this within the space of a few short years, that's quite something. And it's quite something not just for the region, but a major signal to the world.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. We'll be back with you again very shortly. Now, Alula is a historic oasis city about 1,000 kilometres northwest of Riyadh. Well, the city is important for various reasons: archaeology, heritage, and increasingly tourism. Well, one of the modern aspects of Alula is the Maraya Concert Hall, which is the largest mirrored building in the whole world. Well, with the edge now coming off the heat of summer, tourists are making a return to Alula in the months ahead. So what can visitors expect? What's being done to attract more visitors? And what will be some of the highlights of the upcoming tourist season? Well, to help us answer those questions, we can cross to Riyadh and speak to Melanie D'Souza, who is the Executive Director, Destination Marketing at Alula. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Melanie. When does the tourist season really take off there in Alula?
Well, Tom, we're really about building a year-round destination. You're absolutely right in saying that the peak season is rapidly approaching, but we've had great success in flattening our seasonality. And, the destination itself is premised on heritage of global significance, as you've rightly called it. But against these stunning landscapes, we have so much play out, from adventure to wellness, to anything that is any experience that could be done in the outdoors. And what we've curated now is a fabulous calendar of events under the banner of Alula Moments, with 5 festivals. So commencing straight off in September, we have Azimuth, which will be an outdoor concert in Thanaya, a beautiful venue, up to 2,000 people, and a fabulous lineup of artists curated by Middle Beast. Then we go into festival season with, first off, Wellness, which this year will have a increasing fitness and agenda for people seeking, everything from marathons to cycling and swimming. Followed very quickly by Ancient Kingdoms, which is very much about our heritage taking center stage, but heritage sites that you can experience with a real difference, like Hegra After Dark, which this year won the Middle East Event Award for Best Arts and Cultural Event. Then we go into Winter at Tantora, which of course was our very first event when we opened our doors roughly 6 years ago. And of course, followed very much then by Arts, where we have a very bold ambition, subject to confirmation still, but we're expecting the resumption of Desert X in partnership with Coachella. And of course, that is a forerunner to Wadi Al Fan, which is still a few years away, but which is our bold ambition for art in the landscape.
Okay, so lots of things in the calendar by the sounds of things. I mean, you've hinted at this as a slightly seasonal destination, depending on people's tolerance thresholds, perhaps, for the heat. But I mean, is there a best time to visit Alula?
Well, we talk about October to May being very much a lovely part of the year. But I'll give you an example. A couple of weekends ago, mid-August, we ran Desert Blaze. And not for the faint-hearted, I must admit, but 500 runners out enduring the heat and coming in with record times. So I think with Ramadan as well, increasingly encroaching into what would be peak period, our job is how do we curate itineraries and put on events that are going to be targeted to specific audiences in specific countries. And remembering that the early mornings and the late evenings can be curated for outdoor, whereas during the midday heat, it's about indoor experiences.
Okay, so during the really hot months of the year, I mean, is it a struggle for businesses to stay afloat? So do you see, I'm assuming you see an appreciable downturn, do you, in the sorts of numbers coming through?
We definitely have a trend line that indicates that we have work to do to flatten seasonality, but let me give you some numbers. Year to date from January to July, which includes quite a few of those hot months, a 7% increase in airline passengers, a 17% increase in occupied room nights. And if I compare Ramadan, typically an off-season period, this year and last, an 86% growth in room nights, because we've really worked with our tourism ecosystem to put on a value-based offering and to really have programming that is appropriate for that special time of the year.
Okay, so it sounds like a really positive evolution overall in terms of sort of the trajectory of visitor numbers for Alula.
Absolutely. I mean, we have the ambition to hit the 1 million magic target by 2030, but really at our heart is building out a destination that is being curated very sensitively with sustainability core to its ethos. And this is only ever about experiences that are going to be personalized and curated. We're never looking at expanding our target slots at our heritage sites any more than what we think is appropriate. So this is a counter proposition, if you like, to some of the mass tourism destinations that are on offer worldwide.
Okay, I mean, in terms of infrastructure there in Alula, while you were talking earlier, we were looking at some of the beautiful scenes of Alula, that famous pool that's built into the existing terrain of the natural terrain of Alula. I mean, clearly there's a lot on offer at the high end of the market, but is there accommodation, would you say, for every budget?
Well, if I look at our hotel stock, even outside accredited room inventory, there's so much accommodation bookable through the likes of Gathering and Airbnb. Beautiful farmhouses, for example, that are making the designer pages of magazines around the world. So yes, there is accommodation at various price points. And, for us, the luxury is about the way we're going about the experience delivery. We want our very proud locals in the Alula community of ours to be at the forefront of every experience. We believe that apart from the built environment, what is really the takeout and the standard takeout for Saudi and indeed Alula as a relatively new destination is the warmth and hospitality of the locals. And this is something that we hear repeatedly in terms of customer feedback. But if I think about what we're building, both in the space of arts, the arts and cultural agenda, but also more broadly in terms of, the hotel environment and the approach to infrastructure in the context of airport capacity, we're certainly looking to be able to grow in line with our targets, which are moderate.
Okay, just lastly, we are a business programme here on Al Arabiya English. Any numbers you can share with us in terms of what this increase in tourists, what the total number of tourists represents in terms of revenue for Alula?
Well, we had 286,000 tourists last year. We've got a target of 310,000 this year, average lengths of stay of over 3.5 days, and a pretty good average spend. And for us, this is, as you rightly say, it's about revenue and expenditure, but we're never going to be chasing mass millions in terms of numbers. It is very much about a tourism experience and a destination that is premised on responsible tourism and sustainability at its core.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. You're really making me want to visit Alula. Melanie De Souza, the Executive Director, Destination Marketing at Alula. Thank you very much for your time. Well, I'm still here with Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, I don't know, have you been to Alula?
I've not had the opportunity to visit Alula, Tom, unfortunately, but I hope to do so very soon.
Yeah, it looks amazing. I haven't been either, but looking at those pictures, I think I'm going to be changing that very soon. Just lastly, really, to wrap up the segment on Alula, it's just one of many, isn't it? Tourist destinations, tourism projects, and all of that ties in very neatly with Vision 2030. Just remind us how it does that.
So, look, I have to describe Alula as a truly unique site. Every one of the projects that's under development is unique in its own right, but Alula, little known facts, is nearly 200,000 years old. There is evidence of tool making, for example, in the Alula sites, particularly the Hadra site, where archaeological evidence shows tools up to 200,000 years old. So it's a bridge between humanity's past and humanity's future. Now, to give you context around that, it's believed that nearly 97% of all recorded human history, so 97% of all documented human history, actually took place in the last 5,000 years. So we're talking about a site that has history up to 200,000 years old. And the way it's being developed, there's 5 sort of regions really staging you through a journey to explore each one of those phases. So it's quite fascinating from that perspective. There's a lot of very interesting activations happening. There's been a number of musical events and shows and concerts, and there's a huge pipeline of hospitality projects underway. This is really a 15-year development that's going to take place. So naturally, it will bring a lot of commerce and opportunity within the tourism industry. But I think, aside from all of that, it really is a very fascinating place, and how amazing to be able to really be the bridge between that past and future and offer an experience whilst building an entire industry and sector around it.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. And finally, the Assir region in southern Saudi Arabia is in parts around 2,000 metres above sea level, making it ideal in the hot summer months because it has cooler temperatures. Well, an annual summer festival, the Assir season, has just wrapped up there. And one of the more unexpected attractions this year was a Wild West cowboy-themed town. Well, complete with all the right clothing, as you can see there, some cowboy hats, boots and fringed jackets. The event was a big hit, with plenty of activities drawing people from far and wide. And organisers say it exemplifies the kingdom's push to diversify tourist offerings.
I will be honest with you. We are Arabs and the sons of this country. We are proud Saudis who cherish our identity, our Arab roots, our culture, and even our Bedouin heritage. We don't deny this identity. It runs in our blood. But the purpose of creating this theme was to showcase Saudi tourism to the furthest reach possible.
OK, well, it's something we don't often see there, people wearing cowboy outfits in Saudi Arabia. Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company, is still standing by for us. Ali, I mean, that's a different kind of tourist offering, as we just heard there. And we've talked about this quite a bit before, haven't we, how Saudi Arabia is welcoming record numbers of tourists. I think there are 116 million domestic and international visitors in 2024, up around 6% on the previous year. I mean, let's not underestimate this. I mean, tourism is a key revenue stream for Saudi Arabia now. And it seems there's an ever-growing number of different offerings as well.
Of course. I mean, we have spoken about this on a number of occasions in different capacities. But tourism is an interesting sector, right? I mean, in itself, it is an enormous economic driver because it, of course, brings people into certain landmark sites and regions of the nation or any host nation, but most importantly, it really funnels attention into SMEs, the backbone of any developing nation. It brings cultures together. It brings social cohesion. There are so many flow-on effects, and Saudi Arabia has been very, very clear on the appetite to open up to the world and to attract the world and to bring novel and new experiences to light, and I think this is yet another example of that.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company. Really appreciate your inputs, as ever. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Meanwhile, stay tuned if you can.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world...
A public crime emergency or a manufactured crisis? Sending in the National Guard to American cities is a hot partisan flashpoint. Democrats say it's just one example of presidential overreach. Republicans insist it's entirely appropriate. Is the separation of powers under threat? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. President Trump says too many US cities are dangerous and filthy. He's called it a national emergency and has sent in the National Guard, a move that has Democratic governors up in arms.
It's illegal, unconstitutional. Frankly, it's un-American
to send troops into American cities when there's no emergency, there's no insurrection. And he's only doing it because he wants to disrupt future elections.
The National Guard has been patrolling Washington, D.C. for more than 2 weeks. And the mayor says there's been a sharp reduction in violent crime.
The difference between this period, this 20-day period of this federal surge and last year represents a 87% reduction in carjackings in Washington, D.C.
So if it's working, why are the Democrats so concerned? They argue it's just one example in a long list of presidential abuses of power, like his intervention in the workings of the Federal Reserve and the Public Health Agency, the CDC. So, on this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, is deploying the National Guard good policing or a political ploy? Is President Trump abusing the separation of powers? And will he really push for a third term? On our panel to debate all the latest from the White House is John Burnett, the first vice chairman of the New York State Republican Party, and also on our panel, Khyvon Shroff, Democratic strategist and commentator. Gentlemen, thanks for your time here on Counterpoints. Well, the balance of power in the US between the states and the federal government is often a point of contention, and we're seeing that playing out on the streets of Washington, D.C. right now, where President Trump has gone over the head of the state governor, deploying more than 2,000 National Guards to crack down on crime. John, let's start with you to kick off our debate. Is this good policing or is it a political ploy?
Well, first, thank you for having me on your show. The District of Columbia, if it were a state, would be the #1 high crime, violent crime state in the country. So that's more than number one reason to actually move in, because the first obligation of the federal government, or the state government for that matter, is to keep people safe. So when you have high homicide rates, high violent crime rates, and you're not actually curtailing it to keep people safe, I think President Trump moved in to do the right thing. And when you look at the numbers, an AP NORC poll said that over 80% of the people polled said that crime is a major issue. And yet, just yesterday, the mayor of D.C. came out and thanked President Trump. She said she greatly appreciated the fact that more law enforcement was visible on the streets, and she went down through the numbers and saying that violent crime, starting with carjackings, plummeted, given the fact that more law enforcement were on the streets to deter crimes from actually happening and to get things under control. And she even praised, along with many other Democrats, praised the fact that, you know what, there were no homicides for a 2-week period since the troops came in. So it actually saved lives. I'm more concerned with, once the troops leave under Mayor Bowser, as well as the police chief, do they have enough and have the right strategy to make sure that they can keep people safe?
Mm-hmm. Khyvon, what's your response to that?
Well, I think a couple of things. You know, crime is a problem in D.C., and I think that smart approaches to dealing with crime have led to D.C. having the lowest crime rates in 30 years. And I think we've been hearing these talking points about the crime rate in D.C., but it seems like Republicans don't care about higher crime rates in red state-run cities like Jackson, Mississippi, like Birmingham, Alabama. So the talking point seems to fall a bit flat, and you had Kamala Harris, you had Hillary Clinton call out that Trump would do exactly this if reelected. He would send troops after Democratic cities. And he's doing it because it's an authoritarian flex. I think what's more concerning here is the pattern, right? Sending these troops into cities, building himself a $200 million White House ballroom, and Is he going to leave the city of DC when his term ends, or is he going to refuse to, like he did last time? And is this all a test run to take control of our capital city? I think that's what a lot of Democrats are really concerned about. And then you see other behaviors, right? Like taking a 10% stake in Intel, demanding that Cracker Barrel, an American company, change its logo. These are full-on dictator moves and part of a much larger pattern and picture. So I know Republicans want to make this about crime and Democrats being soft on crime. My colleague just admitted Democrats are being reasonable on this. They're taking the help. We have to also acknowledge a lot of the resources to DC were cut by this administration. So some of what they're doing is just replacing those resources. You have National Guard members picking up trash and laying mulch that Park Services would have done, but Republicans slashed that budget. So I don't know that sending our troops to go pick up garbage is making the city safer.
Well, the thing is that you notice that he threw in a whole laundry list of things that have nothing to do with the question and nothing to do with
it's
what
a
we're
pattern
trying to
I'm
talk
asking you to
about.
recognize.
He's talking about all these different things. All these different things except for the crime rate. And that is one of the reasons why Democrats are saying, wait a second.
I talked about the crime rate. Don't lie.
Their party is not addressing the number one issue. And in fact, members of Newsmax, right, where I have my show, one person was murdered a couple of weeks ago, and another person, a reporter, she was carjacked. Fortunately, her 1-year-old was not in the car at the time. So it's hitting everyday working people, whether you're whether you're a journalist, whether you're an everyday essential worker, or whether you work on Capitol Hill. Everyone is concerned about the safety.
One thing Kaivan did raise that I think perhaps you should respond to, John, is this idea that this is the president focusing only on Democratic states and that there are red states that have troubling crime figures, but they don't seem to be in the spotlight. Why is that?
I think it should all be addressed, whether you talk about Memphis, Tennessee, or whether you talk about District of Columbia. It's more easier, based upon the way the district laws allows President Trump to actually annex DC for not an extended period of time, a short period of time. So you can look at this as a base case or pilot program to possibly roll out to other cities, red or blue, because I'm not here to talk about Republican or Democrat run cities or states. I'm here to talk about what people need. They need a baseline of safety.
Kaivan, what do you say to that, this baseline of safety? If the mayor of DC is saying that crime has gone down, isn't that a good thing?
Crime was already at historic lows, and yes, she's taking the help, but I want to reiterate my point that agencies like ATF, Donald Trump has actually, for all the rhetoric, defunded police. He has cut $800 million in grants to support local law enforcement. He's gutted the ATF. We just had another mass shooting yesterday, unfortunately. All of these efforts have left DC without their usual resources. So some of this surge is replacing those missing resources, and they are thankful for that. But I will say it's just another talking point to say this is a test case. You have not heard Trump utter that he's going to do this in red states. You've heard Republicans on Newsmax and everywhere else only talk about DC, New York City, Los Angeles, and Illinois. So it's very hypocritical.
Let's talk about the numbers.
Even though
let's talk about the numbers.
The top 10 murder states in the country are red states.
Since the troops were sent in to deter crime, robberies down 46%.
Still not going to talk about red states, right? That's what we're getting.
Carjackings down 80%.
Go back to DC. Yep.
Violent crimes down 22%. The results, well, you're saying,
nothing to say about red states.
It was actually trending down, so you're okay with a baseline number of carjackings, rapes,
Wrong.
and
I
murders.
said it's good. I said it's good.
We should be concerned about it all, whether it's blue or red or purple. It needs to be done because,
but you don't care.
Over 80% of Americans, whether you're right, left, or center, want to be safe and they want to live the American dream.
What about to Kaivon's point, though, John, that the president has defunded a lot of the police, so the National Guard is now having to come in to do the job that the police would have done if they hadn't have been defunded in the first place?
There is no... You know what's funny? Nancy Pelosi is in charge of the DC...
answer her question.
Capitol Police, right? Hold on. And they tried to say Trump didn't provide resources. It's the same narrative coming out of that when it comes to DC or law enforcement in general. I don't think there's any competent person who's watching this program would actually believe that President Trump cut law enforcement. No one with an ounce of common sense would believe that, but they're going to run
Anyone
with that,
with Google
just like
should
they
believe
ran
it.
with the Russian hoax and everything else.
Oh, now
President
we're going
Trump,
to Russia.
since he came
Talk
down
about a
the
dodge.
escalator, has been touting law and order, economic freedom, and prosperity in America. That he's been consistent on that, and that's why he's smiling, because he knows that's the truth. All he's spitting is talking.
Sorry, I'm
points
smiling
while
because you
people are
managed
dying.
to take us to Russia.
Okay, right of reply to you, Kaivon, then we're going to move on. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I mean, talk about a dodge. Why are we talking about Russia? You asked him about Trump defunding police, which
because you're dodging
Google
the
that
question.
Donald Trump did make those cuts. Anyone can Google it. I know the truth hurts, but just
people
Google
in
it,
DC
viewers.
are dodging bullets, and you're dodging questions.
All right, well, let's move on
Good
to
line.
another big question mark that some people have over the president. I'm going to put this one to both of you. President Trump prides himself on not doing things by the book. He's lauded by his supporters for standing up to the political establishment and, in his words, fixing all the ingrained problems. But in doing so, he's drawn criticism for overreaching. The separation of powers is in the US is enshrined in the Constitution, but his detractors argue he's putting that doctrine at risk. Take a listen, though, first of all, to this response from the president.
And they say, we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator, he's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person. And when I see what's happening to our cities, and then you send in troops, instead of being praised, they're saying you're trying to take over the republic. These people are sick.
Kaivon, is the president acting like a dictator?
First of all, just that statement that he doesn't like a dictator. There isn't a dictator Donald Trump has met that he hasn't fawned over, loved. He was writing love letters to Kim Jong-un. He rolled out the red carpet for Putin. So we all know that's dishonest. And I think, yes, back to my point, he is acting like a dictator, trying to totally take over every branch of government, even going so far as to nominate Emil Bove, who said that he would ignore judicial rulings, what our courts say, to the federal bench. So it's a full MAGA takeover of government, and it's horrible for the enduring nature of our democracy.
John?
You know, it's very interesting to hear Democrats justify high crime rates and saying, no, don't try anything different. Don't do anything about the problem. Let's just wish it away. Or instead of bringing in law enforcement, let's just double down on social workers. Well, the American people have more common sense than that. And when you actually go and talk to everyday people, including business owners, they praise the move. Why? Because people can actually start walking down the street with their children, jogging, and actually stop at a red light or a stop sign without the fear of being carjacked and their life placed in danger. So you know what? If the local politicians who are using taxpayer dollars to do nothing to address the situation, that's why many people, politicians as well as everyday people, are saying, you know what? We welcome President Trump, whether it's a blue or red state.
What about, John, the accusations from some of Trump's critics that he's weaponizing institutions like the Federal Reserve, like the CDC, that his moves to intervene in those institutions is unconstitutional and an overreach?
You mean when too late Jerome Powell actually cut interest rates before the election last year, but only lowered it once since then? Who said, interest rates or current inflationary environment is transitory? You know what? When you look at law, even when you look at the medical field, there are multiple opinions. And President Trump has a different opinion than the Fed. In fact, that's good for our republic. And when you look at, independence, whether you look at how the previous administration was run and operated, as well as the Fed, they're not doing the right thing. Look, inflation was as high, almost double digits in America. And when you look at the credit card interest rates, they still haven't come down to give people a reprieve who use credit cards just to close their monthly budgets when high inflation was running rampant. Then when you look at the current situation, existing home sales are drastically down. Why? Mm-hmm. Because mortgage rates are still high, while Lisa Cook, a Fed board governor, actually got a special interest rate. So people are sick and tired of the elite class getting a break while the burden, whether you talk about high interest rates or high national debt, are on the backs of everyday working Americans. President Trump is saying no mas, no more. We need to do differently.
Let's talk about that, because Donald Trump just added $4 trillion to the national debt that my generation, not your generation, is going to have to own. Donald Trump is actually currently responsible over his 2 terms for 25% the total American national debt. He has been writing checks. He's the bankruptcy king and he's bankrupting the country. Why is he putting so much pressure on the Fed? Well, because his economic decisions have been horrible. His tariffs are wrecking our economy. Consumer spending down, business investment down. And so he wants the labor market so bad, he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he didn't like the numbers. And now he wants the Fed to bail him out for a short-term win that's going to cost us in the long term. It's very much like what he's actually doing, I think a similar, but somewhat similar redistricting fight, right? A short-term win. He wants to make our districts that much more partisan when they should be nonpartisan for the benefit of democracy. But because he's done such a bad job, he needs to rig the 2026 midterms, and it's going to do lasting damage to our democracy. You see this pattern over and over again in everything Donald Trump does.
You know what? Your hair is perfect, nice, crisp shirt, but your facts are all wrong.
At least I have some.
Today. Obviously, you don't read the news or actually watch programs, but I'm glad you're on this one. Let me just.
I don't watch Newsmax, that's for sure. I can tell you I don't watch Newsmax.
The
U.S. economy expanded 3.3% in the second quarter. That beat estimates. So tariffs obviously have not impacted the economy based upon what just was released today. And guess what? Consumer spending is also up, beating estimates. So the Democrats are holding on to this fear-mongering and false narratives that tariffs are bringing down the economy, when yet consumer spending is up, business spending is up, as well as GDP is up. So there's no need to have these high interest rates and no need to stoke fear coming out of the DNC as we go into the midterm elections. I know you're scared. I know you're running scared.
Your party is the one that wants to rig the midterms. So if you were so confident, why does Trump need to beg for 5 seats in Texas?
Let me just say thank you for everything that you're doing.
Explain that.
Because you're helping Republicans win. We really appreciate the help.
Just explain it. If you're so confident, why rig the outcome?
The economy's great.
No.
And if the
then why
Fed
steal 5 seats in Texas?
What it should do, instead of its board of governors seeking special interest rates, maybe we can actually empower the people.
It is a good question, though, John, and I want to reiterate what Khyborn has said there. If the economy is so good, why is the president so preoccupied with the Federal Reserve and interest rates? If things are going great, well, shouldn't he just keep his hands off and keep doing his job and let the Fed do theirs?
You know what, Melinda? You have a great show. You're doing well. My counterpart, he's doing well. I'm doing well. But the majority of people that struggle day to day, they were crushed under Bidenomics and Kamala Harris. Being told that inflation is transitory when they suffered for years with high interest rates. So just to balance
Inflation's
things
up under
out,
Trump.
and not only were they paying more for everything for an extended period of time, the mortgage rates haven't even come down. So that way they could try to move from paying high rent to actually paying a mortgage, giving themselves an opportunity in the future to create wealth or at least pass it down. So I'm talking about balancing here, not for the people who are doing well like us or President Trump himself, but for the everyday average person that's still paying 20 plus, upwards to 25% in interest payments on credit cards, paying over 7% for a mortgage, and in some respects, 8 and 9% for a car loan. That is ultimately an issue for everyday working people who don't have the wherewithal. So we have to find
Let's
balance
talk about
in this
everyday
economy.
working people.
And I'm not saying
Let's
that
talk
as
about
a
them.
Republican,
All right,
I'm
your
saying
response,
it as an
Khyborn?
American.
Yeah, everyday working people, the bottom 60% of Americans lost out their after-tax income under Donald Trump's one big beautiful bill, which, by the way, he doesn't even want to call it anymore, cuts those incomes for the bottom 60%. You know who it benefits? The top 0.1%. Donald Trump's rich friends earning over $3 million a year. And my colleague still did not answer the question, which is that if everything's so wonderful on the economy, on crime, on every issue under the sun,
people are still hurting with high interest rates.
Why does Trump need to steal 5 seats in Texas if he's going to win midterms because he's so popular? It's because he's projected for a blue wave blowout. He is deeply unpopular on these issues. Explain it.
You mean like the one you were predicting last year? Okay.
Why steal the seats?
We're going to get close to running out of time, so I want to move us on to our last segment because this is an interesting one, and I'm looking forward to getting your take on them. One of President Trump's most vocal critics is Californian Governor Gavin Newsom. He's been attracting a lot of attention lately for his social media trolling of the president. Khyborn, is this a case of if you can't beat them, join them? I mean, Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high. Is that notion now just out of the window for Democrats?
That's been out. That's been out for a decade, unfortunately. But I think the reality is what Gavin Newsom is doing is effective in 2 senses, though I will concede I think it's got a short runway with Democrats because Democrats aren't in this to score random Twitter points against Republicans. They want to pass policies that help the American people. That's the end goal. But what Gavin Newsom is doing in 2 ways is nice. For Democrats, it's cathartic because they feel like Donald Trump is this unchecked bully that, regardless of the legal system, regardless of so many things, just cannot be held accountable, it seems. So it's nice to see somebody stand up to him. And I think second, it really sort of outlines how outrageous and preposterous Donald Trump's behavior day to day is that has been normalized. Because when you see a sane person like Gavin Newsom putting out those tweets in all caps, you're like, yeah, it is weird that a politician does this. And obviously that's part of his point. When he's talking about, make America Gavin again as a joke about Donald Trump's narcissism, it really hits that point home. So I think it's an effective gimmick in that sense.
Why is it getting under Republican skins, John?
Look, honestly, you know what? He's good for fundraising, right? Parties fundraise off each other, but let's bring it back to the people. When you look at the inflows of population versus outflows, there are more people fleeing California in New York. Why? Because of the high taxes and mismanagement. These are facts. And Gavin Newsom,
more people have fled Florida to California.
Even the mismanagement of the wildfires, right? There was no water to put out and effectively address the wildfires. When you look at the crime, when you look at the whole, California has the highest level of homelessness. If their policies worked, people would not be fleeing the state of California.
More people flee Florida to California.
Why? Because people have been leaving there, going to Texas. Hence the reason why Texas wants to redraw the maps based upon the huge influx of population. Remember, Texas,
John,
is a great place to do business, and no state income tax for the average worker. So it's working. Going back to Trump's tax bill, look, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security.
All right, we're almost out of time, so let me get Kaivon's response to that. Kaivon?
Here's an inconvenient fact. More Americans have left Florida, a red state, for California, a blue state run by Gavin Newsom, than have left California to go to Florida. Similar climate, all of that. Similar offerings, and you can't explain that dynamic. It's true. Google it. People that pay attention to facts believe it. I know in your world, whatever you think is what goes, there's actual data and facts that everybody else in the world and in the business community pays attention to and uses to make decisions.
Okay, I've got a question. Before we're out of time, I want to put it to both of you. Another reason why Gavin Newsom is making headlines at the moment, on Wednesday, he made a stark warning that he says President Trump is serious about running again in 2028, and he says we're losing the country in real time. John, will President Trump really push for a third term?
That is foolishness. President Trump already came out and said that he's not running again, but because these foolish Democrats rather focus on the latest foolish headline instead of focusing on coming with real policies, all they have is fear mongering. So you know what? President Trump is going to troll them. Because all he has to do is put out something on Truth Social or X, and just like minions, they'll actually run and start pushing these narratives instead of really start focusing on real policies like crime, to address crime, the local economics and things of that nature. It's foolishness.
All right, Kaivon, to that point, is it easier for Democrats to scaremonger that President Trump is going to run for a third term than putting in the work to make sure that they are a viable alternative?
I just think anybody in media using the idea that Democrats have scaremongered, everything they warned about has happened. Every single thing Democrats have been warning about for the last decade, Donald Trump and Republicans have done. Donald Trump even
won the election.
An insurrection. And by the way, Don's saying now that he won't run for a third term, but I guarantee you, the minute Donald Trump says he'll run for a third term, he'll be the first guy behind him in the cult saying, yeah, screw our democracy, it doesn't matter. So absolutely ridiculous talking points. And I don't think Democrats have been scaremongering at all. I will concede to the premise of your question, which is I think they have to make that case, but they also have to offer a positive set of policy proposals and communicate that effectively, particularly on affordability to the American people.
And Melinda, really quickly, that's why President Trump ran away with this election last year and won the popular vote. He didn't run away with it. And you can't do that unless a high number of Democrats cross over and vote for him. Why? Because they were sick of open borders, a poor, high inflationary economy, and not feeling safe. That's why Democrats failed. Trump is not running again, but guess what? J.D. Vance, other people, as well as local Republicans are running in blue states, and they'll likely win. That's why he's smiling.
All right, round us out, Kaivan. What do the Democrats need to learn? I mean, John's made some pretty good points about their failings from 2024.
He hasn't made great points, and none of the points made are based on true facts. So Donald Trump's already hemorrhaging support with Latinos, with young voters, some of the groups he made gains with, double-digit losses with young voters just 8 months into his second term. But secondly, MAGA as a concept is fractured on so many issues, on immigration. You even have Joe Rogan still coming after Trump for his Epstein cover-up, on international wars that Donald Trump is heating up, those foreign conflicts. He's lost Tucker Carlson and folks. So there's so many issues, adding $4 trillion to the debt, that the MAGA base has crumbled a lot since his reelection. And J.D. Vance is absolutely not the front runner in that race. There are so many players that are going to be tearing each other apart. And it's going to be actually very tough, I think, for Republicans to keep their thin coalition together.
But tell me, though, what are Democrats doing differently? What have they needed to learn from their failures?
What are Democrats doing differently? Yeah, sure. Democrats are focusing, by the way, as Kamala Harris did, on affordability, on making life better, education opportunities, childcare, access to jobs. By the way, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris created more jobs than the last 3 Republican presidents combined. Donald Trump, in contrast, had to fire the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because his jobs numbers are so bad. So I think Democrats need to figure out how to communicate what they have been doing to the American people and then build on that. And I think people like Ro Khanna do a good job of that, talking about, for example, who are going to be the winners and losers on an issue like AI, right? The next digital wave. Is it going to be rich folks and sort of those Silicon Valley bros that have all lined up behind Donald Trump while the truckers across America get replaced and shut out? Democrats want to give people an opportunity to own a part of that, to be a part of that. So I think that's the vision and the picture they're painting.
Okay, just finally, and by right of reply, John, what vision are the Republicans going to be selling for 2028?
They're going to be selling massive investment, not only by American businesses in America, but also international businesses. Whether you talk about investors from the Middle East, Asia, Europe, Latin America, a lot of companies and individuals are investing in America. When you have large investments like that, in addition to tax breaks, not only on large businesses, but small businesses, as well as working class individuals, that creates a huge and robust economy, which makes for not only higher wages, because wages are going up, but also mobility, job creation for those who aren't working and for those who want to move into better opportunities. All of these things are working. And he's telling Kamala Harris, well, Kamala Harris ended her campaign not only in failure, but $20 million in debt that the DNC just voted on this past week to pay off her debt. So they're still suffering from last year's election while President Trump is moving this economy forward, moving this country forward. And he's not just doing it for America, he's doing it for other nations around the world, creating a fair and balanced
business investment is down.
Gentlemen, I wish we could continue our debate, but I know we are out of time, so I'm going to have to leave it there. But what we love on Counterpoints is 2 strong sides to every story, and we certainly got that with the both of you this evening.
Well,
Thank you so much to John Burnett, the first Vice Chairman of the New York State Republican Party, and Kaivan Shroff, Democratic strategist and commentator. Thanks for joining us on Counterpoints, gentlemen. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The Trump name is a loaded one and carries with it both positive and negative traits, depending on your view of the current US president. For Fred Trump III, it's a name that has often created challenges because of his strained relationship with his uncle, perhaps even more so since Donald Trump returned to the White House. Fred is a passionate advocate for people with disabilities, as his youngest son, William, now in his mid-20s, has serious communication and physical challenges. In his book published in 2024, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way, Fred said that Donald Trump, in his first presidential term, had told him to let his son William die and move to Florida. Despite the rift, Fred Trump is still keen for his uncle to support his advocacy for disabled people. Although, as he told me, he believes Donald Trump's second term as president is a dangerous one. Fred, it's good to speak to you. It's been almost a year since we last spoke. And at that time, Donald Trump was campaigning. We discussed a lot about what would happen if he got into the White House again. Now, what did you make of what seemed to be, for a lot of people saying, is a decisive victory?
Yeah, I don't think it was decisive in terms of the numbers. For sure, it was a very slim majority that he won, which he did. But we've never seen anybody like him who will take a razor-thin majority and turn it into what he's turned it into. And you have to give him credit for that. I mean, I said it in my book all along. He is relentless, and he is going to do many of the things I said. He is full charged, full of energy. And does he make mistakes? In my opinion, yes. He'll never admit that. But he's doing stuff that no other president does. Now, you either agree with it or not, but he's in your face every single day.
In your opinion, what defines this presidency of Donald Trump compared with his first term?
A couple of things. He surrounded himself with what you may call legitimate cabinet members and folks that were around him. Yes, we've all used the word, guardrails. I was with him often at the beginning of his first term, and you could tell he was not happy with it. He comes from the hard-charging New York City real estate world, and now all of a sudden there are people telling him that there are rules that have to be followed. Second term, all bets are off. No guardrails, no rules. He will take advantage of anything he can. And again, as a Democrat, and I am a Democrat, I've always, since I was able to vote, have voted Democrat. There's a little envy in me, and I have a little Twitter account that has, a few thousand people, and I'm just constantly saying, and it's hard to say, but Democrats have to stop being so principled. They have to learn how to fight like he does. And just selfishly, I was kind of disappointed that the Harris campaign didn't use me a little more, because I grew up in the same neighborhood Donald did. I'm from Queens, and we know how to fight. So and that to use a word that Donald uses almost every day, that campaign, in my opinion, was a disaster. It should have been a victory for the Democrats.
In terms of where things are for the Democrats now, where does it leave them? Because, of course, it was one of those situations where people said, well, this was an opportunity, but obviously it was lost.
Yeah, it was lost. Bad campaign managers for Harris. Yeah, listen, she was thrown into a very difficult position. But when she didn't sort of disavow some of the Biden policies that she was involved with, I grant you. But here's the way I look at it. Donald's constituents, his fans, if you will, love him. I mean, you saw the Madison Square Garden before the election. I mean, they love him. In fact, there was one guy that spoke I actually went to junior high school with, and he was telling a story that I remember quite well. But these people, they have their signs. They have Was there anyone that really would cry in the stands for Kamala Harris when she came out? There was no true enthusiasm, except if you throw Beyonce in there. That was tough. You can't. I mean, you have to match his energy if that's possible.
The thing is that it seems, according to the critics, that Democrats don't have anyone with real charisma now to take on someone like Donald Trump. I mean, irrespective of whether he's a good guy or bad guy, according to your position, he's got that presence that people seem to like, especially in America.
And I couldn't agree more. And if you don't mind, I'll throw out some names that I think are really ones to look after. Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, Andy Beshear is the governor of Kentucky, this state senator from Texas, James Tallarico. Now, he should start off running for Senate. They're all really super smart. And Gavin Newsom, of course. I mean, you can't not have him in the conversation. But they're lacking that ability to attract passion from their people. I love Wes Moore. I think he's got a great backstory and all this. But I just don't know if he has the ability to go out there and take a knockout punch to his opponents.
We seem to live in a world, though, where, if you like, the strong guy seems to be the hero for a lot of people. We have Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. He's pretty much doing what he wants. We have Vladimir Putin in Russia doing pretty much what he wants, and Donald Trump in America doing pretty much what he wants. It seems it's a time for these guys who are really strong to just plow their way through.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I'm sure that list could be expanded by dozens. I keep saying, and I'm sure you're aware of what's going on with Texas, with the redistricting. And I was, again, on my Twitter feed saying, all right, Democrats, don't just say, oh, if they do it, we're going to do it. Why can't you, instead of being reactive, be proactive? Where's the smart guy in the Democratic leadership that says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's gerrymander 5 seats in California before they even think about it. But it's always, oh, they're doing it. It's terrible. So we're going to do it. We don't want to do it because it's really not the way our principles are. Yeah, I want to win is what I want to do. I want this party to win.
Isn't part of the problem, Fred, that politics, the world over actually, but particularly now in America, have become a case of whatever the other side says, we're going to oppose, even if it was originally our idea. It seems to be simply just negating what the other side says rather than coming up with original policies that might actually be bipartisan.
I couldn't agree with you more. Unfortunately, certainly in this country, there is very little appetite for bipartisanship. And as you know, my incredible advocacy and passion and wanting to get out there to speak on the rights of the disabled, I kept saying, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Disability is going to, in one form or another, it's going to affect every family in this country. Yet there's no consensus on what to do about it. And it's a huge issue. And what I really was disturbed at with the Harris campaign, and again, I had a personalized letter sent directly to her and her chief of staff saying, I'm here. Let's forget, if you can, for a second, what being disabled means and the tens of millions. Let's put it in pure political terms. There are 60 million people in America that are afflicted with some sort of disability. That is a huge voting block. And believe me, I was involved with many organizations, and all of them are saying, we can't believe that the head of our party right now, Kamala Harris, and the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, who has a son who's disabled, I didn't hear them use the word disabled once. So again, if you want to put it in truly political terms, disability is a major voting block.
Fred, I'm going to circle back around to that in a minute, but let me carry on with what Donald Trump's been doing since he's come into office and how much things have changed since January of this year. Now, a couple of things. First of all, what did you make of his various claims? I'm going to stop wars in a day and so on. Of course, that hasn't happened. What did you make of the kind of broad brush statements he made?
Well, if there was anybody out there that believed that, but his MAGA base tends to believe stuff like that. Now we're 6-8 months into it, and we'll see tomorrow if there's any progress. I'm sure he's not thrilled with the fact that he's being played by Putin, as many people are saying. I think he's way too close, and trust me, I'm no expert on the Middle East, but as a layperson, political junkie, I think he's too close to Netanyahu with what's happening right now. I think when you start seeing him tout his stopping the war with Congo or Azerbaijan or that's him trying to make up for the fact that he's not having any success with the two big ones.
What about his what seems to be fairly big appetite for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, it's interesting. It really is interesting how that comes up all the time now. I think it's just going back to Barack Obama, who Obama sort of lives rent-free in his brain. Obama, and I disagree with this too, but Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize before he was even president. So I don't know how I think that really drives Donald nuts. And he wants it. There's no doubt. It's a mission for him right now. I've never personally heard him talk about it with me, but it is one of the most forward things in his mind.
Yet it seems that many leaders are kind of cozying up to him by nominating him now. It's happened 3 or 4 times where people seem to be wanting to win favor. Why do you think people are so desperate to keep Donald Trump happy?
Because he can make them very sad. If you get on his bad side, it could cost you. So I think we see it every time, except for maybe Zelensky. Everybody who goes into the White House, tries to curry favor with him in one way or another.
For a lot of people, he seems to be wielding power that seems to be way beyond what most people would have expected the US president to have, that there would be more checks and balances.
Yeah, I think those rules are gone for now. And I said early on when my book came out last year that, people don't care as much about the Constitution as they used to. I remember when I was in grade school, actually, Donald and I had the same teacher in high school, 17 years apart, who literally would read the Constitution and we would have to write it down in a green book. So we knew what the Constitution meant. Now it's, who cares about it anymore on the right side? I'm not going to necessarily say on the left, but yeah, he's taking advantage of everything he can. And he may lose some court battles, but, with temporary restraining orders, but in the end, a lot of it comes back to his favor. And I don't know if it's his great attorneys or what, but he has won some things that I wouldn't have even imagined 5 years ago happening.
There are those who have the opinion that the checks and balances, if not coming through the political system, will come in other ways. I've heard, for example, the financial markets end up as a check and balance against the president's action. When the tariffs were first being announced, there was such a reaction in the financial markets that Donald Trump had to kind of pull back. That perhaps it's the laws of nature, if you want to see them that way, might actually hold him back in some of his actions.
Yeah, I agree with you, but he has this masterly ability of starting off at a point and reeling it back in. And you definitely saw that with the tariffs. Was it April 2nd when and the markets just absolutely crashed. And I cautioned the Democrats saying, A, don't wish for inflation to come because that's just bad for the American people. But he'll find a way, as I said, to reel it back where what he said is not really what he means. And you saw the market is at an all-time high. We had a very bad PPI, producer price index number today. Markets reacted dismally right off the bat, and then they're starting to claw its back. So, here's the thing. He is always in somebody's ear. Okay, he'll dial up Goldman Sachs the other day. He'll dial up some other companies. He'll dial up somebody in the government saying, you better write this now, okay? And don't say it was a bad PPI number. It was Biden's number. It was a bad, statistic. He will always find a way to win, to make him look good. And it's a genius.
Do they listen? Do you think everyone listens?
Who is everyone?
Meaning the people he calls up. If he's in someone's ear, are they all obliged to listen?
I can only go back to an old anecdote in real estate. Now, I was in real estate for 35 years in the city, and Donald would always tout himself as the biggest landlord in Manhattan, which absolutely wasn't true. There were a number of real estate families that had been around for generations, and I knew a few of them pretty darn well. And they would basically say, you know what, when we see that in the newspaper, we just kind of laugh and say, let him have his fun. So yeah, I'm sure there are guys out there that are saying, "Oh, sure, we'll do what you want," because you don't want to be under his thumb.
You know, Fred, as a journalist, I keep my opinions out of this, but I'm going to say what a lot of people say, and that is some of the statements Donald Trump makes, you know, when he says it's complicated or it's something people don't understand, but I understand better than anyone else, that this actually masks a lack of knowledge. Now, again, your family, you know, irrespective of your issues, and knowing him well growing up, would you say he is genuinely a smart person?
Yeah, I think he's a smart guy. Yeah. And he has a lot of smart people. Maybe smart different than, you know, certainly in the beginning, Goldman Sachs smart. He had street smart guys. And that's what a lot of his knowledge is. It's street smart. So when he says it's common sense, he truly means that. That's what he bases a lot of his decisions on. It's common sense. Like, who would have thought he would have gone up to Harlem last year during the campaign? He's not going to win. Well, guess what? He went up to Harlem, and he was a hero for going up there. And he wound up winning the younger black vote. Anyway, so to get back to your point, he may not have the knowledge of a MIT professor like his uncle and my Uncle John, who was in the news a couple of months ago. Donald put him in the news. But he just has a knowledge of so many things. I mean, when I hung around with him, his knowledge of sports, his knowledge of this, it's pretty amazing. And he gets that from his father. I mean, my grandfather used to pour through newspapers every time I saw him on the weekends. And, you know, Donald's the same.
Now, of course, his claims are often disputed and often disproved through analysis. But there is a feeling that somehow he's managed to manipulate the system and enrich himself greatly through whatever measures are coming through, you know, in his presidency. Of course, he's meant to be detached from those. What's your opinion on the way the family business has been run, irrespective of him essentially supposed to be hands-off?
I don't think he cares. I really don't. And he's got enough people that say, we don't care, that you don't care. You know, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, would say, oh, you know, the Biden crime family. Okay, but it was, at least Donald is saying it out loud. And, you know, that was just brushed over. So I really just don't think they care. Let people say that it's crooked or it's this or it's that. We like making money. We're going to make money any way we can. And that's it. I haven't seen any real blowback from it.
Well, we spoke last year in September, Fred, actually just a few days before the anniversary of your father's passing. So I know you'll be commemorating that again in the coming weeks. At that time, your book had only been a couple of months old. You'd published in the summer, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way. A lot of people at that time, and I questioned you on it, said it was designed to kind of disrupt Donald Trump's presidential campaign, that the timing was aimed at trying to push things the other way and kind of reveal his not so bright side or not so kind side. What sort of feedback have you had since then on the book? And in light of the presidential win, perhaps any feedback from your family?
Well, I'll say that the feedback was, yeah, I of course got the, you know, you're just doing this for the money. Yeah, but and that's fine. I knew that was coming. It was initially not written for that purpose. I thought it was a very well balanced book, and that is generally what most everybody says. They appreciated the fact that I tried to do it in a level-headed way. They knew that I would take shots from my family, but I thought that what was going to occur with Donald's second term would be a dangerous thing. And I turned out to be pretty right in most everything I said. Now, do I regret some of the things I said? You know, I've been back and forth with one of my cousins, and, you know, we used to have a good relationship. It's very tense I would like to get back in touch with Donald when the assassination attempt came. I wrote him something after the election. I congratulated him and said, look, I'm not congratulating you on your policies. I'm just congratulating you because you're my uncle. I hope to somehow get back to have some type of relationship with him. I said very clearly, I was actually in DC being interviewed by a few UK outfits. And I said, what I really wish he had done was say, okay, pal, I know how important disability issues are for you. So why don't you come down and let's figure out something to do? That never happened. And that was troubling. But again, yes, there were some things that people misconstrued that I regret saying about him. So I'm sorry for that. But I disagree with nearly everything that's happening right now. It's uncomfortable personally for me. My family, my direct family has been adversely affected by it, but that's the way it goes. I'm not whining about it. It's just the way it is.
Now, you did say, Fred, the book was written to basically honor your father and his memory as well, and also to explain your passion, your advocacy for people with disabilities. And I was going to ask you first, and it was something I should have asked at the top, I guess, of the show, is how is William doing?
Thank you for asking. William's doing well. He lives in a group home in a town right next to one my wife and I live in. Let me just tell you, this country is so ill-equipped to take care of people who need assistance like this. And it's not just what's going to occur with cuts to Medicaid, because that's coming and that's going to be devastating. It's also the immigration issue, where I'm going to say nearly every caregiver I know is not born in this country. And I mean, they're all here legitimately, but those who are on temporary protective status, we all have heard stories of ICE going after them. Now, these are people I've gotten to know. And when that Haitian thing happened last summer in Springfield, Ohio, I spoke out about it. I said, wait a second. Many of William's aides are Haitian, and you come and do that job, okay? It is a tough, grinding job every single day. And they have to take care of their family. And they probably have another job because they're only getting paid $18, $19, $20 an hour. It's sick in this country that we can't figure it out. And I got to know a great old friend of mine, worked with Indra Nui at Pepsi for decades. And I had the opportunity to speak with her. And she goes, Fred, it's great what you're doing. And because my book was was out in India, she goes, you got to tell that story because it's rampant in India. It's rampant in Australia. Every country that I have had the opportunity to speak to, disability issues, and I don't get it. We're all going to be affected with it. I mean, I'm probably 10, 15 years away from needing home health care or something like that. We all are. We're all getting it. I just had a good friend who's had his third child, and she's going to be in the hospital for 2 months. And what effect will that have on the rest of her life? And who will be there to help? It's an issue that's just got to be dealt with.
It's actually interesting that in the Middle East, in general, there's been kind of a move to see people with disabilities not as being disabled, but having determination. So the term often used is people with determination.
100%. I mean, I've always said that about William. He's the most courageous person. Imagine being in a wheelchair, not being able to speak, not being able to bathe yourself or brush your teeth or tell people that you're hurting. Imagine the courage it takes to have somebody you don't know come in and start taking care of you. But yes, the absolute determination of these people, it's so humbling is a very small word to what it really is. I give everyone who lives with a disability, no matter what it is, this country looks down on those people, and they shouldn't. They should, and you make a great point. They should look to them with respect.
Well, we touched on last time how the story had come out, how your uncle Donald Trump had essentially quietly said to you, you know, why he doesn't know who you are. William doesn't know who you are. Why don't you just leave him to die and move to Florida? That stuck with me, of course, and that's been quoted quite widely.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he said it. And I wish he hadn't. I don't know if he wishes he hadn't said it. And that's just, that's just the way it goes. I tried to make the case that, there's the lack of empathy. And empathy is what this country really needs a little more of.
Well, the reason I'd waited on this topic until now, Fred, is also because when we spoke last time, you talked about how many immigrants, you mentioned again now, how many immigrants are involved in the care services. And in the case of William, too, you said many of the people who have helped him are also from immigrant backgrounds as well, not born in the USA. And I'm wondering, since we last spoke, has there been any indication from what you know that any of those people have been affected? That obviously they're probably a bit wary now with the whole ICE agent situation.
Yeah, obviously I can't get into any specifics, but sure, yes, I've heard of situations, not just for the caregivers, but for their family members. So yes, it is out there.
I was going to say, are you sensing a general tension among the immigrant community where you are?
Sure. And by the way, it's not easy to have the last name Trump when this is all happening. It's not that easy.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Of course, it will always be something you carry. You had actually said earlier on in our conversation how you were disappointed the Democrats hadn't used you in the campaigning prior to the election. That would have been partly, obviously, or largely perhaps because of your Trump name. But then there's also that potential liability, isn't there?
The liability in terms of?
Well, meaning that, again, bringing a Trump on the other side, it becomes more again about the Trump name and perhaps would be counterproductive.
Yeah, I thought I had a great story to tell, but they thought otherwise. And okay. I also went into local races. There was a woman who was a representative from the town I went to school in, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And I remember sending her a signed copy of the book before the election, way before. And I got in touch. I said, why don't you have me here? My dad went to Lehigh. I went to Lehigh. My son went to Lehigh. I know these people. Why don't you have me come down and at least talk? And they wanted no part. So, yeah, maybe they're smarter than I am. Maybe mine was more of an emotional thing. But
there is possibly the risk of retribution because there is a feeling that if you cross Donald Trump, that there's going to be some kind of outcome.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've had other than, people that I come in contact with, every now and then there's no black and white. They either love him or they hate him. So if they know me and they're MAGA Republicans, they're going to let me know that my book sucked and sorry. And you shouldn't be doing that. He's the greatest thing in the world. Okay, that's great. That's their opinion. I have no problem with that.
You're not the only one who wrote about it, though, Fred, because obviously your sister Mary also was quite scathing in her opinion.
Yeah, I would say more scathing than me. Mine, of course, was based on real personal history with Donald, as opposed to Mary, who really didn't have a relationship with him.
Let me ask you about what's happening in the health sector as we're talking on this topic. One of the people I interviewed on my show during the presidential campaign, and he was running for president at the time, was RFK Jr., who then ended up as health secretary. What have you made of, first of all, your thoughts on him as a person, because he's also quite divisive, but then also on how the health sector is going and how it might affect the lives of your family members, including William?
Just very quick anecdote. The first time I met Bobby, he was in a battle with Donald. Donald owned a piece of property up in Westchester and wanted to put a bunch of golf courses, a golf course and a bunch of houses up there. And Bobby Kennedy was on his water. He was pro water. You can't use all this water. It's very important. And while that was going on, I flew down with Donald and my wife and my baby daughter. And Bobby Kennedy was on the plane. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Here they are fighting against each other. But, take a ride on my plane. It did give me the opportunity to meet Ethel Kennedy, though, which was one of the great treats of my life. But
RFK Jr. seems to be stirring it up in the health sector anyway. How do you see the various things happening?
I think he's just a very dangerous guy. How anybody listens to him now, his healthier eating, okay, I get that. That's fine. But when I don't want to rely too much on very, very smart people, but in this case, I want to listen to what the scientists have to say. And there's a large majority that think he's just a hack and dangerous. And I'm disappointed in Donald that he would put somebody in that position that is so important. And frankly, we may not know the effects of his policies for years to come. That's part of the problem. And look, I hope it all goes well. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I just think the way he goes about it is absolutely wrong.
There was a sense among some people that he has had to pull back a little bit, having taken on this role, the responsibility involved. And of course, he has to now work for everyone, that perhaps he's pulled back a little bit on some of his ideas.
Yeah, you don't hear as much from him these days. So maybe he's trying to serious up a little bit and getting a lot of blowback. I hope so.
Fred, the last time we spoke, of course, The Apprentice, the movie, the biopic on your uncle was coming out. You said you wouldn't see it. Did you end up going to see it?
No, I had no interest. I never watched the TV show, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was thinking irrespective, just to see what sort of take they had on Donald Trump.
No, I honestly didn't care.
Now, you had mentioned also at the time your book might become a movie. What were the prospects of that?
Not very good. No, some people had talked to me, but it would just take too much, and it was too much, and that's fine too. That was more maybe my ego being stroked a little bit, but yeah, no, there was no real chance that was going to happen.
Well, certainly it wouldn't be the best time for it to happen now with Donald Trump in the White House, but it's possibly something that might get revisited.
Maybe.
What do you see in terms of the follow-up on the story? Do you see, I mean, obviously you've done this book as a tribute to your father and to William. What else do you see yourself delving into when it comes to the Trump family and what you might want to write about?
Oh, I don't know if I have another book in me. I just want to, again, say pretty much everything I said regarding Donald and his policies, Project 2025, have all pretty much come to fruition. And we have, 3.5 more years to go through. We'll see. Next November is going to be extremely important with the congressional races. Democrats should, if history shows the party out of power comes through, but I wouldn't put anything past Donald and his Republican colleagues of pulling something out.
Well, there has also been mention of Donald Trump seeing if the Constitution can be changed to allow him to take another term.
Well, again, if you remember, I did say that he will run again in 2028. And I think the Supreme Court decision last year giving wider sway in executive powers, maybe he'll just say, I'm going to sign an executive order making me president again. I certainly wouldn't put it past him. I laugh nervously, but I wouldn't put it past him.
There was also a film called Civil War that was made about America becoming so divided, and it was pretty grim. It was taking a journalist perspective on the story. In that sense, how do you feel about the way the USA is going in terms of its society, in terms of the divisions? Do you see the greater divisions that a lot of people talk about, and do you ever see those being healed?
I do see the divisions. I think they're obvious. They're unfortunate. I've said it before. I'm a huge Godfather fan, and one of the great lines is, it takes a war every 5 years, every 10 years. If the Republicans get clobbered next November, it'd be interesting to see what happens to the Republican Party then. Are they just going to finally say, we're done, we got to move forward? Or is Donald going to, do what he does? Just say, not me, we're moving forward. I didn't lose that election. It was you guys. It's going to be a combination of that and the Democrats getting a real leader in the party, because it sure isn't Chuck Schumer and it sure isn't Hakeem Jeffries, who I had great hopes for being a New Yorker. But I just don't see anybody with the pizzazz to really get out there and bare knuckle fight.
There is a sense, though, that the US also has lost its place as a global leader. What's your opinion on that?
You certainly, obviously, would know better than me, but I can't help but think that we're being ridiculed, just to put it into simple terms. We're not the great, I mean, sure, we're the great power for sure, but are we the moral compass? Are we the great leaders of the world right now? I'm not so sure we are, and that's really a shame, because nearly all my life we had been.
Well, as we wrap up, Fred, I was going to say, when we spoke last time, you'd said how your son William loved the song "Road to Joy" by Peter Gabriel. I did drop him an email. I never got to hear back. I mean, he's a very busy guy, but perhaps we can revisit that, and maybe you'll have a chance to connect there as well. Fred, always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for making the time.
Riz, thank you so much. Take care.
Well, Fred Trump III there discussing the second term of his uncle, US President Donald Trump. And that's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. And I'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Chinese leader Xi Jinping has hailed his country's unstoppable rise as he showcased its military might in a grand parade marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. Now, in a speech, he also said that the world faces a choice between peace and war. His comments seem to be presenting an alternative to Western-led global order. To discuss this and all of today's stories, we're joined in the studio by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. And we're joined by Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Thanks to both of you for being here. First of all, Michael, we'll turn to you on this. Xi is unveiling nuclear missiles, drones as well, we're seeing today. It's quite the show from China, along with Putin and Kim standing side by side up there, shoulder to shoulder. A show of force, or are we back having some theatre for the cameras once again?
Well, I think a parade, by definition, is theatrical. And I think it was a little bit of both. The other day I spoke about this being a bit of a performance for an audience of one, Donald Trump. And today I think there was a little bit more of that. And I think they got under his skin because he did respond on social media. But I also think that...
In a very weird way.
In a weird way, yeah.
Well, in a typical way for Donald Trump, I would argue, right? Maybe not so much weird. But I think it's interesting that what the Chinese president has done, he's brought together leaders who might not necessarily come together. Yes, of course, there's the usual suspects. But you also had Egypt and Turkey and Vietnam. And those are three traditional, as well as India, of course. And those are four traditional U.S. allies. And they're recognizing that there is some common ground, even if it's to come together to oppose the person that we don't necessarily think is treating us fairly. And they're using this as an opportunity to a show of force. And I think that because of Donald Trump's response on social media, I think that they got the rise out of him that they would have liked.
Now, the Kremlin have said that they believe that this was more so in jest, that it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek as well. And reading it and now having heard Donald Trump comment since then as well, it seems that may be the case. There might be some sort of a banter element to this post.
So I think that that's how you spin it. I think your first reaction is usually a pretty good indication of what you're truly thinking and feeling. And I believe that he was, if not offended, I don't think that's the right word, but I do think that he was trying to take a direct shot at what was going on without him there. Now, he did, of course, say that maybe his presence was not required or might not have looked good. But I think that there is a little bit of truth in his original post where he was feeling like there was some activity to conspire against the United States.
Dr. Ellie, I jokingly last night on the show said, what's next from the SCO? What will we see from the SCO tomorrow? And said, is it going to be Putin standing side by side with Kim Jong-un? Just such a thing is what's after happening.
You knew, come on, Joe.
Yeah, I honestly didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah.
Because he said now fraternal duty is what North Korea has to help Russia. Does this feel like more like symbolism, or is there some budding friendship that's going on here that the West needs to be worried about?
There is a friendship, definitely. There is people alike who think alike, who get common interests. Not specifically a threat to the West having North Korea there in that setup, and not completely unexpected. But still, I think what worries the West about North Korea is always the nuclear capabilities, whether it is there or not, nobody knows exactly. Not the actual size or economic power or even military power of North Korea, but that potential of maybe they have nuclear technology that could be really in unsafe hands, if we want to put it this way, in Western terms. But on the other hand, we've seen both Russia and China very, very hesitant to share nuclear knowledge, even with countries like Iran, even with other countries who are maybe closer to them or maybe more in control of how would they use this or so or not. Definitely there's something that is growing in that area of the world. Definitely the alternative of a US-led economic world system is changing and is growing, and this is exactly what worries the West, both the US and Europe, I assume.
You know, I also think that this is a perfect demonstration of the failure of American diplomacy at this moment in time. And it's not because you have the bro romances going on. I think it's more about the one-on-one meetings that did take place. And an event like this is an opportunity for people who might not be like-minded to come together, have a conversation, to find out if there is common ground. And I think this is where Donald Trump has failed the Western foreign policy agenda, where he does not necessarily see these opportunities to think long-term. You know, there's more about his approach is usually transactional. And when you see Modi, Prime Minister Modi, and Vladimir Putin together in his car for 45 minutes, that's a missed opportunity for America, and that's a win for Vladimir Putin.
A lot of ifs and buts, because these are obviously a lot of powers who have come together here. And like you mentioned, we don't know, Dr. Ali, what we have in capability in terms of North Korea. We don't really know what we have in terms of capability when it comes to Russia or China either. And now if all of these powers get together, surely that's a force to be reckoned with, if there is the beginning of this kind of almost a BRICS type get-together.
Definitely. Let's keep the two things apart. Uniting against a US-led system to create an alternative system is in the interest of almost every strong state around the world. Even countries like Gulf countries that have joined the BRICS, even like Brazil, like South Africa, this is definitely, there's a lot of countries around the world that feel that this alternative system needs to be created to be liberated from the dollarization, from the whole system. This is on one thing, and having a military alliance that could become, you know, the world's next superpower, I don't think we are there. I don't think we can be there, because these countries have too much problems with each other. They don't trust each other. They cannot possibly work together on a long-term strategic alliance, militarily speaking at least. And I don't think that they share the same vision, even in terms of economy and in terms of world governance in that sense.
Well, it's gotten Trump to pay attention, because we've heard in the last couple of hours that he said he will speak to Putin in the coming hours, is how soon he said this. So obviously it has caused a bit of a stir in Washington and in the Trump administration.
He felt left out, maybe.
Maybe so. And I'm going to use an analogy that maybe not all the kids will get. There was a famous actor in the 1950s in the States, James Dean. And when he died, there's a lot of people who look back on that time and say, not only did we lose James Dean, but we also lost Marlon Brando. Now, these were the two people who were competing for a lot of the same roles. And the thinking was that when James Dean died, Marlon Brando lost interest because his main competitor was gone. So now I think there almost needs to be, if there's the U.S., there needs to be the opposite and equal, right? And that's what President Xi is proposing. That would start to maybe balance the scales for a lot of countries that might not necessarily be aligned with the U.S., but it also is an opportunity then for the U.S. to remake itself so that they can be an equal to what the Chinese are trying to do. And that's where I think it gets really interesting.
I truly believe that this is what Trump is trying to do because of the whole campaign, the whole who he is, the whole what he presents in politics is that attempt to reinvent the United States and give it a push for the years to come. Without that recreation, reinvention of the United States, the era of the U.S. empire is definitely fading away.
And to that point, I think you're absolutely right, because he doesn't want to necessarily be the world's police dog. Not that he doesn't want that role, but he doesn't want the financial responsibilities that come with it.
Yeah, which is a high price tag to pay. Now, going on behind the scenes at this as well, world leaders who were also having a conversation, some of that was caught on microphone. That's due to a hot mic, which means the microphone was left on while a conversation was taking place between Xi and Putin. Some of the stuff they discussed, including living to be 150 years old, it was wild to hear these two, and also organ donation. I don't think anyone saw that one coming, Dr. Ellie.
It's a weird conversation for sure. I don't know how they came to that discussion, but I guess this is where Trump would have felt at home, these people who think they deserve to live 150 years because they are too great to die anytime soon. And then this discussion would come into play where they are discussing how to live longer or how to stay in power longer, I assume, in the longer term. Trump's issue is that he is in a democracy. If we want to believe the U.S. is still a democracy in that sense, and he cannot continue to rule forever, while these guys probably will find a way to continue to rule for many years to come.
Well, that was the part of the discussion, Michael, was just that they'd basically be eternally in power, and it seems to be something that they're all considering at this stage.
Yeah, I don't know if they were sweeping the streets of Tiananmen Square after this, if they would be thinking, I really want to live to 150. But because they're in power, and because they have the money, and because they have the means, and because they have so many resources at their fingertips, they probably feel almost as though they're entitled. And this gets to one of the issues that I think so many people have with the U.S. is this sense of entitlement. And now you're getting a sense that maybe, the Chinese president and the Russian president are also feeling like, well, I feel young. They're both 72. Why can't I live for another 72 years?
And I love the analogy you did before the show about, different also famous people, very wealthy people who try to invest a lot into.
So there are, of course, a lot of the tech billionaires who are doing that right now. And even through history, a quick search before coming on, everything from Louis XIII to Pope Innocent VIII. These were men, and so the story went, it's traditionally older white men who feel like they are entitled to live as long as they actually want. And of course, we know that that's not the reality.
French President Emmanuel Macron has said security guarantees for Ukraine are ready. That's after hosting a coalition of the willing meeting in Paris with President Zelensky today. The Ukrainian leader also said that the US should be part of security guarantees, and he said he discussed putting pressure on Russia during a call with President Donald Trump. Now, to discuss this and all of today's stories, we're joined in the studio by Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. We're also joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Thank you both for joining us. First of all, we'll turn to you on this, Dr. Ellie, the significance of the coalition of the willing in Paris meeting today, now that we know loosely kind of what the details are. Did Ukraine actually achieve what they set out to get from this meeting?
I mean, they achieved a nice declaration of intentions. something a bit more than brainstorming, maybe ideas on papers now with some numbers, with some potentials of what is each country willing to engage in that. But all of this remains quite in the air as long as several conditions have not been met yet. First, all of this is a discussion of what's going to happen after a ceasefire, and the ceasefire is still far ahead and not visible when this would happen. Second, are they willing to do that against Russia's approval? I don't think they are. It would be a catastrophe if they do put soldiers without Russia's approval. And if we're going to wait for Russia's approval, Russia's going to approve only the few things that don't damage its reputation, that don't damage its plans in eastern Ukraine in keeping the lands that it has occupied. So I think it is a good step by the Europeans. They are a bit maturing away from the US control, but still, I don't think they are able to achieve anything significant without the US involvement in that, and in this specific case, without the Russian approval.
And also maybe without the EU in its entirety being involved behind this. And to you, gentlemen, the EU has said that there's a pretty precise plan for troop deployment in there as well. But now we know that it's 26 countries who are ready to send in troops. 30 were on ground today, or over 30 were on ground today, to strengthen Ukraine's defences. How realistic is that, do you think?
I think I'm not sure how realistic it is. It makes for some good sound bites, and I appreciate the rhetoric of Europe pulling together for a show of force. But there are so many moving parts in this, as we've seen frequently. Russia could do something completely different tomorrow. The countries as well, the leaders who've made these, not promises, but, have been part of the discussions, now have to go back to their countries, and some might need parliamentary votes in order to move forward on this. So there's so many moving parts that it makes the fact that it's realistic, that's very tricky to say, I think. I think, as Dr. Ellie was saying, I wonder if they're now waiting for the US to come in and do the negotiations. Here we've had this big meeting, we've come together, we've got all these agreements, and now they've sort of cleared the ground or laid the groundwork for Trump to come in and start the negotiations.
They did call him during that meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, apparently he jumped on a call with them to be kept up to date.
But I'm wondering if they're now waiting for him to kind of, take that final step. But as far as being realistic, no. But I think it is a step in the right direction.
It's good to see the UK close to the Europeans this way, huh?
Well, I guess since Brexit, this is the closest they're likely to get.
Yes.
But there are many facets, and we'll talk about them in just a while, but not just in the UK, but many European countries that are facing their own individual crisis right now.
Definitely. First, just to conclude on that point, it's been said that the further the UK goes from the US, the closer it is to the European continent altogether, and this is what we're seeing.
Yep.
We're seeing Trump that is pushing away allies or traditional allies, and this has created a special connection and special bond between especially the UK and France, but also with Germany, because they feel this is so threatening for them. But again, as you said, Jono, the French government is going to collapse on Monday. This is almost sure. The British Labour ruling party is facing serious challenge, serious popularity decline. The German economy that used to be the powerhouse of Europe is now facing serious challenges. So who's really pulling the strings? Who's really going to put all these promises into what is feasible without really the US commitment and the US political weight into that action? So I think, as Gemma was saying, it is a good step that Trump can use in a future negotiation. It is not significant on its own. There's a lot to be accounted for, and really European countries are much weaker than they used to be.
And without a peace deal / ceasefire, this is just rhetoric that we've heard before.
Definitely.
Well, earlier on, I spoke to Franek Vyakorga, who is the Chief of Staff to the Belarusian opposition leader. Now, I asked some details about how this could jeopardise with cracks within the EU seeming to form already. Have a listen to this.
Of course it can jeopardize. Of course, everything might happen. No one can predict what will happen next week or next month. The only thing which is stable and clear that Russia, with the help of Lukashenko in Belarus, they will not stop. And even if they will get any ceasefire right now, they will just use this time to prepare for another war. And the next victim could be not Ukraine, not Belarus, but Baltic states. And of course, Russians are using their allies within the European Union and also in America to lobby for giving up Ukraine. And here we have to explain that this is not only about Ukraine and Russia, this is about fight between democracy and tyranny.
Somewhat of a fight with democracy, but Gemma, if this does go ahead, where's the money going to come from?
So this is interesting in that the money is actually coming from frozen Russian assets.
So this is Russian money?
Russian money funding Ukrainian military machine against them. We've come full circle here. Now, evidently, it's already been over £1 billion. That's about $1.23 billion, which is being used to train Ukrainian troops, to provide the military, missiles. So Russia's money is being used against it. And I do wonder how big an effect that will have, these frozen assets. What do you think?
Definitely they need that money to make the thing happen, but also it's been a very tricky legal argument. Are they actually allowed to use that money or not? And Putin has expressed real fury about that happening. But I think they need it, and I think the money is there, so they are making the best use of it, if we can say. But we have to also remember that Ukraine is also paying from its own minerals, according to the U.S. agreement, to buy American weapons with their own money. So it's everybody benefiting except the Ukrainians, unfortunately.
We had this reiterated from Putin before we even went into this summit as well, but he said he will achieve his aims through military might. That's shaping the discussion ever so slightly as well. Do you think that's having an influence, Dr. Ellie, on the meeting that took place today?
Definitely, the Europeans have a real scare from what Putin would do next if he is not stopped in Ukraine. Definitely the Baltic states, definitely the Belarusian opposition and all of Eastern Europe, but even the UK and Germany do really fear what Putin could be, aiming at if he manages to achieve what he wants in Ukraine by force. So this is for them something that is a long-term commitment. This is for them something that is, I wouldn't say existential, but really a direct and efficient threat. That's why they are willing to put in all that effort, all that financial commitment, and all that military grip, if we can say.
And Belgium is set to recognise a Palestinian state at the United Nations later this month, stepping up international pressure on Israel amid the continuing devastation in Gaza. Foreign Minister Maxime Provost has called the move a response to what he described as Israel's violation of international law and the humanitarian tragedy which is unfolding. Raria, we'll turn to you first of all on this. Belgium saying it is now going to recognise a Palestinian state, the latest country to do that. The UN is where this will all take place, and we know when that happens in September. There will be quite a few countries who will be doing the same. How big of a deal is this diplomatically speaking?
Well, it's a strong political message, I think, yet it has symbolic weight, if you want. Now, it will not have immediate practical impact on the ground, especially with the current Israeli government. Yet, on the other hand, I think it signals European support for Palestinian statehood. It gives the Palestinian statehood legitimacy. And I think it opens the door for more European countries and other Western countries to support Palestinian statehood. If you want, it could start a domino effect that we might not see the effect of it now, but it's building solidarity, building support for a Palestinian state, I think, for the future.
Now, we know that, and we've said this before, many countries have joined in without the EU actually backing this and being on board.
Actually, 143 countries out of the 193 countries that are members of the UN General Assembly have already recognized the state of Palestine.
But if the EU as a whole does not get behind it, it does kind of fall down a bit, which is where Hungary a lot of the time will interject and say, and also Germany as well, will say
definitely
we're not
a united European stand would be a united European recognition of a Palestinian state actually would be a lot more effective than individual states, even big states like France, also Spain already did. France intends to, will not be as effective.
But without the might of the US as well, it feels like this is largely symbolic, I guess. Freddie, let's turn to you on this. Recognition of the Israel state. Critics are saying that this actually rewards Hamas. Is that fair, do you think, or is it actually going to put pressure on Netanyahu and the Israeli government?
I think the rewards Hamas argument has become a bit of a sort of knee-jerk response from Israel and people who support Israel. And it's not without some logic, it's not without some merit, but it was worth saying in the Belgium example, I think they are making it contingent on Hamas releasing the hostages. They're making their recognition of Palestine contingent on Hamas releasing the hostages and giving up control of Gaza. And so the rewarding Hamas argument in that case doesn't quite work. The more kind of cynical take is to say, who cares about Belgium? I think that's a little bit unfair. It's just one other country adding to this sort of growing chorus of international condemnation. But as you quite rightly say, John, the key player here is America. There's going to be, in New York, there's going to be this UN General Assembly in late September. And the big question is, what will Donald Trump do? And I think the answer is he's very unlikely to move the needle against Israel in any significant way.
Rawiya, when we spoke about this earlier on the show, there was mention that the Palestinian state would require 4 things in order to be recognised officially as a Palestinian state. Those would be a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. And currently, Palestine has none of those, largely in part to the fact that the war...
People.
It has, but they are being displaced.
Population.
It is not their fault that they are being displaced. So it is the fault of Israel that the Palestinian state, in official terms, cannot exist.
Yeah, and not just that. I mean, the second condition you talked about, to have a continuous defined border and connected land. And that's exactly what the Israelis are trying to do to combat this movement, as Freddie called it, this international condemnation and moving towards recognizing a Palestinian state. They're trying to face that with growing or building more Israeli settlements like the E1 block that they announced recently. And that will guarantee that there won't be continuity of land for a Palestinian state to be viable over it.
Is that, in terms of strategy, is that again Israel trying to play into the strategy to make sure that, well, officially, yes, as many countries as would like to recognise the Palestinian state can do that, but in terms of on paper, it's not possible because we will continue to push the narrative that you don't have these 4 different things.
Absolutely. I mean, and if, as Israel and Smotrich and even Netanyahu have been threatening and actually voicing their intention out loud, the intention of the government to annex parts of the West Bank or even all of it. I mean, that's what they're doing, basically, creating facts on the ground, regardless of international law, regardless of what, the position of other states are, especially even powerful states, let's say European states, as we have seen.
Yeah.
Creating those facts on the ground, as long as there's American backing, and therefore, do whatever you want with international law. Do whatever you want with all of these recognitions.
Freddie, let's take you back for 1 second as we're speaking about the US and how important a player they are in this. What's the feeling with Republicans in the US, from your experience at least? What's the narrative that's happening there at the moment?
Well, I think polling suggests that Republican support for Israel is still pretty strong, although there has been a dip among Republicans, independents and Democrats in support for Israel. I think in the Trump White House, it's the commitment to Israel and the sort of general contempt for what they would regard as sort of international virtue signaling in favor of Palestine is pretty strong. However, set against that is a growing distrust and dislike among key figures in the Trump cabinet towards Benjamin Netanyahu, a feeling that he's an unreliable partner, that the Israeli government took America for a ride somewhat, particularly with the Iran strikes. and a general sort of suspicion towards him. Whether that translates into anything meaningful from the Trump White House against Israel on the Palestine question is another matter entirely. But there are doubts about Netanyahu, but I think when it comes to Team Trump and Israel, it's a fairly reliable alliance. It's a fairly durable alliance, I think.
Rawi, a last word from you on this before we move on. When the United Nations meet at the end of September and everyone shows their cards and says, right, here's who's supporting the Palestinian state, do you think that's the time when Netanyahu will feel the pressure of the world saying enough is enough, we want you to move out?
I wish I can say yes, but I don't think so.
You think we'll still continue on past the General Assembly and it will be no further towards a ceasefire or some sort of
unless there is real American pressure. And even though, I mean, as Freddie said, the ties between the US and Israel are very, very strong, regardless of Netanyahu, regardless of frustrations by Trump or the Trump administration with Netanyahu's policies. The tie remains strong, even though Trump has recognized and noticed that the influence of the Jewish lobby inside the Congress, and that's what he said in one of his interviews recently, that it has become, they used to basically rule over, control the Congress, he said, but they don't anymore. He's surprised to see this. He does recognize that the actions of Israel have made them lose the public relations war. That's how he actually termed it, even though they might and probably did, will win the war militarily.
And a strong magnitude 6.0 earthquake has hit eastern Afghanistan, which has killed at least 800 people and injured over 2,000. Rescue teams are currently racing to reach remote mountainous areas, but we're hearing that landslides and also damaged roads are slowing the efforts down. The quake was felt across the region, including in neighbouring Pakistan, and aftershocks are continuing to shake communities which are already struggling with severe humanitarian challenges. Freddie, first to you on this. 800 lives lost, and that's just at first count. Entire villages have been wiped out in Afghanistan. Are they even equipped to handle a disaster of this scale, especially under Taliban rule?
Well, it feels a little bit cheap to kind of try and score points against the Taliban in the wake of a tragedy. But, I mean, it is undeniable that Afghanistan's government lacks the kind of essential infrastructure that you need to respond to an emergency like this. And I think the Taliban are trying to be as open as they can about this particular tragedy. However, questions will be raised in future weeks about the response and so on. And I think it's interesting, we've just been talking about multilateralism and so on. And, 5-10 years ago, it would have fallen to the West, to America and to Western powers to launch a response about this. And in Afghanistan, it would have been ever more present because we would have been involved in that endless and ultimately pointless war that we conducted in Afghanistan for a long time. But today what we're seeing is a far more multilateral aid response. America's soft power with aid has diminished somewhat. You're seeing the UAE offering aid. You're seeing other countries come forward and offer aid. So it's more of a multilateral humanitarian response that we're seeing now as the West, as the preeminent superpower, does seem to be somewhat in retreat.
I'm going to just take on your point there, Freddie, and throw to Michael on this. We're seeing a handful of countries come to the aid of Afghanistan. And I feel like when it's a natural disaster, on this scale certainly, we normally see hundreds of countries come to the aid. Do you think that perhaps there may be some sort of an international intervention here where people will say, right, we'll step in directly? Or are you worried, Michael, that the optics that are concerned with it being the Taliban in power here may lead to a lack of aid for the people who really need it on the ground?
You would like to think that in times of natural crises, that people would come together to help the fact that there are people that are in need. Mm-hmm. People have died. And family members are without homes, maybe without food, and maybe in need of medical supplies. You would like to think that the global community would sort of rise above politics. And maybe it's my left-leaning ways, but I think it's also a wonderful opportunity for countries to come in and to curry favor with the Taliban. Now, do you want to build a long-lasting relationship with them? Maybe not all the time, because there are so many reprehensible policies that the Taliban perpetuate. But you would like to be able to have a relationship with everybody if you are in the game of politics. And you want to make sure that even in times of need, you are able to be there to help out. So at some point, maybe there is a favor that you're able to extract that works towards your advantage.
I think there's probably a Western ideology that there may be very few times that you will have to rely on the Taliban to call in a favor, and that might be what's stopping the aid being sent at this particular stage, but it's early days.
Yeah, it is. And I think that there are certain countries, Canada, the US, Russia, for instance, pop to mind, the UK, where maybe they're feeling a little bit, jaded about their experiences in Afghanistan. Understandable. But again, you have to be thinking, the long game. And I think that that's what the world needs a little bit more of, people coming together to help those in need so that at some point there can be a stronger relationship down the road.
I think we're getting very bits and pieces more than anything else, correspondence from what's happening in Afghanistan on the ground. And the true picture will take a couple of days to play out. But earlier I spoke to the former Afghan Minister of Interior Affairs, that's Mohammed Omar Dadzai, and asked him if there was a concern about the West turning a blind eye. Have a listen to this.
I think many countries, or most countries in the region, have offered assistance. But I hope the Taliban change their policies. Let the international NGOs to operate freely. Let the Afghan NGOs to also operate freely so that the aid can get to the needy people. The worst affectees are women and children. And Taliban's policies are always against women. So they will have to change. And also to prepare for the future. Afghanistan is a disaster-prone zone. There are floods, there are earthquakes. You said this is the biggest. Yes, this is the biggest, but this is the third earthquake that has caused damage within this year, in 2025. So the country is a disaster-prone, but Taliban doesn't have the right policy, doesn't have the right capacity, and those who were trained in the 20 years under Republic, they dismissed them and they all left the country. So basically people without experience, management experience, technical experience, they're all in charge.
Freddie, as we heard there, more than just the earthquakes, there's the aftershocks that we have to worry about. There's the flooding that's happening. There's the landslides as well. And now we're hearing of women and children who are being trapped as men have gotten themselves out of there. I mean, it doesn't look good. Optics-wise, from the outside point of view looking in, does not look great for the Taliban regime.
It's obviously terrible on any number of fronts, and it's a tragedy that's happening in sort of semi-darkness because we just don't have enough visibility, we don't have enough media visibility, we don't have enough open scrutiny of what's going on there. It is interesting we're talking about the West turning a blind eye. It's interesting to see your correspondent there talking about Afghanistan refusing international aid, which it regards with some suspicion and as a sort of attempt to corrupt Afghanistan. And so I hope for everybody's sake that, international aid is accepted and offered on as many fronts as possible.
And a fair point to take on from what Freddie said, Michael. Regardless of the Western political recognition of the Taliban, it is a time when people are in crisis here as well. What do you do if the Taliban just say, we don't require any assistance from the West, we'll be okay, we've got this on our own? Now that we know there are crippling infrastructures when it comes to hospitals and 2 helicopters that are at the disposal of these people who are victims.
I mean, look, the Taliban are determined people. Certainly they have, withstood a lot of efforts to be unseated over several decades. They are going to stick to what it is that they believe in. But I do believe that, your neighbors need to step up and offer. And they need to do the best to make sure that they can get in as best as possible. But at the end of the day, of course, it is going to be up to the Taliban to say yes or no. But you have to be able to feel that you've done all that you can do, and then leave it up to the Taliban to decide what they would like.
And Freddie, finally, before we move on from this, if the West was still in Afghanistan, they were still on the ground, would you say there would be a different response, a humanitarian response to this?
Well, yes, and that's not to say I approved of the West's intervention or 20-year war in Afghanistan. I think it was a disaster on any number of fronts. But yes, I think that you would have had a more immediate and urgent humanitarian assistance probably would have been made available, yes.
Germany is traditionally known for its love of beer, with over 8 billion litres produced every single year. But this year, it's been different. Sales have slumped below 4 billion litres, with many breweries admitting that Germans are drinking less and they're opting for non-alcoholic alternatives. Freddie, I'll turn to you cautiously first on this one. Is it a shift towards alcohol-free beer? Is that for a healthier reason, or is this really, truly the end of a centuries-old drinking culture and tradition?
Well, in Germany, it does look like quite a significant dip in drinking. And even though, yes, non-alcoholic beers are being drunk more and more, and they're a bigger share of the market, the overall consumption of beer, alcoholic and non-alcoholic, has gone down dramatically. And I think this is to do with all the stories that we've heard for many years, that young people are more interested in taking pictures of themselves than they are going out drinking. And for someone like me, I regard that as sad, but probably that's for the best for young people overall, I'd say.
You think it's for the best for health reasons, or you think it's for the best for their social media cred?
Oh, no, terrible for their souls and their personality, but for their health, I think for the best. I mean, I think one of the reasons people don't like drinking so much is booze is very fattening, and young people love taking pictures of themselves, particularly topless. And so I think a strong incentive for young people to not drink is so they can keep their beach body ready. And I think that feeds into a terrible culture of narcissism and self-obsession.
I mean, there's a huge conversation to have there with regards to a lot of people who suffer from body dysmorphia in the modern age. Michael, alcohol-free beer, which is, we're seeing a huge resurgence in this at the moment. Is it ever really going to capture the same cultural role that traditional German beer has had for generations upon generations?
I think not with the up-and-coming generation. I think that there's a different perception when it comes to Gen Zs in particular about alcohol. My kids will be 29 this month, and they are living in Canada. Canada is a country where cannabis, for instance, is legal. So they would much rather take a gummy than they would drink some alcohol. Also, social media has done a lot of harm, but it's done a lot of good. And one of the areas in which it's done a lot of good is that they've helped shine a light on a conversation that I think needs a lot of attention, which is mental health. And people are so much more aware as a result about mental health, what to look out for, when to know if somebody is feeling some pain. And alcohol does not help mental health issues at all. And I think because of the awareness about mental health and some of the realities about alcohol consumption, people have decided to drink less. And that's a global trend. It's not just in Germany.
Freddie, you're in London, so you'll tell us a bit more about this, but there's now overnight drinking there until 6 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know if necessarily the culture is going away. People are still going out. Are they just replacing one vice with another? Is that what we're seeing happening?
Well, a little bit. I think that, one thing we're seeing in London in particular is that while overall drinking habits among young people are going down, the young people that are drinking in increasingly violent and dangerous ways. And so you're getting a sort of smaller core of people drinking far too much, far too intensively. But Britain, as I'm sure a lot of viewers will know, has had a heavy binge drinking culture for a very, very long time, centuries, arguably. And it's very hard to change that. No matter how much you tax alcohol and so on, British people tend to find a way to drink. And even though young people are drinking less, by the time they reach their 30s and 40s, they tend to fall into patterns of drinking that are similar. Although I understand the latest data suggests that isn't the case, but my bet is that Brits will still be drinking in 100 years.
When we look at these alcohol-free alternatives, and there is some evidence that yes, there's a slight calorie reduction in that as well. But is there a reason? Is it social or otherwise why people would choose to have a alcohol-free beverage when they're in a social setting? What do you think the reason is behind that, Michael?
So I do think that there is something to be said about socializing with your peers when you are also on equal footing. And so if you're drinking a beer or what looks like a beer, and I'm drinking what looks like a beer, then I think there's an equality, and I think there's an opportunity for more sharing and bonding. Now, yours is alcoholic and mine's non-alcoholic. Nobody has to know that. But aesthetically, it looks like we're the same, and I think that that helps people feel more comfortable with each other.
Freddie, Germany has relied on this, not as its sole source, but I will say that it's a large part of German culture for a long time, and something like this would affect things like Oktoberfest, which is not just a German tradition now, but has spread to worldwide. So perhaps this is a concern in terms of, culturally speaking, from Germany specifically.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't have had the beer hall putsch either if you didn't have beer in Germany. I think beer is a more integral part of German culture than it is even in Britain. So it is very strange to see young Germans moving away from alcohol or from drinking this kind of beer. I don't know the data on whether they're trying to drink less calorific forms of alcohol, as we see in America in particular. The alcoholic seltzers are quite popular because that's seen as a sort of low-fat way of consuming alcohol.
Is there a cost factor involved in this as well? Is that coming into play?
Yes, there is a small cost. I mean, I know from in London, drinking non-alcoholic beer is slightly cheaper, not as cheap as you'd expect, but it is slightly cheaper.
And as somebody who works in events quite a lot, if you're having events and they're going alcohol-free and you're saying all of our beverages today are completely alcohol, sans alcohol, would that be an absolute disaster, do you think, or could it be something that would work over time?
Well, a large part of my job has involved getting politicians to drink alcohol so that they will share stories with me that they wouldn't normally share. So it would be a disaster in terms of the journalism trade.
No good videos emerging from the future parties that you have, which would be a disaster. Thank you both so much for your thoughts on that.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in China, where he's been attending a Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit being held in the city of Tianjin. Also in attendance, the Russian President Vladimir Putin and other world leaders. Well, Prime Minister Modi emphasized India's commitment to improving ties with China during talks with President Xi Jinping. That's a message delivered against the backdrop of shared tensions with the United States. Well, this visit marks Prime Minister Modi's first trip to the country since 2018, after years of strained relations following deadly clashes along their shared Himalayan border. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Rakesh Sood, who is the former Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of India in Washington, also India's former ambassador to France, Afghanistan and Nepal. And Ambassador, I gather you're currently a distinguished fellow at the Council for Strategic and Defence Research, a New Delhi-based think tank. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I mean, when you look at the pictures coming out of China and you see Prime Minister Modi there at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, I mean, it's not new, India's membership. India joined that organization in 2017. But do you get the impression India has taken this relationship up a level?
Well, not really. I think that summits always have a lot of spectacle and photo ops among the leaders and things like that. So, you know, they always grab eyeballs. That's obviously the purpose of summits. And I think this particular summit taking place in China, which Modi is going to now, he's visiting after 7 years because his last visit to China was in 2018. And after 2020, though he has met Xi Jinping at other multilateral events, he has not had a visit to China. So in that sense, the significance is of a visit to China, while the boundary issue is still not fully settled, I would say.
Okay, so fences are being mended, is that fair to say, between New Delhi and Beijing?
Let me put it like this. I think the relationship went into a freeze in 2020. The relationship has begun to thaw, and that thaw began last year when Xi Jinping and Modi met in Kazan in Russia, because at that time the disengagement process of the troops on the line of actual control had been completed. So that's where the thaw began. And right now you are seeing that thaw in evidence. Now, whether this leads to a warming up of the relationship or not, I think we'll have to wait and see.
But when you listen to some of the rhetoric coming out of that summit in China, you've got the Indian Prime Minister there, Narendra Modi, hearing from his hosts that the global international situation is ever more chaotic and intertwined, to quote the Chinese President Xi Jinping, who was also talking about bullying behavior from certain countries. How much of a chord do you think all of that is striking with your Prime Minister?
Well, once again, I think Prime Minister Modi has, currently he's going through a bit of a difficult time in the relationship with the United States because of all the tariffs and things like that. But at the same time, I do not think that there is any great desire to get drawn into what is called the axis of resistance, which is basically China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Even though we have good relations with Russia, we have good relations with Iran, and we also have a resident embassy in Pyongyang.
Okay, so clearly India wants to have it in every way, wants to maintain ties with every country.
Well, this is what we have always maintained is as a sovereign decision. And earlier it used to be, in a bipolar world, it used to go under the name of non-alignment. And then today it goes under the name of strategic autonomy.
I want to pick up on something you wrote in the Hindustan Times last month. And you sort of cast your mind back to 6 months ago when President Trump and Prime Minister Modi were calling each other great friends. I just want to ask you how much you think things have changed during these last 6 months.
Well, one thing is that President Trump is nothing if not unpredictable. And I think various leaders have seen that. Now, Prime Minister Modi fancies himself as a strong leader, and cut in the same mold as, let's say, Xi Jinping or, say, Putin or Erdogan or, people like that. So I guess where President Trump is coming from is two things. Frankly, I don't think the tariffs are about trade imbalance or about India's purchase of oil from Russia. The tariffs are to do because President Trump feels let down, that India has not supported his claim to the Nobel Peace Prize when he has said more than 30 times that the US played a role and he played a role in bringing about cessation of hostilities between India and Pakistan and thereby preventing a nuclear war. So, and that is a claim that has been strongly denied by India. And that's where the tariff and the Russia thing comes in.
Okay, so there are a couple of factors at work. Is that what you're saying? The tariffs are one of them, but one of the other factors has been a perception that perhaps President Trump isn't portraying that India-Pakistan crisis in an honest light. And President Trump is upset that Prime Minister Modi isn't championing him for a Nobel Peace Prize. Does that roughly sum up where we are?
Well, yes. I think also there is a bit of a rude shock in Delhi in the sense that the India-US relationship has been shifting gradually. I mean, the basic opening began with the end of the Cold War in 1990s. But the shift in India-US relationship post-Cold War has always had geopolitical drivers. And because the geopolitical drivers were well placed, they were well supported by the diplomats and so on, it required a fair bit of heavy lifting by the leaders. And there has been a consistent improvement in that. Now, that led to a growth in bilateral trade, that led to a growth in defense relationships, that led to a growth in terms of technology, that also helped when the Quad came into being in the Indo-Pacific, and so on. Now, the geopolitical driver seems to be missing, and therefore one issue has become a kind of a defining issue. And that is something which is leading to this unhappy realization about reliability. And that has become the kind of debating point in Delhi.
Yeah, in your article, you say that at the time of the start of President Trump's second term, so back in January of this year, the Indians were some of the most optimistic people in the world about that second term. Where do things stand now, do you think?
Oh, today, it is true. At that time, an opinion poll had been taken, I forget by which organization, and it was felt that the highest sort of level of support about that Trump would be good for India-US relationship. That kind of a thing was very high in India compared to anywhere else in Europe or anywhere else in Asia. Today, I think the mood is a little bit has changed. And as I said, a lot of people are questioning how reliable the United States is. But then I think this is what happens when you allow personalities to dominate diplomacy. I mean, diplomacy is driven by national interest, according to me. And pursuit of national interest is a continuous process. It requires a fair bit of negotiation, fair bit of diplomacy, fair bit of work behind the scenes. And, you know, moving with social media comments, Truth Social, Twitter, etc., is not the best way. But that has become a hallmark today of US diplomacy. And we've seen that not just with India, we've seen that with so many other countries.
Ambassador, you're speaking to me in very diplomatic terms, which shouldn't come as a surprise given your illustrious diplomatic career. But let's just go into the details of that change you've described between the perception in India of President Trump between January and the present day. You've said things have changed. Have they changed dramatically or only ever so slightly?
I would say there is a shift in perception. However, again, if I go back to drivers, fundamental structural drivers, I do maintain that there is going to be an India-US relationship after Trump and after Modi. So, and that relationship will come back to what the structural drivers of the India-US relationship are. And these are geopolitical drivers. If the US is, I do not think that the US is going to disengage from the Indo-Pacific.
Have we hit a low point?
At the same time, sorry?
Have we hit a low point, would you say, looking at the last 10 years? Would you say this is the lowest things have got to?
Yes, in a sense, because the trajectory since, let us say, the Kargil War, 1999, I would say the previous low point was when India and Pakistan tested in 1998. And the US imposed pretty severe sanctions on us. However, things started moving. And at that time, there was a dialogue that was carried out by Deputy Secretary Stroke Talbot, who was nominated by President Clinton, and on the Indian side by Jaswant Singh, who was the late Jaswant Singh, who was the foreign minister. Now, this, but the legacy of that was handed over to the next incoming Bush administration, which took it and carried it forward. And I know that Dr. Condoleezza Rice was personally very committed, both as NSA in the first term and then in the second term as Secretary of State. On the Indian side, it got handed over from Prime Minister Vajpayee to Dr. Manmohan Singh. It again got handed over from the Bush administration to the Obama administration, and then subsequently from in India from Dr. Manmohan Singh to Prime Minister Modi. And it has continued on a positive trajectory. Sometimes the trajectory has been moving up more sharply, and sometimes it has moved a little more slowly, but it has been a positive trajectory. And the optics have been positive right through. Now, this time around, the optics have turned. Now, I do not think personally that the optics will change the basic character of the relationship. At least I don't think so, having worked on India-US relationship for more than 15 years during my career.
Okay, we talk about the optics. One of the takeaways from the summit in China was a photograph of President Putin holding hands with your Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. What's the message they're sending to the rest of the world, do you think?
Well, President Putin is a past master at this kind of messaging. The fact that he waited for 10 minutes, this, I don't know if your audience knows this, but there was a bilateral meeting after the SEO meeting, and that was taking place at President Putin's hotel. And then he said that he would like Prime Minister Modi to travel with him in his limousine. And then, but Prime Minister Modi had a meeting. So there are these wonderful optics that he waited for 10 minutes while Prime Minister Modi finished his meeting so that they could travel together and have a one-on-one conversation during the drive. And even after they reached the hotel, media reports that the conversation continued, and it's only after that the car doors were opened and they came out. So I think all this is optics. Well, the fact is we have had a close relationship with Russia, and there is no reason that people would not want to see a reassertion of this proximity at this particular point in time.
There were people in Washington.
When you have Navarro describing the Ukraine war in a gross exaggeration, calling it Modi's war, or calling India, a laundromat for Putin's oil income and things like that.
Sure. And I was just, reading some comments made by veteran American diplomats who say that the tariffs that President Trump has imposed on India have had one very simple effect, which is to push India right into the arms, the open arms of China and arguably Russia as well. What would you say to that?
Well, I can tell you that, like me, the American diplomats who said this are people who have spent years doing hard work, negotiating patiently with their Indian counterparts in terms of building the structure of this relationship. And so obviously they feel somewhat disappointed that instead of that the geopolitical drivers of the relationship are being ignored and personalities are coming into play. And that's why they are saying this. And to an extent, I think there is an apprehension, but at the same time, I'm equally conscious that there are certain fundamental structural drivers of the India-China relationship. During our recent 4-day conflict with Pakistan, for the first time it became clear that the Chinese were providing them with real-time intelligence and imagery, satellite imagery. they were guiding them, which was guiding them in terms of using their beyond visual range missiles and radars and things like that. So if we are looking at India-China relationship, first and foremost, as I mentioned at the outset, the boundary remains an outstanding issue. We have disengaged, but we have not de-escalated. We still have 50,000 soldiers on the line of actual control, as does China, looking at each other face to face.
Indeed, I mean,
we also have growing evidence of the China relationship with Pakistan. We have growing concerns about Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean. So it is not as if our relationship with China can be turned over and suddenly become a friendly, trusting relationship. The fact that Prime Minister Modi went to Japan before going to Tianjin has its own messaging, incidentally.
Sure. I mean, the fact that also participating at the SCO in China, you mentioned Pakistan, well, they had representation there as well. I mean, do you think we could describe all of this as Prime Minister Narendra Modi embracing what you might describe as pragmatic multilateralism? Is that how you'd describe this?
Well, certainly. I mean, there will have to be an element of pragmatic multilateralism. We have always maintained that we are moving towards a multipolar system. And now, the difficulty is that our own neighbor today has become a superpower, namely China. See, when we started on the road to improving relations with China way back in 1988, when then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi went and met to China and went and met Deng Xiaoping. And it was agreed that we should manage the boundary and put it on the back burner for the time being while developing trade, economy, people-to-people contacts, and other aspects of our relationship. At that time, the Indian GDP was about $298 billion, and the Chinese GDP was $310 billion, roughly equal. Our defense budget, both our countries had defense budgets which were about $10 to $11 billion annual. China's growth trajectory has been much faster than us. And gradually the gap has been growing, obviously, in China's favor. And today, if India says it's a $4 trillion economy, the Chinese are over 18 trillion. If India has a defense budget of $80 billion, China has a defense budget of $300 billion. So the parity that existed at the point when we went into this, putting the problem on the back burner, is that ground reality has shifted. And therefore, we have to find a new modus vivendi with China. And meanwhile, China, as I suppose befitting its position as the second largest economy and so on, and is wanting to expand its area of influence. And how does India deal with it, or how does that rub up against India, particularly when with India's adversary, Pakistan, China has the closest of ties. So there are some fundamental difficulties in terms of the long term. It doesn't mean that we are going to go and have a fight with China. No, but there will be certain limitations as we manage our relationship with China in a stable fashion.
Okay, and just lastly, just to sort of wrap up this conversation and casting our eye back to Tianjin and that encounter today, I mean, does it look to you like we were looking there at the beginning of the end of what's been the US-dominated international order, which has really been in place since the end of the Second World War? I mean, is that how it looks to you? And some might point to divisions in the West, the Europeans on one side, the Americans sort of taking a different route. I mean, is that what we're looking at here, a path from perhaps which there's no return?
Well, I think that the US-led order has been in a process of decline roughly, I would say, since 2008-9. And I say there are a couple of reasons. I mean, you had Afghanistan, you had Iraq, you had these two misadventures, and then you also had the financial crisis of 2008, and that then that has expanded, and it coincided. If you think about it historically, it coincided with China beginning its period of assertiveness. The first sign of that was the 9-dash line in the South China Seas, which came about during Hu Jintao's time. And then we've seen a more assertive Xi Jinping take over in 2012. It is roughly around that time that our boundary on the line of actual control became more active, first in 2013, 14, 17 at Doklam, then 2020, and so on. We also saw the growing concerns in Moscow about the NATO expansion, and therefore in 2014, Russia taking over Crimea, and so on. So we have seen a gradual decline in the so-called US-led order. Mind you, during the Cold War, the US-led order was not global. It only existed insofar as the Western world was concerned. It didn't exist insofar as Soviet Union and East Europe and that bloc was concerned. So it is only in a short period that that US-led order was attempting to become a global order, which began with the end of the Cold War and the breakup of the Soviet Union in 1991. So it had a relatively short shelf life, I would say.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you speaking to us. Ambassador Rakesh Sood, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Well, let's get more analysis. We can speak now to Dr. Sajan Gohel, who is the International Security Director at the Asia Pacific Foundation and a visiting teacher at the London School of Economics. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. There are some people in Washington who are concerned looking at the Indian Prime Minister there in China, looking like perhaps he's entering the orbit of China and Russia and pivoting away somewhat from the United States. What do you say to that?
Well, there has been this concern that as trade talks between the United States and India were reaching an impasse, that the fact that the Trump administration opted to go public in its social media commentary about that seemed to not necessarily produce the desired results. Now, the fact that the U.S. adopts that approach is not necessarily new with the Trump administration. They did it during the first term. It's definitely been amplified more. In many ways, it's a strategy, but it's not necessarily producing the desired results because I think for India, like with China, these are countries that prefer to do the negotiating behind closed doors rather than airing it openly. Now, Prime Minister Modi was most probably likely going to Tianjin for the SCO summit in any case, but it's had more significance as a result of this impasse between the US and India.
Okay, would you say tariffs are the only issue, or are there other irritants, would you say, in the relationship between New Delhi and Washington right now?
Well, if you look at the fact that since Bill Clinton went to India just before his second term ended, there was this massive strategic pivot towards India by various U.S. administrations across the political divide. So George W. Bush, Barack Obama, President Trump himself during his first term, and then President Biden, all of them sought this pivot to India to do with the Indo-Pacific strategy, of which India was a key element. What seems to have perhaps changed now is that under the second Trump administration, they are focusing on trade. That seems to be the primary aspect, perhaps even more important for them than the Indo-Pacific aspect. And that is where tensions have emerged, especially to do with tariffs and also the aspect about India purchasing Russian oil. It's very interesting that just a few hours ago, President Trump actually put out a message on his Truth Social talking about that his frustration was that India wasn't buying enough American oil as opposed to Russian oil. And I think that's what it ultimately stems for. The Russia aspect seems to be a misnomer. It's more about the bilateral trade that the U.S., especially the Trump administration, wants from India. But perhaps the way they're going about it isn't necessarily going to produce the desired results.
And do you think Prime Minister Modi, sitting there in China at that event, listening to a speech by the President of China in which President Xi Jinping talked about the chaotic global international situation, he also talked about the bullying antics of certain countries, how much of a chord do you think that will have struck with him?
Well, the fact of the matter is that India and China have had tensions, especially over the border. They have 3 points of contention in their border dispute. Each one has on occasions turned into a small conflict, the last one being during the pandemic in 2020. And what you saw was a cold frostiness between both countries where people-to-people ties was cut, direct flights was stopped. Trade was also impacted. India banned social media from China like TikTok. What is perhaps now happening is the early steps to seeing if that relationship can improve. Those fault lines that still exist on the border will remain. I think for China, they would naturally want India to move away from that Indo-Pacific pivot that the U.S. has been wanting. And it's kind of interesting that we've already seen the U.S. reacting to Prime Minister Modi's trip to China. The U.S. Embassy in India actually put out a tweet on X with the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that the India-U.S. relationship is one of the most important. So you're seeing a kind of a varied commentary by the Trump administration, and it'll be interesting what more comes out of this in the coming days.
So from what you're saying, it sounds as though perhaps Prime Minister Modi's calculation was right, and appearing in pictures, holding hands, I should add, with the president of Russia, has somehow sent a message to Washington, and it seems to have been a message that's received and understood. Is that roughly what you're saying?
Well, look, the optics are obviously going to be important in conveying a message. And keep in mind that India has a long-standing relationship with Russia that hasn't begun just during or before the Ukraine war. This is going back generations. When Russia, in its previous guise as the Soviet Union, there was a strategic relationship between Russia and India. India continues to purchase a huge amount of defense equipment from Russia. So that aspect hasn't necessarily changed. It's perhaps got, again, more focus because of the tensions with the U.S. China and Russia definitely want India to move further away from that pivot that the U.S. has been advocating. And I think it's up to the U.S. now to try and resolve some of the tensions that have emerged, because the fact is that India is being penalized for purchasing Russian oil, which the Biden administration in the first place had encouraged India to do because it put a price cap on it. And that wasn't seen as a violation, but it actually was designed as an attempt to prevent oil prices from rising.
You haven't mentioned the tensions between India and Pakistan, and so I'll bring that into the conversation now, because you know, at the time, and we're talking now 3-4 months ago, President Trump claimed quite a lot of credit for having brokered a solution to that standoff between India and Pakistan. I'm just wondering how you think that crisis has changed the dynamic in relations between New Delhi and this second Trump administration.
Well, the Pahalgam terrorist attack that occurred in Indian-administered Kashmir definitely triggered a problem and a crisis, because India then reacted by targeting terrorist camps in Pakistan belonging to the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and we then saw tit-for-tat strikes from both countries. Now, there has been huge debate about the role that the Trump administration played in this. Pakistan is giving the U.S. credit for reducing tensions. India is not. India believes that it was a bilateral dialogue between both India and Pakistan that resolved this. Pakistan nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. India hasn't done the same thing. Now, we've also seen that as a result of that, Pakistan has entered into trade ties with the U.S. over oil exploration, which a lot of people are skeptical about because they've looked at that oil off the coast of Baluchistan and in the past, and it's never been found. Natural rare earth minerals also, again, countries like China have spent a huge amount of time trying to find that in Pakistan to no avail. So there has been trade ties and improvements between Pakistan and the United States, but the fine print is yet to establish whether there's anything substantial that will come out of it. India, of course, remains to be resolved between the U.S. in terms of trade. There is perhaps hope that there still remains a window for both countries to resolve this situation. But what I think doesn't help is when you have people tied to the Trump administration like Peter Navarro going on the media, making public criticisms, making comments that are viewed as very incendiary inside India. For example, Peter Navarro said very recently that the oil that India is buying is only benefiting Brahmins. Now, that is a caste-based remark that is also difficult to understand because Prime Minister Modi is not a Brahmin, and nor are any of the senior members of the Indian government. So it's unclear who he's referring to, but it's nevertheless going to add an unnecessarily spoke to what has become a protracted situation between both countries.
I know you're not in India right now, but what is your sort of overall opinion of how the Indian public view the Trump administration? Because an opinion poll back in January suggested that the Indian public were amongst the most optimistic people in the world with regards to the return to the White House of President Donald Trump. How do you think they feel now?
Well, it's a good question. You are right that Trump was viewed favorably in India in the start of this year, and there was bonhominy between both Prime Minister Modi and President Trump during Trump's first term. But things seem to have changed. I think there has been a shock in India as to how the U.S. has reacted to the impasse in trade negotiations. I don't think it's necessarily that it's turned hostile. I think there's more confusion as to what's occurred. And the thing is this, is that with the Trump administration, they can play what is, I guess, a page out of the art of the deal of President Trump's tactics for negotiating. And it can then lead from highs to lows and back and forth. So if this gets resolved soon, then I think opinions may well change again. But, we'll have to watch this space.
OK, so were you to give advice to the Trump administration on how to rectify the situation with India, bearing in mind those pictures we've seen from China where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is very welcome at the table with Presidents Xi and Putin, what would your advice be?
I think the starting point is that have those direct conversations with Prime Minister Modi and also try and aim to do it off social media and off the gaze of the media itself and do it privately. And perhaps then actual progress can probably be attained.
So I'm detecting from you there is an irritation in Delhi, or at least your perception is there's an irritation in Delhi at the public nature in which diplomacy is being carried out by this administration. Is that what you're saying?
Well, look, I can't speak for another country or another government as to how they look at it. But if you are, as a neutral observer, if you look at the optics of how things have transpired in the last couple of months, it has led to uncertainty in the diplomatic ties. It's created a sense of frustration, I think, from both sides as to what is required. Keep in mind that India's 50% tariffs are on par with a country like Brazil. President Lula of Brazil does not have a good personal relationship with President Trump. President Trump preferred his predecessor, former President Bolsonaro. In the case of India, there is that good relationship that has existed between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump. They haven't publicly criticized each other even during this crisis. So there still remains that possibility to resolve this. But of course, the longer this drags on, the more uncertain those ties will actually be. And we don't know also what is the U.S. focus when it comes to the Indo-Pacific. That has very much gone up in the air. So if you factor in things like the Quad, which is the U.S., India, Australia, and Japan, this is the four nations that are meant to be dealing with the Indo-Pacific challenges. The future of the Quad is also being questioned. And then there's a Quad leaders summit that is supposed to be in India later this year. Will President Trump go to that? All these things are going to be important to ascertain.
Okay, well, we really appreciate your analysis. As ever, a pleasure talking to you. Dr. Sajan Gohel, thank you for your time, sir.
My pleasure.
Well, let's get more analysis now. We can speak to Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who is an Indian MP for Lok Sabha, who joins us now from New Delhi. Dr. Tharoor, thank you very much for joining us once again here on Arabiya English. I want to start by talking to you about the summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is being held in the Chinese city of Tianjin. And at that summit, I'm sure you saw the pictures, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding hands with President Putin, talking about a special relationship. What do we read into that, and what's the message the Indian Prime Minister is sending out to the world here?
Well, look, I mean, to begin with, it's his first visit to China in 7 years, which is a message in itself. There has been, as you probably are aware, a rather deep sort of freeze in our relationship, which really sunk to a nadir back in May of 2020, May and early June, when the Chinese, in an unprovoked confrontation on the line of control, the undefined frontier between the two countries, killed 20 soldiers, Indian soldiers. And that was a huge incident, as a result of which India froze flights to China, cut back on a number of contacts, canceled a number of Chinese investments, reduced Chinese visas, banned TikTok in India, all sorts of things. And there was a deep freeze that went on till about late last year, when roughly around October of 2024, a series of meetings at the foreign minister level and the national security advisor level began a slow thaw. But that thaw had barely got underway when the conflict with Pakistan saw China arraigned completely on Pakistan's side, and that in turn again was a setback. But I think in the meantime, two things have happened. The SCO was an opportunity to attempt to continue with the thaw that had begun last year, and I think the government saw it as such, and Mr. Modi might well have chosen to go anyway and accept that invitation. But then Mr. Trump's tariffs, which have been absolutely stinging on India. We are the most tariffed nation in the world alongside Brazil. 50% is what Indian exporters are being charged for their goods. And as a result, companies are having orders cancelled. Factories are laying off workers. We're having quite a serious impact in India. At that point, the imperative need to shore up relationships with other countries, other investors, other markets became much more urgent. So I think you've got a complicated message. And you know, one is seeing in this a sort of pivot from confrontation to conversation between India and China. As for Russia, and Mr. Putin was also there, that's a long-standing relationship. It's had minor ups and downs, but I think by and large it has been a steady relationship. The main difference in recent years has been that India has gotten closer to America and Russia has become more dependent on China, particularly after the Ukraine war. And that was likely to have created a bit of estrangement, slightly, between India and Russia. But now in the revised circumstances, I think there's no talk of estrangement. There's only warmth and friendship. Mr. Modi has been to Moscow last year. Mr. Putin is coming to New Delhi later this year. And I think we're looking at a change. So India is clearly shoring up its relationships with old friends and would-be new friends in Russia and China, respectively, particularly as a bulwark against all the uncertainties that the Trump tempest has unleashed on India in recent weeks.
OK, well, let's talk a bit more about that Trump tempest and these new friends. So President Xi and President Putin have been holding talks on the sidelines of that conference in China with your Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And there are these concerns in Washington that this trade standoff is having the effect of drawing India closer to those two countries. And it sounds like you believe that is, in fact, partially the case.
I think it's partially the case. I don't think either country would actually situate it in that context. But for anyone looking at it, it's inescapable, the context. Given the fact that the thaw that, as I mentioned, began late last year had already slowed down because of the stepping back as a result of the conflict with Pakistan, in which China offered real-time military assistance to Pakistan, as well as diplomatic support in the Security Council and elsewhere. Given all of that, things were not exactly thawing the way they might have. And had Mr. Trump not done what he'd done, there would certainly have been a slightly more formal, slightly more distant approach. But I think right now India understands, number one, that it needs China as it needs many other countries. And China understands that this is not a bad time to be talking to India, because India is approaching it from a position of weakness, from, as we say in cricket, from being on the back foot. And I think that's something which gives each side an incentive to do some serious talking.
I think there are going to be some more cricketing analogies as the conversation goes on, because you've written a piece that is riddled with cricketing analogies and metaphors. Yeah. But we're going to come back. We're going to come to that. We're going to come to that in just a moment. But I just wonder what.
But I mean, just to add to what we were saying, Tom, Indian pilgrims have started returning to Hindu and Buddhist sites in Tibet. Direct flights are resuming. They've been announced already. Therefore, visa restrictions are also easing. And both nations are orchestrating a flurry of high-level exchanges to formalize this thaw. So I think that there's clearly a shared intent to move beyond the recriminations of the past and to reimagine the relationship. So though the fault lines have been more apparent than the possible areas of convergence, India and China are certainly both making steps towards each other.
OK, let's talk about the underlying causes of this spat with the United States. The Trump administration accuses Russia of selling oil to countries like India and China as well, using these dark fleets. And that money is funding Russia's war effort in Ukraine. I want to ask you, is that happening? And is, in your opinion, Washington justifiably irritated that that's happening?
Well, absolutely. It is happening. The 50% tariffs kicked in on the 27th, just after midnight, or the 26th night of August in American time. So we've actually been under those sanctions for 5 or 6 days already. But I do want to say that it's completely unjustified for multiple reasons. Number one is, of course, that who you trade with is a sovereign decision of any nation. No one in America would allow anybody to presume to tell them whom they can and cannot trade with. And the only constraint that India or any other sovereign nation has historically been willing to observe is of the UN Security Council sanctions a particular country. Then it's where all, as UN members, expected to go along with that. But there is no UN sanction on Russia. Secondly, there is the fact that the EU is actually purchasing far more from Russia. In other words, they're sending more dollars to Russia than India is. We spend about $53 billion on Russia, basically oil and gas. The EU spends $67 to $68 billion every year, I'm talking of last year's figures, on a whole variety of other items that they buy from Russia. Thirdly, China buys far more oil and gas than we do. But America can't dare to sanction China with an extra 25%, because they know that the Chinese can withhold rare earth magnets and other vital materials and God knows what else that the American economy needs. And so the problem with India is that India essentially is unable to conduct any reprisals against this punitive or vindictive action by America, because the only way we can do so would be to hurt our own producers, who are already hurting in terms of those items that the Americans have sanctioned. Because there are a couple of items that we are selling the Americans that have not yet had a tariff slapped on them. One is pharmaceuticals. We are the world's leading supplier of pharmaceuticals, even more than China. And so the average American going to his pharmacy for his headache remedy may have a bigger headache if the prices go up. And so they've been hesitating to sanction or tariff Indian pharmaceuticals so far anyway. And the other one is the electronics. We manufacture 60% of the Apple iPhones sold in America. 60% of the Apple iPhone 17 was slated to be shipped from here. And that's going to be something which I think would complicate relations not only with the American consumer, but also with this major American company. So they're going to still work that out. But those two things are still not tariffed. Everything else, all our leather goods, our textiles and garments, our seafood exports, shrimp and so on, and our gems and jewelry, where India was a world leader in terms of affordable gems and jewelry, diamond cutting and polishing, jewelry design, all of that. All of those have already taken a very bad hit from the initial 20%, 25%, and now the additional 25% sanctions. So that's 50%. Already there's stories of 150,000 Indian gem and jewelry workers being laid off in Mr. Modi's home state of Gujarat. So it really does hurt. Real people are losing real jobs because of the temper tantrum from Washington.
Okay, I mean, you've described the sanctions as stinging sanctions, and you paint a picture there of a situation in which livelihoods are being severely affected by decisions being taken in Washington and by the Indian government. I mean, what does the Indian public make of all of this? Do you get the impression there's growing anger? Is that a risk?
Oh, yeah, no, there's very serious anger because the Indian public, don't forget, after 200 years of colonialism, Tom, we are not prepared to be dictated to by any foreign power. It's just, our strategic autonomy has been a fundamental tenet of our foreign policy under all governments. And we've had various parties in office at various times. No one has moved under. No one has buckled under. Strategic dignity matters to us. We are consistently championing a rules-based international order, unilaterally imposing tariffs, especially telling you who you can and cannot buy oil or anything from, flies in the face of our principles. We will not surrender our right to conduct our foreign policy based on our national interests. So I think you will see from India, with massive popular support, strategic resolve and diplomatic firmness. I mean, we value our partnership with the US, but our foreign policy choices are non-negotiable and can be dictated solely by our national interests. I think we'll continue negotiating with the Americans in trade negotiations if they're willing to talk. They actually suspended the last round on the 25th of August, where an American trade delegation was due in Delhi to continue trade talks, and they decided not to come. So if they don't want to talk, then they can't be a negotiation. But otherwise, we will be happy to negotiate with them, but we won't compromise on some issues that matter to us. For example, in a democracy like India, anything that is seen as harming the interests of our 700 million farmers or 700 million people living off agriculture is simply a non-starter for any elected government.
Okay.
The farmers represent an extremely powerful voting bloc in the country and across the country. So we will not grant market access to much of our agricultural sectors, and the Americans better understand that if the price of that is they're going to give us some unreasonable tariffs, well, then they'll simply end up losing our products. It's as simple as that. There's also been pressure on data localization. We're not convinced we need to do that. So there's some issues. I think there are other things we could have negotiated. Americans want to sell us Cadillacs, luxury automobiles. I suspect that we're willing to give a little bit on that because it's a very small market for that kind of car, and it won't be upsetting the entire sort of Indian marketplace. I think we can be a little more accommodating of some of the American export interests. Maybe Indians who are notoriously fond of Scotch whiskey might develop a taste for bourbon if we can work out a deal with America on that. So there are that kind of negotiation is always possible. But I must tell you that it's got to be a negotiation. It can't be a unilateral diktat. We know the US is a crucial market, but we are going to be redoubling our efforts to strengthen our trade ties with other significant economies. The EU, we're already negotiating an FTA with the EU. The UK, we've got an FTA concluded last month. Japan, ASEAN, partners in the global south, including Africa. I think we are going to be diversifying a lot more to reduce our over-reliance on any single market and to build resilience against the unpredictable unilateral actions, that kind of thing coming again from Washington. And we also have to do something about our domestic competitiveness and strengthening. I think we need to focus on improving our internal practices, our logistics, the cost of doing business, the ease of doing business, the productivity of our labor force. And there are things we can do to get our act together a little better at home. We can't just compete purely on low wages. We need to invest on skills, on technology, on infrastructure. We've got to make our products globally competitive, even in the face of whatever tariffs we finally end up with, which I hope certainly will not be anything like 50, well, should ideally be around or lower than 20. Then we will be able to compete with other Asian countries and other countries generally that are also being tariffed at between 15 and 19% these days by the Americans. That could be fine. And we can also do a strategic review of our own tariff structures to ensure that they're actually serving our economic goals. Mr. Trump keeps complaining that our tariffs are too high. Our average tariffs in America are just 17%. So American tariffs are actually higher on Indian goods than Indian tariffs are on American goods. But we can still look at that. We can see where we can ease things, as I said, on a sector-by-sector, item-by-item basis. Let's see.
Okay.
My own gut feeling about all of this is these actions by President Trump are testing our resolve, testing our proud history of strategic independence, and we're not going to capitulate. We will have to seriously consider how best we respond. And my gut feeling on all of this is we will be able to, but we're not going to sacrifice our strategic autonomy even for short-term economic relief. That would be a betrayal of what every Indian would agree is our national interest. We'll have to stand firm, we'll have to negotiate hard, we'll have to diversify strategically, and we'll have to emerge from all of the Trumpian tariffs as an even stronger and more self-reliant nation. That would be my message, Tom.
All right. I mean, it sounds. I don't think Americans are very familiar with cricketing terminology. So saying that India is going to dig in for a long innings, which is what it looks like Prime Minister Modi is doing. It sounds like that's what you're advocating. I mean, just putting that in Mr. Trump's more sort of familiar language, the language of baseball, sounds like you advocate playing hardball.
Hardball, but not going for home runs at the first shot. I think we have to recognize that, stealing the occasional base is the best thing we can do, if that metaphor works.
It sounds as though, just reading what President Trump put out on social media last night, on Truth Social, he said, India is making concessions. He says they have now offered to cut their tariffs to nothing, but it's getting late. They should have done this years ago. Do you read this as a softening of President Trump's stance? And do you think perhaps those pictures, do you think those pictures in China rattled him?
No, I think it could well have done. And certainly if he says it's getting late, that means there's still room for compromise. If he says it is too late, that means he's playing hardball. So that getting late is, I think, a fairly encouraging turn of phrase, and it may suggest there's some room for maneuver.
Okay. Are you hopeful that a negotiated solution is going to be found?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Tom?
Are you hopeful that a negotiated solution is going to be found?
Well, look, there are two parts to this particular problem. There is, first of all, the base 25% tariffs, which are higher than most of our competitors for similar labor-intensive items. So you can't compete with Thailand on gems and jewelry, with Vietnam or Bangladesh on garments, with many Southeast Asian countries on seafood exports. At 25, if those countries are only paying tariffs at between 15 and 19, because that gives you a 6% premium that makes it very difficult for Indian exporters to attract their American buyers. Then there's a second 25%, which is the sanctions on India for purchasing Russian oil. I think that second 25% can be waved off by Mr. Trump with a wave of the wand saying we made our point and we'll take it off. Because he's now focused in his yesterday's post on Truth Social only on the basic tariffs, which is the first 25. And there, if we can negotiate down, if we can, we haven't reduced everything to zero, I know, but if we can reduce some to zero and some to lower numbers and come to a compromise with America, maybe we can end up also at a lower number then 25. Maybe we can come to 15, 16, 17. Anything up to 19, I think, would still enable us to compete with other Asian countries who are exporting the same kinds of goods to America. But the sanction 25 is a political policy. He sanctioned us, he hasn't sanctioned China, he hasn't sanctioned the EU. He's got to decide whether the relationship with India is so unimportant to him that sanctioning India by that extra 25 is worth it. If he decides on second thoughts he doesn't want to throw India aside and he wants to preserve the relationship, then I think he can certainly knock the second 25 off, and then the trade negotiators can work out a deal on the first 25. That's the way I see a possible outcome. And it'll all have to happen in the next few weeks because it's already hurting. As I said, people are being laid off right now as we speak.
OK, we're coming to the end. I just want to ask you, because last time we spoke, it was obviously at the height of the tensions between India and Pakistan. And President Trump has said since then on multiple occasions that he played an instrumental role in helping to defuse that situation and avert, he said, nuclear war. I want to ask how important you think that role was played by the US president and his administration. And what is the state of affairs now with India and Pakistan? How do we avoid a repeat of those sorts of tensions?
Well, on the first one, Thomas, as I mentioned to you when we spoke during the conflict, India never needed persuading. India's message was consistent throughout. We're just conducting reprisals against terrorists. That as far as we're concerned, if Pakistan hits us, we'll have to hit back. If Pakistan stops, we'll stop. And from the Indian point of view, the moment the Pakistani Director General of Military Operations called his Indian counterpart and said, look, we want to call this off, India immediately said, we'll call it off. So India never needed persuading. But it's entirely possible that President Trump or people speaking on his behalf persuaded Pakistan. That Pakistan was being belligerent and the Americans said, we don't want this getting out of hand, cool it. And the Pakistanis yielded to Mr. Trump's entreaties, in which case, of course, we're grateful. Everyone wants peace on the subcontinent, India most of all. So I don't think that we would have any difficulty in crediting Mr. Trump for whatever he may have said to Pakistan. But we just wanted to make it very clear that he didn't say anything to us. In fact, he didn't call Mr. Trump between his first condolence call after the terrorist attack by the Pakistani terrorists and his subsequent call to Mr. Modi after they missed each other at the G7 summit in Ottawa, when Mr. Trump cut short his trip and had to miss his meeting, his scheduled meeting with Mr. Modi. Between those two calls, there was no call between President Trump and Mr. Modi. And that's what's important for all of us to make clear. We are not a country that accepts the notion of mediation. Mediation implies equivalence, and we believe there can be no equivalence between terrorists and their victims. There can be no equivalence between a country that incubates terrorism and a country that is on the receiving end of these criminal actions. There can be no equivalent between a revisionist power that wants to upset the entire geopolitics of the subcontinent, change borders, and so on, and a country like India that's a status quo power that wants to get on with its development, get on with its economic growth, and focus on the well-being of its own people. There is no equivalence. And there's no equivalence, there can be no mediation. So we made it very clear that we don't welcome American or anybody else's mediation, but we certainly welcome, and we have great respect for the American presidency. If Mr. President or his officials spoke to the Pakistanis and got them to climb down so that we're now at peace on the border, that's a good thing for everybody. And we are at peace. You asked how things are with Pakistan. There have been no particular new tensions, no new incidents, no new violence, no new shelling, nothing of that sort. So at the moment, the peace that came about at the end of Operation Sindoor is holding, and that's the best we can say. But I don't know what Mr. Trump said to Washington, to Islamabad, and if he's certainly seeking credit for that, he probably deserves it. But as far as India is concerned, he didn't play any role in persuading us, nor did we need any role of persuasion.
OK, this is my last question to you, Dr. Thrower. You've been very generous with your time. You've got a huge social media following. Our last interview together delivered an enormous view count. And a lot of your supporters, when I look in the comment section, are asking the same question. Does Dr. Thrower have prime ministerial ambitions? What's the answer?
Oh, my word. The answer is there is no vacancy. And look, I mean, in a parliamentary system, no one can aspire to any specific job. You aspire to do your best for the constituency that elected you, which in my case is Thiruvananthapuram, which you pronounced so ably when you interviewed me last. And that's where I'm focused. But I have had a long association with world affairs and international questions. I care passionately about them, and I chair the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs. So I focus on these topics as part of my parliamentary duties, not because of any prime ministerial ambitions. But thank you for asking.
But you wouldn't turn it down?
Oh, come on, don't ask questions that I don't particularly think it's wise to answer. But as I said, there is no vacancy. We'll have to talk about real situations and not hypothetical ones, as we've been doing in this conversation.
All right, well, we look forward to continuing the conversation, and we really appreciate your time today. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, Tom. All the best.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Navtesh Sana, who is the former Indian ambassador to the United States, also to the United Kingdom. Ambassador Sana, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. I just want to pick up on what we were talking about there with Shashi Tharoor before we spoke to you. We were talking about the summit of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is being held in the Chinese city of Tianjin. And one analyst is quoted as saying that President Trump is rattled by India, China and Russia coming together, and he wants to try and split up this emerging partnership. Do you think that's true?
Well, I can't speak for President Trump, but it's quite possible that the symbolism of the summit and the three leaders meeting together in an obvious situation of some comfort, I think would have disturbed President Trump. I'm not sure that that was the intention of all of them, but it could be a part of the subtext.
Indeed, and I mean, we've seen the pictures, and we were talking about it just a moment ago, pictures of even Prime Minister Modi and President Putin holding hands. They're talking about a special relationship. I mean, do you think India is trying to send a message here to Washington?
Well, two things here. I think one, the India-Russia relationship is not something that is new. I think it goes back much into our history for the last 60 years or so, at least for the last, since 1971, it's been a consistent support for India. And we have, held that relationship as, and we call it time-tested. At the same time, we have been building up the India-US relationship for the last 25 years, and we have managed to successfully carry on both relationships, not always consistently. I mean, there have been ups and downs, but I think it has been in the strategic interest of both Russia and US, as well as India, to keep all these equations going at the same time. Now, what has happened is because of Mr. Trump's actions and statements by not only by the president, but people around him, that the trust factor in the India-US relationship has been severely damaged. And obviously, it's not that we are now suddenly reaching out to Russia, but yes, there is an element of signaling here. There is an element of diplomatic theater here, that India has options. India has other relationships. We are not giving up on the US relationship, but we are also reviving and strengthening the others.
Okay, but if I were to put on my American hat, and I'm not American, but the Americans are angered. They say the underlying cause of all of this tension and the reason Mr. Trump did what he did and imposed those tariffs is simple. Russia has been selling oil to China and India using these so-called dark fleets to transport it. And that money is funding Russia's war effort in Ukraine. So don't you think Washington is justified in being irritated, to say the very least?
I think that's a highly inconsistent view. If that was truly Washington's view, they would have imposed higher tariffs on China, which imports much more Russian oil than India did, And by the way, Indian imports of Russian oil have been declining, not because of Mr. Trump's statements, but because the discounts have been going down. As well, I mean, Mr. Trump has not held that view as far as Europe is concerned, which continues to import gas from Russia. So I think that is a sort of facile view that, India is funding Ukraine's war. I mean, you can't lay the blame of not being able to end the Russia-Ukraine war at India's doorstep.
Clearly, you're watching all of this on playing out and on your television screen, and probably remembering with affection your time in Washington. At the same time, you're probably thinking how you might advise President Donald Trump to deal with New Delhi, knowing as you do both cultures extremely well. What would your advice be to him?
I would say that he should go back to Trump 1.0. We made a lot of progress in Trump's first term, because India was still being seen through a strategic lens. India was being seen as a crucial linchpin of the Indo-Pacific policy, as a huge market, as a supplier of technically qualified people, helping a lot of the tech industry in the United States. India is a democracy. India is a pluralistic country and has a lot of fundamental convergences with the United States. It is very odd that all the progress, all the strategic progress that was made in Trump's first term, possibly under the guidance of some of his advisors at that time, has been thrown to the winds in one summer. And it's not just that. This has been a steadily growing relationship, whether the person in the White House was a Democrat or a Republican, ever since President Bill Clinton. I would suggest, hardly in my place to advise a president, but I would suggest to the Trump whisperers that please go back to the drawing board and see that you are actually committing suicide by doing this to the India-US relationship.
And obviously one of the techniques that President Trump uses is, obviously he's keen on social media, meaning that quite a lot of diplomatic discussion is carried out in a rather public way, i.e. it gets posted on Truth Social or one of the other platforms. How do you think that goes down in New Delhi?
Well, I think, at one time, this was a sort of attractive disruption to rather old-fashioned diplomacy. Today, it shows that there is no policy in Washington. Today, it shows that there is no analysis in Washington. So if you're announcing foreign policy, major foreign policy initiatives and decisions via tweet, then obviously it hasn't gone through the grill that these serious relationships deserve. So today it is, I'm afraid, it's become a mockery of foreign policy relationships. And I think it's not going to help anybody, but most important, it's not going to help the United States.
Okay, any pointers perhaps for your Prime Minister? I don't know if you're in touch with Prime Minister Modi on these issues. Perhaps you're not allowed to say. But would you say there are any techniques that you've noticed that might go down well in terms of bringing about a constructive dialogue with this new administration in Washington?
Well, I think a lot of countries have tried flattery of President Trump. A lot of countries have tried sort of cajoling him by investments and even offers of aeroplanes and all that. I think the time for all that is over. Certainly, it is not in India's DNA to come to the relationship like that. Yes, we can do things to project India's investments. We can do things to meet genuine American concerns. But India will continue, and I don't need to advise anybody. I think I can see it's already happening. India will continue to approach this relationship with patience, with restraint, and with dignity. And we will hope that in the end, a lot of the work that has been done for a quarter of a century will not go waste. because there are fundamental strategic logics and reasons behind that work. And I think once this phase is over, I believe that this, all phases go over. I think we have to bide our time, and we have to go back to building that relationship which has been built block by block in mutual interest of both countries. It's a very valuable relationship, not just for us, not just for the United States, but I think for global politics.
Indeed, and when we were talking to Dr. Shashi Tharoor before we crossed to you, he used a cricketing analogy suggesting that India was going to have to pad up to protect itself from what are going to be some quite fast-spun balls heading in its direction. But just turning our eye back to China and that conference that was held there, and yesterday we heard President Xi Jinping talking about global turmoil, tumultuous international relations. He also talked about bullying tactics being used by certain powers and clearly pointing the finger there at Washington. How much of a chord do you think that struck with Prime Minister Narendra Modi? Do you think he listened to that and thought, this is somebody speaking my kind of language?
Yes, sure. I don't think that was meant for Prime Minister Modi. I think it was meant for President Trump. And I think that is part of the signaling that China in particular is doing as a emerging superpower, as a challenger to the United States, that listen, there is another worldview. I don't think it means that India and China, and in fact Russia there, are sort of teaming up against President Trump as a sort of club. But I think there is that kind of signaling, which at the moment suits everybody. It will not change the fundamentals of the India-China relationship, which we are seeing some amount of engagement. We are seeing some amount of easing of the thaw or improvement in the thaw that started actually last year. It will not remove the fundamental doubts, the fundamental questions of the India-China relationship. So I would desist from seeing this as a great breakthrough, as a major shift in India's policy, as a teaming up or falling into China's arms. I mean, all that, again, is neither true nor helpful.
OK, so you don't seem to be of the view that India's at a crossroads. It's having to choose. Does it turn left towards that China-Russia-led axis? Does it keep going straight ahead and continue with the US collective West, or does it try to find a third way? You would discount all of that.
Well, I don't think these are zero-sum situations. I don't think countries like India, which are not which are actually civilizational powers more than anything else, and it's been our pronounced policy for the last 75 years that our policy is what is in India's interests. We will take decisions on that basis, whether you call it non-alignment, multi-alignment, strategic autonomy. Fundamentally, it means the same. So I don't think that we will be tilting from left to right and back to left if everything happens well. I think India will use this opportunity to go back to the drawing board, to understand that over-dependence on any country, on any one relationship, be it with the United States, is not in India's interest. And we will continue to see which relationship serves our interest at a particular time. There are certain limitations to each of these relationships, and there are advantages to each of these relationships. And I think Indian foreign policy is fairly experienced. They're old hands at this. And I think they will be able to manage this crisis. It should not be seen as a zero-sum game at all.
And just lastly, Ambassador Sana, I mean, I'm imagining this issue of tariffs is the focus of considerable press interest. It's probably a subject of continued debate on the airwaves there in India. I'm wondering what sort of adjectives people are using to describe the relationship between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Trump, and what public opinion is on all of this? What are people saying?
I think that's a very interesting aspect of things. There was a lot of skepticism in India historically about a very close relationship with the United States, that you really can't trust the United States as a partner. And slowly we have built up that trust. Unfortunately, that trust, as I mentioned earlier, has been severely damaged. The language that has been used for India, and President Trump called India's economy, which is the fastest growing emerging economy, a dead economy. Now that sort of thing doesn't help. We've been called tariff kings, while there are analyses out there which tell you that several other countries are actually much higher tariffs, particularly trade-weighted tariffs, not just simple averages or simple numbers. So I think the feeling here is that we've been let down by the United States, that there is an unjustified attack on India, which is neither related to Russia or to oil, but it seems to be targeting India's rise. It seems to be trying to constrain India's growth. And this has to be taken seriously by us. And I think there's a lot of public opinion, there's a lot of analysis how to handle the tariff issue if the tariffs do stay. I mean, they are being challenged in the American courts. But if the tariffs do stay, how do we handle them? How do we find new markets? How do we do internal economic reforms and bring back manufacturing to India? How do we relieve the pressure on the jobs which will be lost because of falling exports to the United States? So these are questions for the government. They're not easy questions, but I think at the moment it is a sort of, there is a sense of defiance. There is a sense of independence that has been invoked in India. It's an old sort of sense of feeling that when the world discriminates against you, or a particular country discriminates against you for no obvious reason, then we have to turn to our own resources.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Navtev Sana, former Indian ambassador to the United States, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we can cross now to Washington and get some analysis from Greg Swenson, who is chair of Republicans Overseas and a friend of this channel. Greg, a pleasure talking to you as always. We've been talking there with our previous guest about China's largest ever military parade, which some are saying was not so much a commemoration of the end of the Second World War, and more of a sort of superpower coming out party. That's how some people have described it. How's Washington viewing this?
Yeah, I think it's more the latter, Tom, as you pointed out. I mean, yes, it is the commemoration of the defeat of Japan, but if that was really a commemoration for the end of World War II, the United States would have been involved as the obvious leader of the Allies and really the basically the mechanic of the defeat of Japan, quite obviously. So no, it's China flexing its muscles, that's for sure. And I think that, that's acknowledged here in the U.S. That's not surprising to anybody because, we've seen China as an adversary for, 8 or 10 years now.
Yeah, I mean, it was extraordinary looking at the images of Tiananmen Square earlier today. I mean, real Cold War style imagery, military hardware on display, soldiers goose-stepping, President Xi in the middle, flanked by Kim Jong-un and President Putin on the other side. And clearly President Trump didn't like what he was seeing because he said a message, it seems, to President Xi on social media, please give my regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America. That's what he put on social media. I mean, he's not sounding happy at all about what he's been seeing coming out of China.
No, I think that's right, Tom. And look, the president is very blunt. He's very candid. He's very transparent. So that's what everybody's thinking. So why not just say it? And I think the president's always had that kind of refreshing candor. But I do think you're seeing a return to the axes of evil. You've got China flexing its muscles. You've got North Korea that's in a way diversifying away from its dependence on China, in this case, by cozying up with the Russians, by helping the Russians with the war in Ukraine, sending soldiers even. And then you've got, of course, the third part of the axis of evil, or the fourth part, which is Iran, who's incredibly weakened thanks to the United States and Israel, and specifically President Trump. But they're just demonstrating that they're going to continue with this resistance to the West. And in spite of their essentially defeat at the hands of the U.S. and Israel, they're going to stick with it and stick with the axes of evil. And so it's difficult to watch. Nobody's happy about it. But on the other hand, we shouldn't be surprised.
Do you think it might prompt a bit of a rethink by the Trump administration? I mean, let's not forget, during his first term, President Trump was trying to win over Kim Jong-un, and now it looks like he's got an even bigger nuclear arsenal than he did before that dialogue started. And then we saw President Trump's attempts to reach out to President Putin. He got a warm welcome in Alaska. And since then, we've seen President Putin completely defying President Trump, escalating attacks on civilians in Ukraine and stalling the talks that President Trump thought were going to happen soon. I mean, will there be a rethink?
I think there will be. I'm quite sure President Trump is capable of pivoting on issues. He reads the room. He understands what's going on. He's not thinking in 2019 or 20 terms. He's not even thinking about the summit in Alaska, because things have changed since then. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see a positive outcome from this ultimately, but not without some speed bumps along the way. But I think President Trump is demonstrating, the old argument, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. So he does reach out to North Korea, to China, to Russia. But on the other hand, he's quite he understands that they can't really be trusted. It's not even trust but verify, but it's distrust and definitely verify. So, we could see some outcomes here. I think, again, it's a speed bump, but this is sort of also a demonstration in a way of weakness, that the 3 or 4 axes of evil have to cozy up with each other and have these silly parades and try to flex their muscles collectively. And then you have kind of the sideshow of Armenia and Azerbaijan and the other Central Asian countries. But I do think they have to understand that geographically, they are, much closer to Russia and China than the United States is. So they have to sort of play both sides of the fence. But I don't think I don't think this is a realignment in the sense that, back to the Cold War, like when it was, the Soviet Union versus the West. Russia's much weakened. The only thing they have is 4,500 nuclear warheads and a really disturbed leader who's not afraid to burn through 30,000 troops a month. You've got, anywhere from 200 to 300,000 dead Russians, and Putin doesn't seem to care. So that's something that is really difficult to compete with. But again, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yeah, we've been talking quite a bit this week about the Prime Minister of India being there in China, as he was at the SOC summit on Monday in Tianjin. And, India, by being there and, holding hands with, I should add, and talk about a special relationship with Vladimir Putin, seems to be sending a message to President Trump, who has obviously slapped pretty hefty tariffs on India. And I think the message we're getting from the commentators in India is, don't try bullying us, because we've got actually quite a lot of quite powerful partners out there. And I'm just wondering whether it looks like the wrong moment to have picked that particular battle between Washington and New Delhi.
Yeah, of course, we wish that New Delhi would just side up with us and be on our team. We've always felt that way. But look, they've always run both sides. They've always kind of managed that relationship, with Russia, with China. They have some real, historical aversions to being too close to China. But I think with Russia and the U.S., they've always kind of struck that balance. But look, they've gone from importing 1% of their oil requirements from Russia to somewhere in 45 to 50% of their oil is coming from Russia. That's a massive escalation in terms of, whereas China's only gone from 13% to 16%. So, India doesn't really have a great argument to make here. And the U.S. can put more sanctions on Russia. They can stop the shipping of Russian oil to India. That will really affect things. I mean, nobody wants this trade situation to escalate. But on the other hand, there's a lot of arrows in the quiver for President Trump. And I think you'll see some significant sanctions on Russia and trading partners of Russia. So, it's still early stage here, but I'm guessing he's got a few more tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, the Indians are upset. They're angry, and we've got that. We've heard that loud and clear firsthand from that side. And some commentators are saying, attacks, as perceived by India, i.e. those 50% tariffs on allies, which India obviously has been, and as well as desecrating, U.S. aid policy, dividing and, somehow undermining some of America's traditional allies, like in Europe. I mean, basically all of this spells a big gift to China and Russia. I mean, do you think there's any sense to be made out of that?
I think that was an argument that was made by the president's critics during the campaign and at the beginning of his term. And it's funny how it all works out. The president does something that's unorthodox or provocative, and 3 days or 3 weeks or 3 months later, everything works out. There's a significant amount of trade deals that have been made around the world. He's settled 5 or 6 different armed conflicts, including between several of the participants in this Tianjin conference. And so, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So, it is kind of funny how it's working out. The outcomes are what's important to President Trump. How he gets there is somewhat upsetting to people. But I do think that, this again shows that ultimately the United States will have the upper hand. Look how it worked out with Europe. Yes, they are our allies. He had to threaten tariffs. He had to, sort of encourage them to increase their, NATO spending. NATO is more powerful now than it was. And you have the European Union buying $750 billion of LNG from the United States. That's something India should be doing too. If you have a choice, it's a global market. You can buy from America. You can buy from other providers. You don't have to buy from Russia, in spite of the discounted pricing they get.
I think I know the answer to this already, but do you think there's any truth in this put out by one analyst who wrote, for more than 70 years, the United States has led an international order organized around alliances, an open global economy and multilateralism. Today, it hangs by a thread. Any truth in that?
No, there's not, because there were flaws with that system. And, it wasn't, yes, there were a number of different alliances. There were a number of different trade organizations like the European Union. But I do think there were some flaws with that, notably that the American worker was being displaced by cheap and slave labor from China. And then, of course, Europe was running trade deficits with China as well. How did Europe overcome or make up for those deficits with China? They had a big trade surplus with the United States. So, essentially the U.S. taxpayer has been funding the development of countries like China and funding the defense and their 6 weeks holidays in France and the free healthcare in the United Kingdom, as well as defending the Europeans from the Soviet Union. So I think there's just a point where the trade system seemed to be working out for those benefiting from it. But when 50% of Americans don't own, public equities, and 50% of Americans are, paycheck to paycheck because these Rust Belt towns have been rotted out, I think, that it needed to be fixed. It's actually going to be better. And that's what's important to keep in mind. The trade system will improve because it will be more fair. And I think that's what President Trump is getting at.
It's good to hear that President Trump is active on social media, and we've been reading his messages in the last day or two, showing that he's very much alive and well. Because there were some rumors swirling around that he wasn't. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I'll quote the president here. Fake news. Absolutely fake news. The president's busy. It doesn't mean he doesn't sneak in a few rounds of golf at one of his resorts on weekends. But I've been in Washington all week. There's absolutely no truth to any of that. I've talked to people who have been with the president, and no, he's alive and well, as we learned yesterday in the press conference.
Yeah, exactly. He was asked in that press conference. Said he'd been very busy. I mean, you say he's been playing a bit of golf, but what's he been up to?
Well, yeah, I mean, he had he's been very busy with dealing with some domestic issues here, notably, crime in the big cities. That's been a real front page issue here in the United States. He's done a great job with cleaning up Washington, D.C., which was, really going through a rough patch in terms of the crime problems here. And then he's reached out to other cities in the U.S., notably Chicago, where I have a home. And I can tell you it's a very dangerous place. And so we've had 40,000 homicides in Chicago since 1962. That's almost as many men as we lost in Vietnam. It's much safer in war zones like in Iraq and Afghanistan than it is in Chicago for an 18 to 25-year-old male. So, yeah, some things are still broken in the U.S., and the president's doing his best to fix them.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure. Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, thank you very much indeed.
Great to see you, Tom. Thanks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to this special episode of Counterpoints. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Israel is enduring arguably its most challenging period in recent history. One of its staunchest and perhaps most vocal allies during this time has been US Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee. Unlike many in his position, he's not afraid to speak openly and often boldly on issues that have become internationally divisive. So, Ambassador Huckabee, thank you very much for your time here on Counterpoints.
Melinda, it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Let's launch straight into it. A lot of news is already breaking as we sit down for our interview. We know Israel has launched the first stage of its Gaza City ground offensive. President Trump has previously stopped short of openly endorsing this plan. He has said, though, that Hamas can't stay. Does the administration support Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to take full control of Gaza City?
Well, the president's made it very clear that this is a decision the Israelis have to make. It's their future on the line. And they're also dealing with an issue that goes back to October the 7th, when they were overrun by the terrorists of Hamas, who massacred and slaughtered 1,200 of their civilians, and then took 250 people hostage. This has gone on for far too long because Hamas has been just stubborn in not wanting it to end. The president's message has been very clear and very consistent. Hamas can't stay. They have no role in the future of Gaza, and they need to let all of the hostages go. So that's consistent with his message to say that Israel has to do what Israel feels it has to do.
Given the alliance, though, between the US and Israel, it seems to an outsider that it would be unlikely that the Israeli government would go ahead with something that the US administration vehemently opposes. So by that extension, can we assume then that the Trump administration has somewhat endorsed this plan?
Well, I think the assumption is simply what I said, that the U.S. respects that Israel is the country that was attacked. It was their citizens who were slaughtered. And the U.S. position is we're not going to tell them how to not only defend themselves, but how to avenge the massacre of their people. So that's the president's position. He's not dictating to them what the parameters should be. He's saying to them, if this were the United States and we were attacked in this way, and by the way, the equivalent, if this had happened to us, it would have been, given the population differences, as if 40,000 Americans were massacred and mutilated and slaughtered. So I think the president understands that this is something that Israel and Israel alone has to come to terms with, and how they go about it, bringing an end to this extraordinarily long hostility and getting the hostages, all of them, home, is something that they and they alone are in the position to do.
Has the president recently, or yourself through the president, expressed concerns about civilian casualties for this ground operation?
Of course, there's always concern about that, and that's all the more reason that Hamas needs to give up. They need to realize they don't have a future. They're being told this by everyone. Let me add that they've been told this by a unanimous vote of the Arab League, which I thought was incredibly significant, and frankly, something that was very helpful. Because when the Arab League made their statement that all hostages, not some, all of them need to be released, and Hamas needs to demilitarize, that was incredibly significant. And I think the rest of the world looked at that with a real sense of appreciation to what the Arab League said and the manner in which they did it. It was an incredibly powerful moment.
You mentioned hostage families there. So let me ask you this. We've seen large protests throughout Israel from hostage families, people who say they want the hostages back now. They want the Israeli government to agree to a deal that would see all the hostages released. The hostage families say they're very concerned that this ground operation will result in their loved ones never making it out alive. What do you say to those hostage families?
I say that it's a concern that we all have. It's a concern that the Israeli government has. I don't know of anyone who has any desire for something to happen to the hostages that hasn't already happened to them. But what we do know, Melinda, is that a couple of weeks ago, Hamas released a video showing obviously starving hostages being forced to dig their own graves. This disgusting display of savage treatment of these hostages, I think, was part of what made the Israelis feel that they've got to do something more aggressive. The hostage families themselves, they're divided. Some believe that there should just be a complete end, no matter what the consequences, and even if Hamas stays. Others who feel and they understand that Hamas can't win, or will have more October 7th, will have more families going through the hellish experience of their loved ones being taken hostage, tortured in captivity, without any understanding of when they'll be let go. So the unanimity is that everybody wants the hostages home. They want all of them, living and deceased. How to get there? It's not something that everybody is on the same page with. And it's a very difficult decision. I don't envy those who have to decide the best course for how to get those hostages back.
Do you share some of the hostage families' concerns, though, that this operation in particular could put their loved ones in more danger?
It's a legitimate concern. I don't know that it's my place to share the concern or to take an opinion on what should be done. One thing I think everyone can agree on, the hostage families and those who believe in a very aggressive military action, that the hostages can't continue to survive under the treatment that we have witnessed by the videos that Hamas themselves have released. If that's the way they're being treated, one of my questions is, where's the International Red Cross? How come they're not demanding to see the hostages and to get proof of life? Why are they not demanding that the hostages get food? We're hearing a lot of pressure about Israel and whether they have the responsibility of feeding people in Gaza. But one thing we should all agree on is that the hostages should be fed. They're not there because they want to be. And then to force them to dig their own graves is just a disgusting display of savage behavior, uncivilized behavior.
Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire proposal that is effectively the same deal that Israel agreed to in July. With the launch of this ground operation in Gaza, has Israel effectively taken that off the table?
I don't know. I can't answer that. Israel may be waiting for Hamas to completely agree in writing, because Hamas has been very, very consistent in saying they're going to agree to something. And then when it gets down to the point of signing it, then they start adding things. They start demanding more things, and it blows up the deal. And it's why I believe Envoy Witkoff even showed his frustration with it. The Israelis have shown a frustration. Egypt, Jordan, everyone has shown a frustration with how Hamas handles this, because even when they agree to something, they agree verbally, then they won't sign it, and then they change the terms. So I don't know if they have put their signatures on this, if they're serious about it. But one thing is clear, they're going to have to recognize their future is over in Gaza. They don't have one there.
President Trump has indicated that there is starvation in Gaza. He said, they look very hungry. This is real starvation stuff. Do you think that some changes need to be made to improve the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to make it safer for civilians?
Well, actually, GHF is the one entity that's working. It's the UN process that has been a dismal failure. By their own numbers, 92% of their food gets looted or stolen. The reason people are hungry in Gaza is not because of GHF. They're getting that food, and it's not being stolen. But the massive amounts of food that are supposedly being delivered by the UN are not getting there. And when Hamas steals it, Melinda, what they're doing, they're warehousing it, then they sell it on the black market. There's plenty of food that's gone into Gaza. But the tragedy is it's not getting to the people who are really hungry, because Hamas has taken it, they're stealing it, they're selling it. They made $500 million last year selling food in the black market. I've been there, watched exactly in person what's going on with GHF, and that process really fulfills the conditions that President Trump gave us when this was set up. Get food to people who are hungry, but deliver it in a way that it cannot be stolen by Hamas. Now,
what about delivering it in a way
that
that doesn't put civilians in danger? Because we are continuing to hear reports of alleged shooting by Israeli defense troops at those distribution sites.
Yeah, that's not happening, Melinda. I've been there, and we get reports every single day. The IDF is accused of a lot of things, but when I talk to people in Gaza, the actual Gazans, here's what they told me. First of all, they love the U.S. That was nice to hear. They hate Hamas. Every single Gazan I spoke to had a family member that had been murdered by Hamas. They want Hamas to be gone forever. They don't want the PA, the PLO, or Fatah to have anything to do with their future. And interestingly, they did not express hate for the IDF. They recognized that there was a need for the presence of the IDF, who are, by the way, not at the feeding sites, but they do control the corridors that give people safe passage to the GHF sites, which are controlled by and secured by private American contractors. Every one of those people are all special ops U.S. veterans who are manning those sites. But this idea that people have been murdered en masse by the IDF is simply not true. And that's being perpetuated. That's a lie. And it's been pushed by Hamas, which I don't blame them for telling a lie. I do blame people for repeating it without any veracity to verifying it.
After being frozen for decades, Israel has given its approval for the construction of the controversial E1 area of the West Bank, that it effectively is cutting off East Jerusalem from the West Bank. US administrations have historically opposed the E1 development. Does the current administration still hold that opposition?
We've not taken a position on that specific issue, but the Trump administration in its first term, and nothing has changed, has made it very clear that it is not a violation of international law for Israelis to live in Judea and Samaria. One of the reasons we're seeing the more aggressive decision to move into some of these areas is because it's in reaction to what the Europeans have done in concert with the Palestinian Authority, pushing for a unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state pushing for this UN conference that's supposed to happen next month in New York at the UN, that has had a totally disastrous effect, not only on the tension in Judea and Samaria, but it's had a detrimental effect on resolving things in Gaza. So I don't know what the Europeans thought they were going to accomplish, but by their actions, they're accomplishing something that I don't think they wanted to do, and that is to essentially give a green light or encourage the Israelis to go ahead and take more pieces of Judea and Samaria, either by declaring sovereignty or annexation. I don't think that was their goal, but pushing for unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state without the cooperation and participation of Israel is a violation of Oslo. So if there's going to be this massive violation of the Oslo Agreement, then I think people have to prepare for the consequences of that on both sides of the conflict.
In unveiling the plan, Israel's Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich said that, and I quote, "The Palestinian state is being erased from the table." In the US's mind, is a two-state solution dead?
Well, no one can explain exactly how it works. Where is the Palestinian state? What are the boundaries? What are the borders? Who leads it? Who governs it? Who elects their officials? Do they come into power by an election? They haven't had one in 20 years in the current configuration of their government. And so it's an aspirational thing to say we want a two-state solution. But if you ask specific questions, people can't answer them. And I just feel like that there's got to be some specifics put on the table for there to be any honest and realistic discussion of what a Palestinian state would look like. And quite frankly, in Israel right now, there's no appetite for it. October the 7th was a turning point. There were many Israelis who believed, and they spoke of their support for a two-state solution. But that pretty much was decimated by October the 7th. And it created an extraordinary sense of angst among Israeli citizens who saw the attack coming from the West. They don't want to end up with one coming from the East. And so they're going to put their security and their future first and foremost.
In a recent interview, you said that you don't think a Palestinian state remains a goal for the US. Can you elaborate on that?
I'm not seeing anyone, certainly haven't heard the president say that this is one of the most important things we've got to look for. I think he wants to see peace happen here. There are certain things that can be done that would be helpful toward peace. Unfortunately, every time we think we're working toward them and getting there, we see actions by the Europeans or the Palestinian Authority that completely disrupt it. And a good example is the Palestinian Authority has pushed for the unilateral recognition. It's had a backfiring effect. They continue to pay terrorist families for acts of terror against Israelis. That's counterproductive. It's very, very destructive toward resolving anything. And the textbooks continue to have curriculum that encourages very young children to grow up with a hatred toward Jewish people and a sense of belief that it is okay to commit violence against them if it helps to achieve their goals. These are all things that are not helpful to a long-term solution, whether it's a two-state or a one-state or a 10-state solution. That kind of activity has just been very hurtful.
So you think the bulk of the problem there lies on the Palestinian side, that they're the reason that a Palestinian state seems unattainable?
Well, for the present moment, I would say, by them going around the Oslo Agreement, by the fact that there was a Palestinian state, it was Gaza. It was a 100% Palestinian state. People see how that turned out. That did not exactly endear folks looking at it to say, yeah, that ought to work out really, really well. So there's going to have to be some time. It's not going to be something that is going to be on the table, but it's not the U.S. decision to make. The U.S. is going to be supportive of our allies. We're going to be supportive of peace. The president wants there to be a peaceful resolution. And I think he's demonstrating that by his actions, not just in the Middle East, but across the globe right now, specifically in Russia-Ukraine conflict. So I would hope that some of these European leaders would reassess their actions and decide that Maybe they need to take a different approach. Stop putting so much pressure on how Israel is defending itself against Hamas, and start putting the pressure on radical military actions that were intended to kill Jewish people.
US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate your contribution here on Counterpoints. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. It's been a pleasure to visit with you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Talking about iconic locations, I know the film was shot in Abu Dhabi and also in Wadi Rum in Jordan. Where did you get to go and what did you think?
We were in Wadi Rum together in Aqaba. It was just, you're pinching yourself too. Most importantly for the acting, it helps a lot that your environment is informing it.
Which we were very much
We were in it.
in it.
We were like getting the sand off.
No light. He used natural light.
Yeah, you're right. There was no, I don't think we shot one thing in Jordan that had any sort of artificial light. So that was it was thrilling. And then
immersive.
It was immersive. And then Abu Dhabi was incredible too because I just never been to a part of the world that's so hot consistently. And you leave your hotel room at 3 a.m. and it's 110 degrees.
Right. How much are you usually aware of the fan expectations? It's obviously there, but does it influence you in many ways?
It's a bit of a catch-22. It adds excitement to the process of making the film, but it also adds pressure. And yeah, like I said, it was very exciting and fun to be on set and know all of the secrets, but it also was very pressurizing because we knew that we needed to deliver on quite a high level.
I think animation is pretty cool as well because it's very freeing. You're not self-conscious of the acting, you're just conscious of the voice acting. It's difficult, but it's also freeing. I find it freeing. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's weird because I did a lot of it. I was pretty much by myself, I'm I was in a room in my home and everything was kind of virtual. So I didn't get to kind of see everybody in person and have that interaction that you would normally get. And there's always like that awkward version where they have to do like all the sounds, right? All the sounds that she makes. So it's like if she's screaming because she just, did some crazy whatever, it's like me alone in a room, just like by myself, just going, which, although feels super awkward at first, then probably later it's like, I think I needed that,
Ew, Dad.
Ooh, Mommy like. Who's making this stuff?
Not me.
Whoa. Shrek 5.
Was it a little bit more daunting to do the follow-up to Talk to Me just because of the runaway success of the first one, and there's just a little bit more responsibility when it's successful before?
Yeah, 100%. It was way more stressful, way more pressure. We still feel that pressure because the movie hasn't come out
It
just
hasn't
yet.
come out yet. And the biggest pressure is letting either A24 or Sally Hawkins down, because they both trusted us so much, and we feel like very inferior to them.
It's that thing is, no one expected anything from Talk to Me. So now that, you have this pre-established, these eyes on you and this expectations, it gives it way more pressure.
This is my new sister and brother, Oliver. Oliver lost his family just like you guys. Needed someone that could give him special care.
We're on set. Do you scare the actors? Do you scare yourself? Is there an atmosphere where, it's inherent to the film? What is the atmosphere like on set? Is it funny and goofy, or is it scary?
It's never scary, and it's mostly a fun time, but there's times when there's serious scenes happening in terms of conversations between people, and you need to let the actors have that space, and you can't be jumping around when they're trying to hit beats emotionally. But as soon as those scenes are done and we know we've got it, we do a joke take at the end of it to pull everybody out of that wallowing misery.
That should be the title of the third one.
Yeah. I'd watch it.
Like exactly the tone we want to have.
Listen, I gotta tell you a secret. It's like a little angel. It's a beautiful angel.
I do believe that even, in the horror genre, even in the most, fantasy elements of the horror genre, there's always like the human elements. And for that, how important is it to find the right actors for those types of roles? Because they need to render that kind of emotion.
You just need to find people that are right. And like for the younger actors, from their audition tapes, when you see them, that they're that character. It hits straight away. And then there's performers like Sally Hawkins. You can just picture them embodying anything. And like once I start getting obsessed with an actor, or like looking at their filmography, I can't let the idea go of casting them. And the same with Miranda Otto with our last film, and more so with this film with Sally.
It does beautiful things. Listen. Listen. Listen.
Obviously, your way of doing horror is very specific to you. How important is the emotion to you when you're filming?
It's part of making the characters human, and for you to care. If you care about the characters, once you get to the horror, it'll hit that much harder if you're connecting with the characters in some way. And we wanted to show, Laura is a broken human being. She's lost her sanity, but ultimately it's from love. She's lost her mind. Yeah, we want you to kind of connect with characters even if you don't agree with what they're doing.
Some people believe the spirit stays in the body for months after death. It's working! We can bring her back.
Please state your name.
Ryland Grace, and I'm not an astronaut.
Is it better to be in an iconic film or have an iconic role?
I think film. It's always better to to be in a good movie.
Rise and shine.
Bat an eyelash.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film. You know, it allowed us to push the envelope every day, and we were constantly improvising, and it was fueled with energy, this whole experience.
Courage. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. God damn it! Viva la revolution!
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. It is very good to be back.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it?
Do you think it's a little bit the same for illusionists as actors? You know, you're kind of born with the talent of being an actor. It feels inherent to you.
I was a very slow learner, and I don't think my talent as an actor was inherent to anyone but somewhere inside me, you know?
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
I think you do know.
Together. People are afraid of people who know their worth and power because they want to control us. And if they can't, and if they know that we have a sense of self and that we have an awareness and also that we have love and empathy and friendship and strength.
Yeah.
It's scary.
It's scary.
Yeah, they get scared.
Because the more we know ourselves, the more powerful we become.
Jessica Chastain!
What will you remember most about the experience of Interstellar?
What will I remember most? Well, it's incredible to be in a film that it forces you to use your brain and your heart. And the visuals are so incredible. I just can't wait for people to see them. There's a water sequence that just makes you hold your breath. It's so exciting and visually stunning.
Make it count.
Where's the mountains? It's a movie about several points of views on grief, not only her or his. It's how the family is dealing with it. Does it make it like a big ensemble, like everybody being together?
Yeah. Those are my favorite kind of movies as an ensemble. And what I love so much about the film is, I think about the female voices we have in it. We have Viola Davis, we have Isabelle Huppert, Jess Weixler, like these incredible actresses. And I just got to be in Saints and watch them. It was amazing because every day I showed up for work, it was with another pro, another great who really taught me a lot. And yeah.
Everything seems so limitless.
It still is. You're the star of my life story.
Did celebrity change your life? Because obviously you've been a film actress for such a long time. You've been an actor for such a long time. How did celebrity change it? I mean, obviously more attention on you, but for you personally?
To be honest, I know this is going to sound crazy. My life hasn't changed so much. The beautiful thing is now I have a lot of options for films, which is really exciting to me because I'm an actress, because I love films and I love directors and writers and all that.
Those men that attacked you, they work for dangerous people.
They're going to shut down police squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect!
Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
Is she serious?
Is he serious?
No.
Paul, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you, big fan. And congratulations on this. I mean, the character has legacy. You know, he is the son of an important character in the TV series. Tell us more.
I love the original movies, and I love that sense of humor where you can be silly, where you can surprise people, and have jokes come from out of nowhere. I mean, that's such a fun way to operate, and we haven't really seen it in a long time, so this was a really cool experiment to try to bring that back.
Absolutely. It does feel like we all need to laugh these days.
Yeah.
But the tone has to be right, especially for these slapstick films. The tone has to be the right recipe, the right dosage, doesn't it?
It's a very specific type of humor. I was telling somebody, you know, if comedy was rock and roll or something, it's like, this movie is reggae. Like, it's a very specific thing. Thankfully, we have the brilliant Akiva Schaffer directing the movie, and everyone from the editor to the studio to the cast. I felt like everyone understood the assignment, and we were all making the same movie, you know?
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
I just spoke to Akiva, and he said that he wanted the most serious actors to come in and have like this very, film noir kind of atmosphere and then make it slapstick. Was that a fun exercise?
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought that too when I saw the cast that was being assembled, and I thought, wow, Danny Houston, Kevin Durant, like these are, in my opinion, these are like actors. CCH Pounder, like these are people that you believe what they're doing. So that is really smart to try to cast dramatically adept people, because then the comedy is more out of left field.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, that was awesome.
How did it feel, all of you guys on set? I mean, obviously with that kind of humor, there must have been a very light, feel.
It was a light feel. It was also, it could be heavy at times, because I think we all felt the pressure of trying to make it right, trying to make it good. And that can be its own burdensome thing. But any day on a comedy, to me, is easier and more fun than a drama. Dramas can be very taxing and annoying and heavy on people, depending on what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, especially the ones you were involved in. I mean, they were heavy and taxing.
Right, yeah. Blackburn, Richard Jewell were
for the viewers as well, not only for you as an acting exercise.
Sorry about that, yeah.
No, they were quite the opposite.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It's a skill to be able to master, comedy and drama. That's what acting is all about. So how much do you enjoy being able to stretch it in all sorts of ways?
Yeah, that was always my dream. My dream was to do what I saw like Robin Williams and Jim Carrey do. Even a guy like Philip Seymour Hoffman or John C. Reilly. They get to play in all the different worlds, and selfishly, that's what I always wanted to do. So when I get to do a dark drama for TV and then do a superhero movie or a brilliant comedy that's the dream. I want to keep doing that however long I can.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
Finally, what are you most looking forward for new fans to discover about the Naked Gun series?
More than anything, I really look forward to them seeing how funny Liam and Pam Anderson are. I think their chemistry is dynamite. I believe their relationship, but I love the crazy, broad comedy. And it just feels like it's something that I hope happens again. I hope there's a sequel or two, and I hope we get to see Liam and Pam again.
I do too.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet. Pretty smooth.
Oh!
This place is falling apart. Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, that was awesome.
It's a pleasure to talk to the both of you. You are the duet we never knew we needed. So how did it feel to the both of you when you realized that there was that type of chemistry?
It was a lovely wake-up call for me. Not that I went into this thinking, okay, I'll do this, I'll do that. But it's just, I'd never met Pamela before. I'd done 4 movies now with Danny Houston, some of the crew I'd worked with before. But meeting Pamela was just, it was wonderful. I could tell we had a chemistry that was been nurtured, and it was like, I didn't want to analyze it around it. It was just, oh, this is going to work.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
It's important that it worked because of the tone that is needed for those types of films. I mean, it's slapstick comedy, but you have to find the right dosage in a duet.
I think that the tenderness and the relationship, the sensitivity, the groundedness of the characters, I think, is a nice base, and then everything happens, but it's nice to see true chemistry. I think that helps, and to play it real.
Yeah, play it real, yeah.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this one immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It has all the premise of a very serious crime movie, and then it's the slapstick. How much fun is it to kind of turn it around like that?
Well, the script, the original script, was good, you know. Seth MacFarlane, Akiva Schaffer, his co-writers from this world of comedy, television, movies, you know. So we were in safe hands, you know. But yeah, it was important to have a through line of a story, you know. And especially in this day and age, these billionaires that are changing the world as we speak, or trying to. And Danny Houston's character is that mega rich guy who wants to change the world. You know? So I think the storyline itself has a resonance that we could all see as an audience members, you know, say, oh, yeah, I kind of recognize this guy.
Who are you?
Drebin, Detective Frank Drebin. Thanks.
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
Even though we haven't seen a Naked Gun film in nearly 30 years, it's very present. I mean, people know about it. What do you think makes it so enduring, those types of films?
I think it's just laugh after laugh, belly laugh. You know, there's comedies, and then there's these, you know, high comedies that are just so entertaining. Laughter is good medicine.
Yeah, it is.
We need it.
Especially these days.
Yeah.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect! Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
How much is LA a character in those types of films? Because of the homage to the, you know, film noir. Again, although it's comedy, there's a lot of tributes to a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And we shot it in Atlanta, Georgia, you know. And we did... What done?
We did a little bit.
Yeah, we did a little bit in Los Angeles. Yeah, and it touches on noir, you know.
Yes.
There's a little homage to that type of film, you know. I thought Akiva did a wonderful job, you know, really.
No, he did. It's very pleasant to watch.
Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
Finally, what makes Leslie Nielsen the actor he was?
Well, he was a tremendous actor in so many movies, usually as a heavy and a very serious police inspector or whatever, you know. But when he was on that airplane, you know, unforgettable, eh? You know, don't call me Shirley. This is straight face. It changed his life, his professional life.
I just loved those films, and I'm not really familiar with Leslie Nielsen's earlier work, but I knew he came from a dramatic background, which sounds familiar. It's nice to surprise people.
Yeah, and do a lot of things. That's what the acting exercise is all about.
Yeah, and sort of make fun of yourself too, you know, process. Nobody messes with Police Squad.